Hello, boys and girls, lads and lassies, and welcome back to another Let's Talk Geeky with somebody with their cymbals in the background. Who was that? I just heard a ching ching.
I know, I did as well. Sound like Jason was coming for us.
Oh, there you go.
Better let Blue Bonnet know. Jason's coming, Chris. You better let Blue Bonnet know.
Oh, yes.
I'll dig out my Jason X. Ooh, I'll dig out my Jason X. So,
Which, in fact, come to think of it, it just suddenly occurs to me, being as Andy's also a horror fan, it's actually a double reference. I forgot
Yes,
that she's
it is.
into horror as well.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I was in HMV today, and
Oh, let's see what
they
he's got.
had Dracula. Now I've got the Wolfman. They had the Dracula, the Invisible Man, and Frankenstein.
Was it
But
Lugosi's
they're telling
Dracula?
them-
I was the Invisible
Yes, it
Invisible
was.
Man's got. The Invisible Man's got to be a really easy one to do. She's an empty plaque.
Yeah, but it basically they
Man.
were looking £45 each. And
I
just
know,
went,
they're getting stupid with it now.
it's getting silly money.
Yeah.
But I was so tempted to get some odds and ends. They had another Ash, and I'm sitting there going, I want him. And I thought, I've actually got him. So stop trying to actually spend money on things that I've already got. Not that I would actually do that with any of the toys I've got, except Bebop, which I found out I've got 2 of. So that's a giveaway for next month or the month after. But I was very good today. I only bought sweeties.
Mm.
So your teeth and that, your teeth will
A big bag of sweets. Right, you want to see what sweets I bought? This is for certain people in the channel. I bought a Rocky Road. Right, and
I've heard of Rocky Road ice cream, but not a Rocky Road bar. Tootsie Roll! God, I haven't had one of those in ages.
mini bites. Tootsie Roll.
Tootsie Rolls, yep.
I used to love the big ones.
Stop it.
Yeah, remember the big Tootsie Rolls? They had like the little...
Sorry.
Those were awesome.
Right.
Up there so
Tootsie
you
Roll.
can see it.
Basically, I've always heard the Tootsie Roll, and see when I got it, I had to buy it just to see.
Have you ever had
So mini bites. Never had them before, so I bought them just because I've heard about Tootsie Rolls for ages and ages, and I thought I'll try them because A, they're sweets,
Yeah, they are.
and look at the original price. American candy, £5,
Whoa.
but they were
God.
reduced to £2.
Oh, cool.
So that's what I got. And Rocky Road, I've heard about Rocky Road a
I
lot.
like the dark chocolate Rocky Road better. I'm not a milk
Well,
chocolate.
they had about 4 different versions. I like mint, so I thought
Okay,
if
I've
I'm
never
trying
tried
it, mint would be the one for
I've-
me.
I've never seen a Rocky Road bar. I just remember Rocky Road ice cream.
There is Rocky
Yeah.
Road ice cream, but they do have this Rocky Road bar. I've seen them. I've had them, but I've never seen it in mint. And I love the dark chocolate one. That's my favorite.
Yeah, well, they had the dark chocolate as well, but I like mint. So while I was in the shop, I thought, oh, American sweets. So here we go. Yum yum yum
Where do
yum
you
yum.
get your American sweets?
It's basically the American. The shop is called American Candy.
Oh, okay.
So basically, had a lot of American candy. That's where I've got. The first time I got what was that? Oh, the name's gone. A foamy cake with cheese.
Twinkie.
No,
No.
a Twinkie
Oh,
with
I've
foam.
never in my entire life eaten a Twinkie. Not once.
Oh, I used to have Twinkies in my lunchbox.
Love it, Twinkie.
Well, see, the thing is, my wife's tried them and hates them because she likes the fresh cream and stuff like that, and it's just all manufactured stuff.
It
And
is.
I love it. I tried them from the American candy shop years ago, and as soon as I tried one, I thought, "Yep, they're for me."
Yeah, it's a good old-fashioned
Processed.
American chemical cocktail.
What
Yep.
you need to try is a snowball.
I I saw some snowballs in HMV. They're actually selling American sweets in HMV.
A
Okay.
snowball.
Oh,
See,
I
when
went
I see
crazy. I was like,
think
oh my God.
snowball, I think a caramel snowball,
BJ, you're gonna love
which
this.
is basically the foam. The idea is the...
You're gonna love this, BJ. It's chocolate cake.
Oh, you've ruined it, the chocolate.
Unnatural pink, marshmallowy, gooey mess with
No,
sprinkles.
now you've improved it again.
So good.
Kind of reminded me a little bit of what was the Tunnix cake? It's a
The
smaller
snowball.
version.
They
It's got
called
like
snowballs.
It's called
No.
a snowball.
yeah,
Tea
it's
cake.
very similar to that. Only it's humongous. It's like a gigantic cupcake
It's
that doesn't
also
have a
got-
traditional cupcake top. It's like a like a round top, and it's
Mm.
very like
the problem with the Tunnix ones, they've got coconut on. I'm allergic to coconut.
Yeah,
on
these have
the other
coconut
hand,
as
if
well.
you're talking snowball, the drink avocado lemonade, I used to drink those every Christmas.
Oh my God, there's even a Christmas ornament of a snowball.
Yes. I remember my sisters used to drink a snowball. The
Oh.
alcohol snowball.
Yeah, in fact, come to think of it, wasn't Snowball one of the animals in Animal Farm?
I don't remember.
Oh, I don't remember.
I'm just thinking because I was watching Lotus Eats with someone talk about Animal Farm recently, and I think Snowball was one of the animals, one of the pigs. I could be wrong.
Could have been. It's been a while since I've seen Animal Farm.
I mean, I could be wrong, but
Mhm.
Oh yeah, no, they are so terrible, but they're so good.
Yeah, see, I like that about certain sweets. I like ones that are quite natural type of sweets, where it's like maybe the proper cream and stuff like that. But see, when it's got processed,
It's all processed.
chemical induced, yum.
It's basically like self-embalming, you know.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'll self-embalm myself with Twinkies to the couch from home.
Yeah, the reason I never
Twinkies
liked,
can survive a nuclear holocaust. Just saying.
yeah, doesn't.
there's no chocolate, so what's the point?
See, I'm not a big fan of chocolate. I like Snowball's Turnip because they're thinly coated with chocolate and stuff like that. But anything it's pure chocolate, I only eat it when I'm having a hypo. The rest of the time they could sit in my drawer for ages. Not that I've got a drawer full of chocolate, but dime. I've
What's
got,
this colour the snow in though?
and I've got. Here's my other one. Oh, I took it into work. It was Fudgies and Kit Kat. So
Oh, I love Kit Kats.
I've got them in my drawer in there and in work, and they could lie there for ages. Bars of chocolate. It's not a major, unless it's a cream egg.
I have my supply of cream eggs for Easter already purchased.
Well, I buy a cream egg every day when I'm in work, and it's so bad for me. It's lovely.
It's hard for me to get the real ones. All I can get is the fake American ones, so I have to drive 10 miles just to get the real thing. And they sell out very quickly, so I bought what I could. Here I ordered a batch from Amazon, and a lot of them arrived cracked and leaking, and these at least don't.
Oh,
Right, which is
I'm
one
I'm
of the-
away. I think I'm away over Easter actually.
Yeah.
I've got to go all the way to North Wales.
ooh, what part of North Wales?
All of them.
Yep. Little place called Carnarvon.
Mm. Oh, an awesome castle there as well. That was one of the ones that I managed to get to back in '96. Absolutely awesome.
I was
I'm-
right after the investiture in '69,
Yeah.
so all the bunting and everything was still up.
I'm going there 3 times this year. Oh,
PJ's.
lost the
And
box.
he's kicked himself out.
So,
And
Colin,
he's
what
got-
are you going to be? Is the event at the castle or is it somewhere within Carnarvon?
It's in the castle.
Oh,
Very cool.
that's awesome.
Well, apparently
Very, very cool.
it's locked overnight, so we don't actually get to stand up there. We've got a camp nearby, because we can't actually stay in the castle overnight. The whole thing's locked up. Apparently, everything thoroughly secure. But we've got 3 shows there.
Oh, and by the way, I'm blaming Darren for me getting kicked off the stream. I moved my mouse to click on Cream Eggs, Evil but Lovely, and as I did that, I clicked, and it actually it pressed my back button, and it took me out the stream, so I had to go all the way back in. So I'm blaming that thing on the stream. That's Darren's fault.
Yes, Dan says not a friend of the Welsh. Oopsie. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it is a lovely castle.
I didn't know you could stay there. I didn't think there was that much left.
If I remember correctly, Carnarvon is pretty much all together, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, again, it was 50-something years ago that I last saw it.
Yeah, I think Carnarvon is a massive great one because it's. There actually 3. Well, it must be big enough because it's big enough that they can actually lock it up securely overnight. So there's enough of it left that can be locked up. The grounds can be locked up.
Yeah, I'll show you now, Kelly. Julie, I'll drop this in the private chat. Absolutely freaking awesome place.
Oh, so it was the week after that. The very next week, I'm at South Wales, Port Talbot.
Port Talbot. All right.
Spiral staircase.
I'm invading Wales all day. I'm invading Wales about 6 times this year.
I wish you were like further south in south. If you're going down to South Wales, let us know.
Yeah, well, I said, we're at Port Talbot week after Easter. I think so Easter weekend. Because the odd thing is,
now, come on, Grand Moff. I thought they were built by builders. I know, it's just obviously in that mood, aren't I?
Which always amazes me. Why are they calling the Hammer of the Scots when the Welsh are the ones that he beat into submission? Why they would first call Hammer of the Scots? When
I don't know.
I'm just wondering unless it's because he fought against the Scots more than with the
Darren's
just succeeded, but
Darren's just put something in the chat.
Medieval Death Stars.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very good way of putting it.
Yeah, it's a very good analogy.
Yeah. Basically, yes, that's what he did to try and actually, didn't he? Sorry, am I getting in the way of you?
A lovely dorsal view.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that reminds me. What I've been binging recently is Paul O'Grady's For the Love of Dogs.
Oh, I loved Paul O'Grady. What a lovely chap.
They show
always lovely.
When BritBox first came out, they had series 1. And then that was it. And I thought that's all they made. But then I kept, online seeing references to other series, and all of a sudden, BritBox has a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Excellent. Binging them. They're wonderful.
See, Grand Moff, that always happens when you do a sequel. Edward 1 was probably a great one, but Edward 2 probably fell flat.
I don't know. Edward 3 was pretty impressive.
I was about to say, Edward 3 started a ton of views. Yeah.
Obviously, the critics listened to the actual the chat to their fans and actually improved it.
I'd never thought of it that way, but that is actually so true. Edward II. I think Edward II famously doesn't like Pokers or Berkeley Castle.
Edward the reboot.
That's a good one.
I don't know, man. We
Edward II, The Return of Longshanks.
Yeah.
Well, better Longshanks than Curthose.
Longshanks Strikes Back.
Edward II, even longer shanks.
Edward III, bigger, longer, and longer shanks.
I was going to say Edward II, even longer shanks.
can hear Darren laughing in the background.
Edward Two, even Longshanks, just ask Dispenser or Piers Gaveston. He's friends, shall we say.
Mm-hmm.
Courtney Cox was on the US version of Who Do You Think You Are? And she apparently is descended from Edward II. And
Wow.
she didn't know who he was. So the guy who was assigned to her at that part of the show was explaining the whole thing about Piers Gaveston and all these other people.
Dear.
Put it delicately, the way they think he was murdered.
Yes.
As delicately as humanly possible.
Yes. A warm reception.
Definitely all about the silly here.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, have you been watching anything silly this week? Or been watching anything? Well, when I say silly, I'm not just meaning about trailers about silly. I'm talking about anything silly at all this week.
Well, I was going to say I saw a silly trailer.
Oh, yeah?
And then they gave up after 30 seconds. You know, you got the film Cocaine Bear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cocaine Shark.
I've heard of it.
I know. Cocaine Shark. What on earth are they thinking?
Yeah, I did see that mentioned. I didn't see the trailer, but I did see it mentioned, Cocaine Shark. I thought, yeah, no. Cocaine Bear can get away with it because but a cocaine shark basically dissolves in water, and you're sitting there thinking,
Nah.
Yeah.
So is Cocaine Bear, I've heard Cocaine Bear referred to as this year's Snakes on an Airplane. It gives you what it says it's going to.
Yeah.
It says exactly what it does on the tin.
Yeah. I watched Swiss Army Man. I've not even heard of that one. Swiss Army Man. He's got a two little fix it.
Oh,
Hey, but where you going? The camera's there.
yes, that's very true. Yeah, we've just watched The Romans tonight, which was a Hartnell story.
I like
Yeah.
And it is
Wow.
got really some very funny camp moments, which I'm not sure were intentional or not intentional, but it's not my favorite story, but it was cool to see it.
If I remember right with that one, is that not the one where they've got the meeting on the road? I think that to me was the best part of it, where they're camping at the side of the road, and I don't know if it was a soldier or somebody passed them. It was. It's just something that reminds me of it, and I'm trying to remember if it was the Romans I'm thinking of. It was meant to, the whole part was at the side of the road, and I just couldn't remember what it was about. But I'll need to actually double check it again. But it's not great, but there is some good parts in it, and so
There's some funny moments.
yes,
There's definitely some funny moments.
yeah, all right. I remember that one. I've seen trailers of it, clips of it, and one or two reviews of it. That Daniel Radcliffe with the dead bodies floating around.
Yeah.
That the dead bodies, his Wilson.
Oh, I've never seen that.
Don't know it at all.
Yeah, I've heard clips about bits about it.
Gary's on form.
Oh, yeah. So he asked me to remind everybody about the news he told us about with what's the name of that show? Red Dwarf.
Yes. I found out that basically everybody was saying, "Did you hear about Red Dwarf?" And I posted about it. So stop asking me about a post that I posted. But yeah, Red Dwarf. It's Grant and Naylor have actually come to a mutually. Basically the feud is over, and they've come to a mutually agreeable way of dealing with it, which means they'll still tackle different medias, and they'll basically, if some one of them may actually do a TV, one will do maybe radio or books and comic books and stuff like that. So it looks like they've come to a mutually agreeable solution that's not going to step in each other's toes, but it's not going to actually hinder it, and it may be back on TV at some point. Don't know if that means that they'll do a final handover or something, but
I can't really imagine Red Dwarf without the boys.
I think it has to go down the route of the characters as the ages they are now or slightly older, and just how the 4 of them have aged. Crichton maybe actually bits of his body starting to fail and stuff like that, and the cat with Zimmer frame with his wig.
Oh, he's wearing a wig. The cat.
Cat would rock a Zimmer frame.
Yeah. He would have one of those mobility scooters with the motorbike handles and
be a pimp mobile. Yeah.
Pimped out. So yeah. So I would like to see that, but obviously the thing is they would want to continue, and they would have to either relaunch it for it to do that.
I don't know if I want to see that personally.
No,
but that's the only way I can think of doing it. They would do it. Maybe they would do it. It's the two. You could have the guys actually digging out the hollyhock, and something happens, and then suddenly it hollyhocks, and it's an alternate universe, and
that would be one way of dealing with it. Yeah,
it's it's nothing to do with what's happened in the past. So basically, that way you could have the characters hopping into that universe where they meet the young versions of themselves, and then it's a case of no, we don't like this, hop, and then it just stays there. So the hollyhock drive stays there, but the 4 characters disappear, and then you've got the 4 new ones, and it'd be it'd be almost like a handover. But
don't get me wrong,
that these guys actually would ever listen to an idea that we would have.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, I love the actors dearly, and I love them so much that's the reason I don't really want to. I don't want to see it sort of come back and be not great, and not really to the standard that the show deserves. But I have a lot of faith, obviously, in the actors and the creators of the show and everything. But I don't know. I love them as they are and as they were.
I quite agree. I would not want the new ones, but if they are going to do a new one, do what they tried to do with Star Trek. Take it into an alternate universe, and then that way it doesn't actually try and reboot and actually change the things. So it's a completely alternate. So the two of them you could watch one, really enjoy it, and watch the other one and enjoy it. No, it's not actually trying to say this wasn't good. It's just a case of they've hopped to another version of these characters so they could change things, and it could work just as well. But it's not disrespecting the old characters. It's just basically saying this is another version of them. And with the hollyhock, we've given that because we've already met the female versions and the dog.
Alternatively,
so
animated.
Animated. Yes,
just animated naked little voices.
Yeah,
they've already done animated. They did the plasticine one.
Yeah, but that was for a brief scene.
It was for a brief scene, but but the thing is, they can do it, and that way it will not effectively. I don't think it would negatively impact.
Gary, wash your mouth out now. Wash your mouth out now. Then bleach your brain for even being able to come up with that thought.
Right.
No.
Right. How do I put somebody in a timeout? But no, but what I'm saying is we are realise that people are going to want to still make money. The guys are getting old. Maybe
Totally.
so we can understand it, but a way of doing it, what I'm saying is they could actually do that. That way it doesn't affect, they can still have the meetups, and then they've got these alternate versions. It could be the same 3 or 4 guys types, or they could have like the Kachansky stayed there, whereas maybe the Lister didn't, or something. And you could have the Kachansky characters slightly different. But what I'm saying is they could have that. That's what Star Trek tried to do with the Kelvin. And they had the idea was good.
I thought that was a good idea, to be honest. I really didn't hate that first movie. I thought it was quite good.
I thought the first one was really good idea, and it was a good setting off, because effectively they're saying is no matter what we do, it's not affecting the original stuff at all. Then they started messing with stuff, and then you've got Khan going, my name is Khan. And none of us know you.
That was
why you doing it.
I adore that actor, but he was the wrong casting for Khan, in my opinion. But there we go.
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, he's a marvelous actor. I do love him in Sherlock, but and in other things. But it was just the wrong. I mean, if you're gonna do Khan, I mean, you better be looking for somebody who can, who's got the sort of magnetism that Ricardo Montalban had. The magnetism and the screen presence. He didn't even have to say anything when when Chekhov first encounters him. And he like takes his mask thing off and he just looks at him. It's just like just totally blown away. He was there's only one Khan. Yeah.
There's only one Khan. Sorry, do it again, ready? You got only one Khan. Come on.
He's like, what are you doing, Dad?
Yeah. I'd almost imagine, if it weren't for the fact that the stories obviously Nick is that they watched Wrath of Khan and never watched Space Seed, because of course, as famously Chekhov never met Khan in the series.
Correct. Yeah.
And they the same sort of thing with apparently they know who this Khan guy is, and they do it in whatever the heck it was called, Beyond Pointless, or whatever it was called. I
have heard, and I know he wasn't in that original story, but I think I think for me, I think I've accepted that, because I think you could make the suggestion that Chekhov was on the ship but just in the background, but knew what Khan had done. That's how I sort of rectified in my head. But I totally get that. He wasn't.
He was way equally possible, but yeah.
That's how bad it is. Only one person on this panel understands that reference, because it's the only reference she's got of Star Trek movies.
Oh, he knocked himself
again. He was. What's the also thing about
on bouncing me? My mouth keeps on bouncing me.
What's also something with the JJ joke along the lines of the Kevin Smith idea? No, it's not. No, it's not him. It's not him. It's really not him. What didn't they go all the way through? So when everyone saying it's going to be Khan, and everyone and the producer saying no, it's not Khan. It's not Khan. It's not Khan. Khan is not in this. And then all of a sudden it turns out to be Khan. Or am I misremembering there? No, that's similar
basically that's because they gave a different name, and then at the end it said my name is Khan. Yeah. And people are going, anybody know him? No, nobody knows him. No. It's basically you're saying then what did they do in STD? they had a Union Singh actually on the crew. So, in effect, they're basically.
Wait a minute, was that on STD?
Yeah, because they had the Enterprise at one. When they met up with the Enterprise, one of the crew was one of his descendants. So,
despite the fact that at that time nobody knew he was still about because the Botany Bay hadn't been rediscovered.
No. This is actually, remember, this is set before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The thing is, so and Spock, remember Beardy Spock? Actually, his sister actually taught him everything.
Pecker Spock. Mm.
Well, he was on the crew with this Union Singh. Yeah.
Oh,
when
no,
Jan was introduced to him, he didn't recognise the name. He had to
is it that Disgrace or is that strange no-go area? The other one is that New Worlds.
No. It was
Disgrace. I don't know.
That's why I hate prequels, because they try and introduce something that you go, no, that doesn't work. The only prequel I've ever seen, which I thought them trying to introduce a character that hadn't been introduced before, was X-Men Days of Future Past, when the two of them go into the bar and try and recruit Wolverine, and Hugh Jackman goes, "Far off," and that was it. But the good thing is they didn't need to de-age Hugh Jackman, because Wolverine's meant to be immortal, so they got away with that, and it was just a case of "Far off," and that was it. So to me, they trying to introduce a character, so they've made that character in the past, so when they were young, he looked exactly the same, and he just basically told him to F off. And that was very Wolverine.
I mean, even in that, yeah. Oh,
I just saw that.
Oh.
I'm saying nothing.
I love it.
Me pass.
Exactly. Yes. And of course, he really should have a very short.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, boss! The shuttle.
Yeah. Do you know I'm actually watching? It was actually a segue from Red Dwarf. I'm actually watching season 1 of Death in Paradise again.
Fantastic.
Just sitting watching Dwayne. Where's your teeth?
We missed Dwayne.
Yeah. So I rewatched it with Ben. So this is the very first. I just finished the first episode. So I've decided to rewatch Death in Paradise because Red Dwarf. I watched a couple of episodes of Red Dwarf, and then I thought, I need to see a bit more of Danny John Jules. So Death in Paradise.
So. I do, however, now want the Commissioner Patterson to come on holiday and to go and meet and to go and visit Humphrey and Martha.
Have you seen?
That's why I now want him to go. Yes, I did see it. I have seen the latest one. That's why I nearly fell out of my chair. Yes, I now definitely want the Commissioner to come here and visit.
I've only seen 2. I've not seen the most recent one.
Okay, it was on last night. It was good.
Yeah, we watched it.
I'll see it tomorrow. So well.
Well, all I can say is this is not a spoiler, but I can't wait for the Commissioner to meet the duck.
Yes.
See, the thing is, I know it sounds silly, but spoilers mean nothing to me. I can walk into and watch the last 10 minutes of a movie and think, oh, that looks quite good, then rewatch it, even though the last 10 minutes tells me everything about the movie. I've always been like that. I could walk it when somebody says, I don't want to spoil it for you. You could show me the last 10 minutes and it won't spoil the movie. You know what I mean? I've just got to me, I don't care about spoiling it because I know fine well if I'm going to like it, repeating it is what I'm going to do. So I've never been one that things can get spoiled by somebody telling me the ending. Like for instance, Sixth Sense, I knew that Bruce Willis was dead before I saw the movie.
Oh, okay.
So it did not stop me actually enjoying the movie.
Well, it's a good movie.
Dead people. Yeah, I mean, but it's one of those things. I've obviously just had one of those. Because because I grew up just watching TV, sometimes I would only get to see the last 5 minutes of something, and then it would be maybe a few months later, it would be repeated on TV, because I had me, my brother, my 3 sisters, my mum and dad all arguing about, I want to watch this, I want to watch that. We've got one TV, somebody loses, and it's always usually me and my brother. But that's what happens when you're the youngest too. So I would always get to see the last couple of minutes of something, and it would be like Doctor Who. I would get to see the last couple of minutes of Doctor Who, and then it would be repeated midweek. So I would watch the last couple of minutes, see the final, and still enjoy it the next few days later. I've just always been like that. Spoilers don't spoil things for me. Because if they did, I wouldn't have a DVD collection.
Yeah.
Okay. Duck's name is Selwyn.
Yeah.
Okay. It's funny.
Yeah. I was thinking that.
You definitely need to have them back in.
People going about spoilers, but then how many people are going to go back to the cinema to see the same film 2-3 times?
Absolutely.
I did that.
Can't understand that.
I went 8 times. Judge Dredd, Carl Urban. I went 8 times.
I remember Terminator. I went back 6 times. The original Terminator, when that came out.
Yeah,
which is a long time ago. Jaws, I saw 1, 2, maybe 3 times when it came out in the theater, and I would have gone to see it more.
I don't think I've ever seen anything more than once at the cinema.
That was back when cinemas were still fun.
Well, yeah. See, when I was younger, we would go to the cinema every week. Sometimes it was see the same thing if there was nothing new on. Sometimes if there was something new we could get in, we would do that. But we would watch the same thing a couple of times throughout the month it was running.
That was before cell phones.
We have a drive-in theater not terribly far from here, and they used to show first-run movies, but now they're showing older family movies. And the 2 movies this week are Jurassic Park and Jaws. Double feature.
Oh, that would be fabulous.
I think it's a double feature. Could be wrong, but both of those movies are there. I'm sure you could, go and come back.
I remember the drive-in theater. One of the neighbors' mothers, would take a load of us kids to the drive-in, and the mothers would take turns.
Drive-in, Wendy.
Do you know something? That was one thing I've always wanted to see.
The next town.
Yeah, that's one thing I've always wanted to see, because it's an American. To me, it was a solely American thing. Was a drive-in, and I had the opportunity to go to a drive-in to watch It's a Wonderful Life, and that was the time the snow called it off, because it was just that the snow was that heavy. They just had to cancel the performance, and they've not had a repeat performance of anything like that. I'm going to next time they have a drive-in, I'm going. But just the idea of sitting in the car, watching with the things, and just sitting there. Yeah, I'm going to enjoy that, because it's something I've always wanted to do. It's typical the American things, the things you see in TV. How many times have you seen something on TV thinking, I want to try that?
Oh my, what was that?
It's Kelly just beamed up.
Got my text, just texted. Because I've got a Mac, so if I get a text on my phone, it shows up on my computer.
Right.
Yeah. Melvin, I must admit, I'm one of the ones is, why would I give season 3 a go if they've already messed around with 1 and 2? It's just watching a program after 2 seasons that were really bad just because it suddenly got good. Sorry, they should have started good. And I know people who if they had a couple of episodes that were bad, that's different. But if you've got 2 seasons that are bad, and then they expect you to go in and watch season 3 now because they've changed how they're doing it, especially if you're a completist, you can't watch season 3 without watching 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And I just cannot get interested in something that's basically they've already ruined it. It's the same as I said, the Orville. doesn't matter how good the Orville gets after those 2 episodes, it drove me away. I ain't going back. Doctor Who, big Doctor Who fan. I'll stop at classic and I'll not go back. Doesn't matter how good the characters are. If RTD fixes it, which I doubt it, I think it's highly unlikely, and I'm going to say that to the cows come home, that you've got someone who's proven he's turned very woke and he's very anti-government, and anybody who believes in it, going to the BBC, who is very woke, joining forces with Disney Plus, who are very woke, and
yeah,
forever there, as you Americans would say.
As they say in the Magic 8 Ball, the signs are not good.
Mm-hmm.
But
what's that one? Is that basically Beyond Paradise?
Yeah.
What was that one?
Paradise is fun.
Yeah,
that you've put down. I'm not sure why they showed him with the woman in charge who wants to get rid of the station house.
Yep.
When that's what absolutely ruins the show. They need a small station with people.
Humphrey being Humphrey bumped into the woman who turns out to be the boss. Still talking. And then he realizes that she's the boss and she wants to consolidate all these tiny little station houses and put everybody in the big station houses. And he's not a fan, and he told her that.
But the problem is that actually works within the thing, because that's what's happening.
Oh, I know that. But
and that probably works with it. It needs to actually show that in reality. And what they need to do is actually do it. And then suddenly things fail in the smaller communities. Then when they realise they need to actually have people.
In Midsummer Murders, you've got, everybody's centrally located and they go to all the different towns to solve their murders. But,
Well, so I just said in chat, yeah, you're right. But the thing is, Beyond Paradise, even more so than Death in Paradise, is a cozy mystery.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a police procedural.
Exactly.
It's a cozy mystery. So indeed, it would absolutely, it would ruin this. It would ruin the setting if they did that as a plot point for the series, and it comes up, and at the end of it, as you say, PJ, they realise, oh no, we need to keep them there. Yeah, but it wouldn't necessarily, it wouldn't fit in with the feel of the show.
Exactly.
Really that's what I'm saying. They're actually addressing something that is actually happening.
Yeah,
because it's the same as something happens. The police come into these small villages and then actually start asking questions. People are going, I'm not talking to you. You don't know. And whereas they would normally have had, in the past, they would have had maybe 1 or 2 cops in the small village who knew the people from around the area. So they had, and they knew how to talk to people, and people actually trusted them. Whereas if you're bringing in cops from outside and they're asking these personal questions, they go, I don't know.
People aren't going to talk to them. Yeah.
Exactly. Let's be honest. If they were doing this as a real to life, Humphrey would spend half his time investigating malicious tweets, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He'd be tracking down people for their tweets.
Abortion clinics.
Yeah. Arresting people for praying.
Yep, I saw that.
In their head, not praying out loud. In their head, not disturbing people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you say the BBC's the woke organisation. They've apparently fired Gary Lineker.
No. They have not. I've not heard the word they've fired him. He has stepped down, and in conjunction with him, Ian Wright has said that his thing, and he thinks if he's not there, he's not going to be there either. So I can't remember them saying they fired him. They may have asked them to resign.
Yeah, apparently what happened was, what I saw was the BBC put out a statement saying that he'd stepped back.
Yeah, exactly.
But apparently someone actually contacted Gary Lineker, and Gary Lineker said, no, they told me to step back. I have not stepped back. It's the BBC, from what I can tell. It's the BBC that are the moving factor. How far they've gone, how far they're actually going to go is not a matter. But the BBC apparently have actually.
Yeah, but there you go. They've used the same. He's used the exact same words. They've not fired him. They've asked him to step back, and he said no. They asked him to step back. Same again. They've not fired him. They should have fired him and told him his contract has been terminated. Not asking him to step back, because if you ask somebody to step back, their contract's still there and they're still getting paid.
Apparently, he's self-employed, so I understand, but. Yeah, he's also, unfortunately, Kelly, he is so far left, he almost makes the BBC look centrist.
Wow.
The fact is, if they had fired him, his contract would have been null and void. If they asked him to step back, he does nothing and still gets paid.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
that. What started all this is that we've got a Home Secretary, our equivalent of your Secretary of State, I think,
right.
Who has actually made some really interesting, useful and sensible noises on proposals about immigration.
Mm-hmm.
Gary, I live in an area so white Hamza Yusuf wouldn't feel safe there. He's one of these celebs who makes a lot of noise about things like immigration and probably wouldn't want an immigrant within 100 miles of him. But he put out a tweet which basically said that the new immigration policy, I believe he made direct references to 1930s Germans without using the one word that's not allowed to be used. That's why he's got in trouble for that. There's actually been kickback to that from him.
For comparing people who actually fought against the Yahtzees, and basically he's calling everybody Yahtzees now.
Well, they all do it. All the leftists do that.
It's basically that. The word is meaningless. There's been a lot of people turning around and saying all they've done is desensitize people to those words.
Yeah.
They mean nothing now. If somebody calls me any name, I just go, I don't care.
That's your opinion.
Just words. Care. You have made the words useless.
Yeah.
So when you call me a name that is useless, means nothing. That's like calling me a flipperty jipper. It means nothing because that language is fallen out of out of use. So when you call somebody a name, it's fallen out of use. It means nothing to them.
On the other hand, if someone calls you flibbity gibbet, it means you like to run around the hills in Austria singing. These two people got where that line was from. Yeah, the thing is that the real humour about this, actually, the real irony, is that the complaints about Gary Lineker have been because of he's going on about this thing, about the BBC supposedly being neutral. You know, and the BBC being about as neutral as all the Democrats.
Mm.
You know.
Don't get me started on Democrats, please.
Yeah, but I mean, the BBC ain't neutral and hasn't been neutral for many years.
Well, ours run.
Kelly, Gary Lineker is a footballer who gets paid the highest by the BBC to tell people what's happening on a football pitch.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's basically it. It's your sports commentator.
Yeah. So therefore, a completely useless person. And if I had any interest in sports, I might actually care who does much of the day. But although apparently he had absolutely no problem with going to the World Cup. Was it last year? Whenever heck it was, and staying in a stadium that was built by real slaves and all this sort of thing. You know, he's got no problem going to Dubai for the World Cup. So.
Yeah, because they get paid to do that by the people who actually didn't want to actually offend by telling them how bad he thinks they are, but telling people that how bad they are for not actually agreeing with his leftist politics, but didn't want to say it while he was there because they were paying him.
And but yeah, he was paid enough so that he was paid enough to meet his exacting standards. Both of them. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't. Well,
Yeah.
I'm not in the least bit interested in it myself or sport, but it keeps popping up in some of the things I watch, like
I just find it funny. The worst part of it is the worst damage they've ever done is made bad language meaningless. Because when somebody used to get called a particular name, you knew what type of person they were. Now all that means is you don't agree with me, so you must be one. Or you don't like that TV program, so you must be one. That just tells me that the person saying the word is an absolute twit.
It just means someone who all it means in some circles, most of mean is okay, someone who doesn't agree with me, or doesn't agree with what I've been told I'm supposed to think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but what I see when anytime somebody uses any of these words, all I think is moron. So it makes no difference what anything they say after that point. To me, they're moron. End of story. I just think anything else they say, it doesn't matter if they're turning around saying, I've got a cure for cancer. I wouldn't pay attention to them enough to actually even care. If they actually found the gold from Oak Island, I wouldn't care because they've started a sentence with that crap. So the rest of it would be unimportant. So it doesn't matter how intelligent they sound or whatever they say, don't care enough. If you've got a news reporter starting with this pish, then anything they say in the news is unimportant. It is ignorable. But it's just one of those things. Anyway, we'll try and go to a brighter subject. Anything any good anybody's been watching?
Well, I told you I was watching For the Love of Dogs, and it's wonderful.
See, that I can get behind because Paul Grady, I used to like him when he was Lily Savage. Mm-hmm. Once he went on to he changed out of his Lily Savage character. It basically was his Lily Savage I found funny. So
I don't know if this is anything. I've never seen him in anything other than show, and he does. I really like him.
He was a more modern version of Danny LaRue.
Means nothing.
A drag queen. It was basically a drag queen.
He does drag queen stuff?
He used to do Lily Savage was his drag act. Basically, it was an adult entertainer, and he got on TV, and it was a more moderate drag. Have you seen Paul Calf? No. Have you seen Paul and Pauline Calf?
No.
It is oh God, what's his name? He does Alan Partridge.
I know Steve Coogan.
I haven't
Steve
seen
Coogan. Have you seen Steve Coogan? Any Steve Coogan stuff?
I didn't hear Alex.
Did you hear? Have you seen any Steve Coogan?
Heard of him? Haven't seen him in anything.
Well, he did a character called Pauline Calf as well. Similar idea. Dressed as a woman. He did the brother and sister Paul and Pauline Calf. Lily Savage did that. He was a comedian, a stand-up comedian in his drag act. It's the same as Danny LaRue in the past was a drag act who was a singer and dancer. Well, mainly singer, but it was also a comedian, but mainly did singing and dancing. But as soon as Lily Savage finished and he went on to the talk show stuff, I didn't care enough about him because it was his persona I liked rather than the actual.
Yeah. You also have to remember that this is back in the days when drag acts actually meant something relatively adultish, but relative. Most of their type of drag act was as much pantomime dame It was nothing to do with reading stories to children or anything. It was drag actors. You knew there were men pretending to be women, and that was part of it. There was nothing. There wasn't anything about it.
Melvin, I think you'll find you're incorrect, because did he not actually start the Wilma Republic?
Oh dear! I can't believe.
I can't believe I said that. I know.
I can't believe Gary missed that one.
For his dislike of Scooby-Doo spin-offs.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't actually stop myself. Oh
yeah.
You know, I've got some. I might actually put some of that stuff away and dig out some other stuff, because I've got some Scooby-Doo stuff.
I think someone also pointed out that on this thing with Gary Lineker's tweets, someone needs to explain to you what a National Socialist, what Nazi actually means. Yeah, National Socialist.
Yeah, because they automatically go down the fascist, and it's actually National Socialists are fascists. It's the same as the communists are fascists, because a dictatorship is a fascist. It's the same as when somebody says Antifa, they're telling us these are fascists. When they say they're activists, the meaning is they're fascists.
Yeah.
It's basically, so anytime when somebody comes out with this and that, I just think, well, fascist, who basically is a moron.
Means if they're calling me a fascist.
Yeah, that's why I find it funny when I just laugh and I just ignore what somebody says, because anything somebody says, it's the same as like going into a school. See, if I was going into a school, if I had kids at school, if I walked into a school and it had a flag from a different country, anything the teachers who agreed with that and the headmaster, I would just ignore what they say, because they mean nothing. They have got zero knowledge. They're putting a foreign country's flag and standing with solidarity with it, when you're actually meant to be teaching kids to count, history, and English.
Yeah.
Read, write, and arithmetic, and know about their history, not about somebody else. If you're doing, that's what secondary school's for, more general history of the world and political history and not in primary schools. But if you've got a primary school, it's actually got a flag. It's not either the British flag or even the Scottish flag. Then I won't take you seriously no matter what. So if somebody tells me they're a teacher and they tell me something else, I just think, well, you're obviously failing at your job, because you've already lost interest in what you're doing. Because to me, you mean nothing.
One of the reasons
that's like me turning up, walking up and saying, "You got a computer? Yeah, I'm here to support it." Nah, I don't agree with Bill Gates, so I'm not going to touch. I don't agree with your computer, so what I'm going to do is just deal with Max. But you've been paid to fix that one. Aye, but I don't agree with his politics. I'm not going to do it. How fucking stupid is that? It's just a case of, you're there to do a job. Do the job. Doesn't matter what you think. What you think is for outside your job. What you think is, what you do is your job. That's the way I look at it.
There's an
Doesn't matter if I agree.
PJ, there's an American footballer named Colin Kaepernick.
Oh, you mean the man who actually has turned around and says to those two nice people who adopted him that they're racist?
Yeah.
They're problematic.
And the funny thing is, one of the excuses he uses for his parents being racist is they didn't want him to have cornrows. Now, my parents are white, and they are my biological parents, and I'm also therefore white. And my mother told me she didn't like if I parted my hair in the middle. She didn't like if I did this. I mean, that's what parents do.
Yep, my mother said she didn't like me parting my hair in the middle. I got the better of her. But parents, basically, my mum used to hate even when I was an adult. I used to, my dad just had a tash. My brother started growing a tash. I hated it, so I would shave. And my brother, my dad, would just actually slag me all the time, because I was going a bit against the family tradition. My mum says, I like a tash, I wish you would grow one.
But the reason I brought him up is because he was the one who started taking a knee during the national anthem.
And he wore
Games.
socks with
And
pigs on them.
you can do what you want on your own time.
Yeah.
You're on the clock, and that's
Yep.
your employer's money and your employer's time. You
And
can't stay and do everything you want.
And he drove away a lot of fans.
Exactly. I mean, there's now people with bumper stickers saying "Stand for the flag, kneel for the cross." All of this is a reaction to Colin Kaepernick.
Yep.
He doesn't deserve all the attention because he was not a very good.
And he's a disgrace to the name
He
college.
got trials and he basically failed. And because he failed and he wasn't any good,
he's blaming white people.
It was racism. It did it. You mean on the sport that is predominantly black?
Yeah.
They're not letting you in. So how is that racism if the predominant number of players are black?
Yeah. Beetlejuice in Chicago lost her, her bid for re-election to a
racism.
Yeah.
Era surprise. You can always go down the route. Right, wait a minute. It's failing. There's a woman in it, so it's sexist.
Yeah.
Somebody's gay in it, so it's homophobic. There's a black person, so
she's married to a white woman.
Uh-huh.
What cracks me up is this woman is so racist. So many black people who are very, very racist are married to white people. Lori Lightfoot's wife is white. Don Lemon's husband is white. Kamala Harris.
Everybody's racist except, and that's the point. It's the fact is, anybody who's in a relationship with somebody who thinks like that, then they're in the wrong relationship.
Got that right.
And it's the fact is, everybody knows it is just, it's not true what they think. It is a plan to get the most out of something. Because if they did believe that, then why are they married to somebody who's a different race? Mm-hmm. Or why are they in a relationship with somebody that's in a different race? And then that person who their wife or husband or whatever is saying that, why are they married to them? Because they're saying, you think I'm racist because even though we're married. Why? It's that type of thing. So those two being together shows that both of them are aware that it's all show. And it's not meant. It's just to bring the money in.
Exactly my point.
But yeah, unfortunately, we've heard from all the stateside stuff as well. So yeah, I know who Colin Kaepernick is as well.
I'm sorry.
And I know who Beetlejuice is.
Well, it's why you get people like Princess Dr. Shola saying she doesn't like people using the phrase race grifter because that's how.
Nobody knew she was half black until she told us.
Oh no! This is another one.
Oh,
not Meghan. There's not Markle's. There's a commentator. I believe she does have a doctorate.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if she's medical, but she's known as Dr. Shola. She's always talking about racism and slavery reparations and the rest of it, until someone actually points out that she is actually a genuine princess from the Nigerian royal family.
Well,
famously, Nigeria used to be known as Dahomey.
43% Nigerian.
Yeah. Used to be known as Dahomey. You've seen the movie The Lion, not the Lion King, The Woman King. We've heard of the movie The Woman King. Yeah.
No, that movie you think is they've renamed it The Lion King.
Oh, The Lion King. Yes.
The Lion King.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Not the lion, the lying.
Yeah, the Lion King. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I know. You set them up. I'll not go out the park.
Yeah. The film that actually manages to get they set up, and all the backlash, all the racist backlash against it is from black people.
That is for is now Trump wants to give reparations to black people, but California was never a slave state.
Yeah. Wait, did you hear the one that was the one of the grifters, and she was so adamant, and she actually went and did a DNA test, and it turned out.
I saw that show live. I saw the show.
Basically, her grandparents were white slave owners.
Okay.
They came on the Mayflower.
And they came over with the Mayflower. That's what it was. And I was not myself.
Program. We also have our own version of Who Do You Think You Are, but we have another program called Finding Your Roots. And it's kind of similar to the other show you've got about the DNA.
Oh, right.
Discoveries. Yeah. This one, they don't just do DNA. They also just go through the paper trail and find out what your ancestors are. So they go through this with this woman, Angela Davis, who was a big-time leftist, and she was one of the Black Panthers in the 60s. And they find out that she is the descendant of a slave owner, and that going back, she's the descendant of at least one, because they all intermarried because there were so few of them, at least one Mayflower descendant. So, and she couldn't handle it.
Oh, did you know actually here what they actually
when it
a few years back? See when the DNA tests were actually people were actually posting in. There's a percentage it always comes back as unknown.
Yeah.
The companies, the people in the company decided rather than have it unknown, they put Africa because it would mess with people.
Hmm.
So that's what a lot of people, it says it's like 2% African. It's basically so the person from Europe and 98% of the thing is maybe Polish or German or whatever. What they do is they throw that in when it says unknown, just so it messes with them.
Yeah.
Well, that's what these companies are actually, to me, it shows how morally bankrupt companies are if they have to do that and then they tell everybody what they do. Shows that anything they've done is it made up? It must be made up. It doesn't matter if 2% they make up. They've made up facts, so the rest of it is irrelevant.
Part of the problem with the DNA, and I did some research on this because I know for a fact that one half of my family came over from Germany. I know this for a fact. I mean, I've even seen the ship manifests that some of my ancestors came over from Germany to New Orleans. Not a single one of my ancestors came through Ellis Island, just so you know. But anyway, and I couldn't understand why none of my DNA tests showed Germany. They said Great Britain, but no Germany. And it's because what they're doing is they can only compare you with other people who've taken the test from that country. So I can't be compared with Germans because Germans aren't taking the test.
Mm-hmm.
I can be compared with British people because a lot of British people are taking the test. And a lot of British people have Germanic heritage. And obviously, I have Germanic heritage. So it's coming up as I could be part British. But I'm not. I have no ancestors in England at all. I've got some who are Irish, some who are Scottish, but nobody in England.
See, I always, the reason I find I'm skeptical. Let's say I'm skeptical. Christ almighty, trying to use the right words. Skeptical about it. That word that my mouth doesn't know how to pronounce.
Like Benedict Cumberbatch and Penguin.
Yes. Penguin. But the reason it's got that with me is that, sorry, how do you know where my DNA is from? Because you do not have a complete breakdown of DNA from countries, because you've got a complete breakdown of DNA from people who everybody knows moved around. Yeah. So how can you know that half of my family's Scottish, a quarter's Italian, and a quarter's Irish, without actually, and just telling me that, but 5% is this, and 2% of that is 16% is this? That means nothing because there is no pure stock of that, of those areas. So they can't compare it.
DNA Heritage and the Canadian PhD who hosts it, Tori King. She was part of the Richard III DNA work.
Oh.
And she said, in France, the only way you can have a DNA test is to prove paternity. And my theory is, frankly, because the French think that, there's such a thing as a pure blood French person, and there's not, because there are a lot of them who are Germans. I mean, French is a bunch of Germans speaking Latin.
Yeah. And basically, you think about it, there has to be Germans because there was a lot of movement during with Romans as well.
The Germans were everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
the whole Roman Empire is Germany.
North Italy. Blonde named
all German basically means is north of the he's comes from north of Europe over the border from what was the Roman Empire. That's all Germanic means, really.
Right.
That's why we speak a Germanic language. That's why there's so many Germanic languages, even though they're not German.
Makes sense.
But there you go.
But I even found out like 2% Norwegian. Not sure where that came in.
I find it interesting. I know these things also because, I mean, it's a little bit in the DNA that says that it's stamped made in Norway.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm 2% Norwegian.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just not quite sure exactly. But then again, I'm not overly familiar with how the tests work and what they actually show. But I seem to recall most of it is down that you can. Most of it, what you can actually trace historically comes from the mother anyway. If I remember right, I think it's mitochondria. That's what they normally follow through, isn't it? Which is why you get mitochondrial Eve, but there's no such thing as a mitochondrial Adam.
Well, everybody has mitochondria because we all have an X chromosome, but biological women have 2 X's, so we get the other one from our father. So, and men get the Y from their father. So everybody can have some father's stuff in there, but mitochondrial is definitely traceable.
Yeah.
But there's some DNA that's only on the Y.
Yeah. I was actually, Melvin, thinking about that earlier when we said it. Yes, exactly. There was this one they reckon they called him Cheddar Man or something. Apparently something look, Cheddar Man was black, and then they find some guy living 2 miles up the road whose DNA says none of his ancestors have moved there since Cheddar Man was about. So yes,
that's pretty
lots of that. People that. Well, I suppose it makes sense. I mean, if you don't move away, your DNA is going to stay, unless everybody in that DNA family moves away. The DNA is going to stay in there, isn't it? But so I'm thinking about it. It's probably not that so much. But yeah, they did. Exactly.
DNA, do not analyze.
Yeah.
But yeah, see, when I was growing up, I was always. My mother used to say an inquisitive mind. My dad used to say pain in the arse. Because I was asked questions a lot. So, but when I was even growing up, I would watch things like nowadays it's Ancient Aliens and Hancock and all that, and I'd be watching it and going, I can understand that. And then this nowadays, when I'm watching something or hearing something or anything, it's most of the time I'm questioning how ludicrous it sounds, even though I believed it maybe 5-10 years ago. Because when somebody's telling me something and you've heard the good arguments they've given you to make that argument stick, and then they keep going on about the arguments, and then as soon as they say something else, one slight wee thing that effectively turns around to me and I go, if you think that, then maybe the rest of your argument's false. Even though how logical it sounds, I start questioning. It's the same as it's a joke they did on The Big Bang Theory. My calculations work. I had to create another 27 dimensions for it to work. Then that type of mind thing is then your calculation doesn't work because you're making things up to make something work. Yeah. Just because you can justify it to yourself and to other people who maybe either A, are not as smart or B, believe the same things you do. But if you have to make up something to make something work, then you fail to make it work. Same as like 1 + 1 is 2. But this, I heard, I believe it or not, I've heard somebody saying 1 + 1 isn't 2 because 1 is an abstract. And I said, fuck off, 1 is 1.
Well, it's 3 if you're
And
in
it's an
binary.
abstract because 1.0.0001 is 1 as well, but that's more than 2. And you're sitting there thinking, are these people crazy? They're making up these weird rules to make things sound wrong. And that's when it goes. It's the same as they're talking about dark matter. We know dark matter's out there. Right, what is it? We don't know. We've never found it, but we know it's there.
It's a catch-all phrase for something that we can identify.
It's a catch-all phrase, but it's when people use it as an absolute.
Yeah.
I've been listening to Graham Hancock, and they're talking about archaeology and how archaeology is stuck in this mindset. And to me, they're turning around and saying, I know a lot of archaeologists because I've watched a lot of programs about archaeologists, and they have got specialities, and I understand that. But I've never seen one of them when somebody says, oh, I found this, it's in this layer, and they go, oh, if it's in there, then it has to be older than we thought. And you're sitting there thinking, there's somebody who's said that these people go between this time and this time because this is when we've found the stuff. And then somebody says, but we found it here and it says undisturbed. Maybe they're actually older. Then you're sitting there thinking, there's an archaeologist who's had a set of ideas and somebody's challenged it and they've went, oh, that's interesting. Can we find out more about it? Whereas Egypt, it's a case of, no, this is the facts.
Yeah.
How do you tell somebody this is the facts when it's all based on what your understanding of certain things are? You do not know. You've come to conclusions. But if somebody challenges it and you say no because the facts say, then to me it shows your whole spurious argument is gone. And I'm finding the same even with actual scientists when they're coming up with these theories about string theory and all this, and then they start talking about alternate dimensions, and I just go, can't take them seriously anymore.
I can take
serious the science is.
I can take it seriously as an abstract if they're saying, okay, well, this is what we've observed. We can't explain what we know. We understand. We can't quite make it, but if there's more than we know, and if there are whatever, if this is the case, then the maths makes sense for what we observe. I can accept that as okay, interesting. They've discovered something, maybe something more. If they're saying, well, it has to be this way. No. They did a Lotus Eaters. They did a contemplation on how you can trust science. Really interesting because, of course, they're talking about a lot of the ideology that's creeping into science these days. Certain branches as well. Yeah, it's a methodology, not an answer. It's a way, it's a way of asking questions.
And it's the same as the people were saying that, well, you got taught this at school. No, we got taught how to find this at school. That's why you used to have science classes where they would give you a Bunsen burner and this and this and this, and they would tell you what it should do. Now go and prove it. And you would do the test, even if they were all basic tests, just to get an idea how you can test for things. So that if somebody tells you something, they'll say, right, how did you, this is how I found it out. Then you could go and do it yourself. And it should give the same answer. If it gives a different answer, then something's wrong. So that's what it's all about, methodology to prove. So if something's provable, it's the flat earth compared to the globe earth. The flat earth only works if you've got 50,000 different models. A globe earth works if you've got one model. Because if you have to keep changing the parameters for a flat earth for it to accommodate for the moon, the sun, the other planets, the tides,
just something you're not taking into account.
Globe, flying. If you have to change that for all these things, then it doesn't work. Whereas the globe, it works for everything, even though people actually keep telling you it doesn't. It's things like that. It's when people are actually coming up with these stuff, and you go, you're a teacher, and you still think there's a flat earth. Here, see these 2 tablets? One of them actually is blue, the other one is actually just cyanide. Here, take the 2 and pick one. Yeah, I mean,
You say
because
flat
you're
Earth.
lazy-
You say flat Earth. I'm still looking forward to Cuba from Monty Python and the Meaning of Life.
No. You basically they found that the 4 corners are the Noddy Ash. That's where the Ken Dodd and the Doddy men were. Because if you remember, that was in the court. They basically took the cube Earth and they actually made it into a globe, and the Noddy Ash was on one of the corners.
Yeah, the only way to convince that the Earth is flat to these flat Earthers is to tell them, 1, where's the 4 elephants, and 2, where's the turtle?
The turtle's all the way down.
Believe it or not, see Terry Pratchett, he took that from actually scripture. There is actually a scripture somewhere where there's a turtle on top of a turtle on top of a turtle, so it is a shell. That's why there's a slight curve. But the thing is, the fact is, I just go a bit, with people.
The problem is,
I just go, that's nice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm really thinking,
the problem is when you come across something that you've got a process where, okay, we've got this nice series. They explain everything that we understand, everything we see. Hold a second. Someone's come up with an observation that doesn't fit. Right. There are 2 possibilities here. One, the observer has misunderstood, one, there is something wrong with the observations, or 2, there is something wrong with the theory. Now, there's nothing wrong with saying, okay, well, the theory so far has been absolutely predicted everything. Right. So, which is more likely that this theory is wrong or that this person's wrong? It's a person's made the observations. We will check it and recheck and recheck. And once you can say, yeah, okay, the observations have been confirmed. Other people have made these observations. Then, yeah, you proceed to, okay, well, obviously there must be something wrong with the theory. So I can understand why if someone says something that theory doesn't account for, you investigate it, you don't immediately overthrow your theory. But you've got to be able to say, okay, well, confirm the observations. Okay, we can't disprove these the observations appear to be accurate. Okay, so now we need to change something. I can understand that, but when you just say, well, no, it doesn't fit what we believe, and you used to ignore the observations, that I think is when it's getting over the top. And you get hubris gets in the way.
Yeah, hubris always gets in the way of things like that. The problem is that the world is full of stupid people, and there's also the world is full of people listening to me anyway. But that's just me. I don't know. I think I'm sitting here waiting for the sweet meteor of death. Doesn't matter how many nice things are in my life. Sometimes I think it just needs to be switched off and switched back on again. You know what I mean? The IT world applied to the Earth. Switch it off and unplug it, leave it for 10 seconds and plug it back in again. Do a restart.
Yeah,
I mean.
Cold restart.
So what we're going to do, just to cheer people up.
Pick of the week.
We'll do the pick of the week and actually get off of these more morose subjects. We're all going to die. So, anybody got a pick?
Not today.
Anybody got a shovel?
I got nothing.
Excuse me, you complained about me making jokes earlier on.
Yeah, but listen.
Anyone got a hammer?
Your screen, yeah, I know.
I'm the heat on you with you.
Anyone got a hammer?
Look, there's Roman come in. He just came in so he could see what new toys I've got because he knew what I was going to actually put up. So, anybody got anything first?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope,
Right,
nothing for us.
Right, okay, I'm going to put
I
me on
didn't
the
buy
bed.
anything this week.
Right.
I tried to go into the Geek Retreat, but they were shut. They hadn't opened yet this morning, and I was like, drat.
Yeah. Obviously, I did mention the Tootsie Rolls and Rocky Road. So that's.
Let me know how that is, because I've never tried one.
I'm going to actually, that's tomorrow. Anyway, I've got a number here. There's 3 sets. So I'm going to start with the first set. And remember when you'll know about Can?
Yes. Oh,
No,
nice. We were just looking at him.
Why is that Captain Kirk in the corner if that's Mr. Spock doll?
I think it's representing the brand, the line.
Got it.
Yeah. Right.
That's
so
my guess.
basically, up on the window, I've got Kang. I've got Spock.
Good question, though.
I've got 2, you know.
We were just looking at Spock, I think. Yeah, in the TV and movie store, just salivating over some of the Mego figures.
Right,
No.
right. So I picked
Roman,
him up.
it's an English language.
I've got him up there as well. So I've got 2 of them. I've
Roman,
got Uhura, I've got Data, and I've got Kirk. Now I've got 2 Spocks. However, that was only a subsidy. It's these 2.
Chekhov. Nice.
I picked up Chekhov, which
Very
I was
nice.
really surprised. And Roman, I did say I had Sulu as well.
Oh my!
Nice. Oh
my.
my.
Roman,
The only
it's
2 I'm going to
I
get
go,
is
not me go.
Bones and Scotty.
Wow.
And obviously I
Oh.
got another Scotty up there.
Can't take it.
Yeah.
More Captain.
So I got
That's wonderful.
I just need to get a Bones and a Scotty of them. And I'm just hoping they are around. So there you go. They're the 2 that I was glad I got.
Nice. Very nice score there.
Just goes to show. Imagine realising I've got 2 Spocks. Surprise, surprise, surprise. I see
One for keeping completely within the container, and the other one to sort of take out, hang out on your microphone, you know, hang out on your desk.
Have conversations
one with
with.
a brain and one without.
Yeah. Here is another set, right? Remember, I got Evil in.
Wow.
Skeletor.
Ah, Skeletor. That's cool.
His voice still goes through my head today.
Right.
That iconic
Skeletor.
laugh. Yeah.
Right. And
By the power of Grayskull.
right. So these
Very
2
nice.
were a subsidy buy, because that was not the main things that I was looking for. The thing I did buy made me buy these 2. And the thing I did, yes,
That was a new He-Man.
because
Oh, nice.
Battle Cat,
Okay.
and I was a wee bit
That's
unsure
cool.
until I looked at the back and look at that picture and look at the picture from the He-Man. It's exactly the same.
That's cool. I like that.
So I saw this in excess £12. And I picked it up. Because I picked this up, I had to pick those up. Just because
How you doing?
I wouldn't have bothered about the
Good to see you.
But will your He-Man ride your Battle Cat?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It does.
Well, look at the back, right? You see the Battle Cat and the He-Man, right?
Oh, right.
There's the set for He-Man. It's identical pictures.
No.
It's basically it's the same set. I double checked it against the names of the line, Masters of the Universe.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same line. They
look like they're sort of scaled to the right size for each other. Yeah.
So they're scaled, and so you'll stand up on that.
That's brilliant. I like that.
This is all getting taken out of the box. And rounded up.
Yeah, I think I'd have to take that out of the box as well.
And the last thing I got.
Hey, Dad Man.
Hello. The last thing I got was this. I wasn't going to get it because I didn't want people to be overwhelmed. But
When the cast was the original cast.
You jammy bugger.
Hello, Raggy.
They get away with not making Velma black.
Yeah.
Basically, as soon as I saw this, and the thing is, I saw this 3 times.
That's
and
based on the original cartoon, yes?
Yes.
Mhm.
And I failed to pick it up because I didn't want people to associate me with liking the new one. But the third time I went in, I just
I'll say
had
you
to
really
pick it
feel
up.
one.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, you buy that. It shows you don't like the new one.
Yeah, so I couldn't resist it. It just looked amazing. So here's another one
That's
that's coming out.
brilliant.
I've got more Scooby Doo for next week, but I
Really?
couldn't resist.
I'm
I've
not
got more
jealous.
Scooby Doo stuff for next week, but that's my Scooby.
Yeah, they've even
my
got
Star
Scooby's pose. They've got it really well, I think. Looks
Trek.
pretty
Well, you can see
good.
it a bit better in the.
Well, what
That's
it's missing is a
great.
little black rubber mask that you just pull off Villain of the Week's head.
Yeah, a little mask. Yeah, exactly.
I don't need
It
to.
was him
I've
all
got-
along.
Mr.
I
Jones
don't need
all
to. I've got
along.
the Wolfman, and I could actually just have. I could put the face on him. He's Bela Lugosi's face on him, and then I could have Shaggy or Daphne holding one of the heads up for the Wolfman and say, "It's just old man." And yeah, I mean, it works.
Gary says, "Wait a minute, where's Scrappy Doo? Oh no, sacrilege!"
6
We don't need
under.
Scrappy Doo. Thank you very much.
Oh
Well-
hell no!
What we've done is with Scrappy, we actually gave him a new suit and sent him off into space.
Nobody will miss Scrappy Doo.
Nobody will miss it.
I know. I that annoyed the crap out of me when they introduced him.
Hated Scrappy from day one.
Who didn't?
Absolutely hated Scrappy. There was never anything about Scrappy that I liked.
Melvin said Joe Pesci played Scrappy Doo in Casino.
Yeah,
It's cold.
yeah. The thing is, in Casino, you wouldn't have told him he was Scrappy.
I would love to see them redub.
Gary
Scrappy's
is
voice
trolling.
with yeah. I would love to see Scrappy's voice redubbed with Joe Pesci.
Oh my god! Now I'm gonna. Oh, I love Joe Pesci.
Who
But I
does?
don't
Yeah.
like Scrappy.
My cousin Vinny. Perfect.
Oh, I love that show.
That is such
I
a
love
great
that film.
Yeah, my cousin Vinny is just superb. So that's my picks: He-Man, Scooby-Doo, and Star Trek.
good. That's a very nice haul.
And that is I've still got 2 big bags still of stuff. So I had to actually empty 3 sets. Right, that was meant to be 3 weeks worth, and I decided better actually do it, or else I'm going to actually that's going to keep growing, and it's never going to go down. So yeah, it's a wee bit. My wife looked at me and says, "Did you buy new stuff?" I says, "No, that's the old stuff. There's just 2 bags of it. I've had to split it.
You only bought old stuff.
I only bought old stuff.
Yes.
It's old new stuff." But so
Yeah.
that's me.
New
That's
to
there
you.
you go.
It's new to you.
So I'm
That's a
literally-
great haul, PJ.
It is. Every time I actually go in, what will I take out for this week? I go, oh, wait to see what I've got for next week. It's a wee bit more
God.
Scooby stuff, but I've got a couple of other specific bits and pieces. Just think how much I've got, and I've still got the bag with the Comic-Con stuff still to unbox.
Gary, I thought we'd already had one of those since the Nick with Martin Green star in it. Star Trek Scrappy Show. So didn't we have one of those? With
No,
Nick with Martin Green?
he just put a superfluous S on the front of it.
So yeah. No, we don't need one of those. We already had loads of them.
Bye-bye.
These are the voyages of the starship Scrappy Doo.
God, no.
No,
Don't
no,
give
no,
them
no.
any ideas.
The best Star Trek was the Scottish Star Trek from Tuna Fat. YouTube it if you want to. Scottish Star Trek. Tuna Fat. Can't show it because I will get hit. It's go on, Captain. They're going to actually gaze at. They're coming up for a square go. It's the Klingons. They're coming for a square go.
Lucky too. Oh God, this is going in strange directions.
Yep. That's Spocky do that. Definitely wasn't what I've seen the latest ones.
Yeah.
What an absolute pile of stuff to do.
But look at this Scottish version. I'm going to see if I can find it. It's really that bad. Right.
That was sort of when the cartoons started sort of going downhill.
Yeah, but I still like.
I still loved a lot of them.
Scooby Doo. 13
I don't know
Ghosts
if
of
I've seen
Scooby Doo. I
that.
still like. Yeah,
I
but you
don't
had
remember
Vincent
that.
Price in it.
Wow, I can't remember that. And it sounds like I would have loved that with Vincent Price in it, but
Yeah, but it was known as Vincent Bangoo.
I love it. He was so much fun, Vincent Price. He just was so cool. You know, he wasn't pretentious or up himself. You know, he would go on the Muppet Show. He'd go on all sorts of stuff. He was just so much fun.
He was a great cook.
He didn't take himself seriously.
Yes. No. Yeah, exactly. He just had fun with it.
The weird thing is of course, Vincent Price starred in more Lovecraft films than anyone else.
Really?
Yeah. You look at half of the Edgar Allan Poe ones he was in. There was at least as much Lovecraft as they are Poe.
I suppose, yeah. Possibly, yeah.
Pendulum, possibly not. But you look at something like the Haunted Palace was never intended to be was never meant to be, but you look at a lot of them he's done.
I think maybe I'm trying to think of the comparison. I was just watching a documentary on Lovecraft the other day, filling in a lot of the background. Some bits I was aware of, some bits were quite interesting to learn.
So I'm not sure if Lovecraft and Poe were that contemporary. I'm not sure I'm not quite sure.
I think I've heard that Lovecraft actually did read Poe and actually was quite influenced by him in a way.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Heard that.
Yeah, I think it might have been on the documentary that I watched the other day. I'll have to see if I can find it. Fascinating stuff. Yeah, I love Edgar Allan Poe. I'm a huge Poe fan. And I do enjoy some Lovecraft, but Poe is sort of more my favorite, I would say.
Didn't Poe write a lot of poetry rather than actual?
He certainly did. Yes, he wrote one of my absolute favorite poems of all time. Besides The Raven, which I also love, he wrote a poem called Annabel Lee, which is such a hauntingly beautiful poem. Yeah. What's that?
We read it in school.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It was probably like quite be something I could see them putting on the curriculum. I doubt they do it now, but there we are. But it's
that's what they do now.
Yeah, but yeah, it's so haunting and so beautiful. But I just love Poe's work. The Cask of Amontillado is one of my favorite stories. I'm trying to think of the adaptation that I watched once that was so good. But that's a great story. And they did a Cask of Amontillado sort of theme, not a whole theme, but a little homage to it in Dark Shadows in the original series, where Barnabas bricks up another character in the wall. It was cool. Don't get me started on Poe. I could go on for hours.
No, it sounds really interesting.
Yeah, Poe is The Telltale Heart is another one of my favorite, but that's a story.
That scared the Jesus out of me.
That is a freaking scary story. Yeah.
Right. This is Star Trek spoof Taysiders in space. So let's have a wee. It'll probably have to cut it out, unfortunately. It's only 2 minutes, so
Yeah, be careful of your channel, PJ.
In the year 2345, the Federation of Planets opened a Starfleet Academy near Carnoustie in Scotland. 4 years later, its first graduates emerged to find themselves rewarded with the command of Starfleet's newest and most powerful vessel, the Ion Impulse-powered Aurora.
Right, Ensign, he's one Victor 10. We'll open this big bastard up and see if it is shattered.
Oh, I recognize him.
Melt soon. We'll catch us when it melts like a bunch of big goofters.
that's the guys
I
from.
recognize them all. Yeah, that's from Still Game.
Fat is where Still Game came from.
Yeah.
Really?
So there's Victor and
Yep,
Jack.
yep. That's
Yep.
awesome.
And if you go back a wee bit,
His eyes are there.
no, but there's what you call him?
Yeah. Can't think of his name.
Winston and
Tam.
Tam.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I had no idea they did this.
Okay,
Right,
it's called
Ensign, he's
Chewing
one
the
Victor
Fat.
10. We'll open this big bastard
Are we
up
supposed to
and see
understand anything he's saying?
if it is. Get your melt soon. We'll catch us when it melts like a bunch of big goofters. What?
Well, let's go with the replicator. I'm starving.
All right. You bring us back a game soup and a couple of siders. What the? Did a right big hooray, a spaceship coming towards us. Little size as big as you get the other twice sizes bigger than your skin.
These graduates never backed away from conflict, as they were fearless and highly trained.
I tell you, four ain't making your bastards like a snake young class.
What are you doing, you dirty?
Well, I'm just saying I'm going on holiday, count them holiday off, Ken.
Hello, Roman. You just came
Oh
in
my
for
God.
Still Games version of Tunifa.
Hey guys,
Hey, Roman.
how are you?
That was brilliant.
Oh my god! So I can only see you on my phone. I'm setting up all the stuff. While I just wanted to stop in to say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
So that was a nice haul, PJ. I like your
I thought you would like. I thought
that's
you would
good
like
stuff,
those
dude.
two, especially after you having a go at Zulu.
Oh my, poor Sulu. Poor Sulu.
Yes.
He did it to himself.
Yep. So yes, it's actually. I keep
Oh,
on.
all
I
right.
was out today.
Is she
and I
going?
really
God
got-
damn it! Hey, I'm sorry. This is going to be as brief as it's ever been. I got a thing going on in the house now. Anyway, sorry.
Hey, Roman.
I got to go though. If you just want to stare at the inside of the Empire for a minute, I can pop back in a second. So let me just kill the K on the mic for a second. I'll be right back.
Right. No problem. Right. Well, he's going. We'll finish that wee bit. Sorry, my sweeties are actually top of my. I can't see the bottom of my screen. Right, and let's finish with holodeck. Shall we go back a wee bit and
To the unknown with Captain McConnell.
Selfies is the milky.
His number one.
That's like hee-haw I've ever seen a Ford Captain Ken.
That's McDonald.
He's dead, Captain. Stone dead. No pull for nothing. Will you stop kicking at my arse, you pervert?
Communications officer.
Meddling with forces we possibly comprehend.
You can find your baby for eat.
You're an android, you've cack on, no?
Look, you mean he's not fully functional?
Insiders in space, in amongst
That was brilliant.
Do this without shutting everything off.
Oh god.
All right, there we are. There we're back. Back at the workstation.
Ah, yay.
Yay.
Yeah, so I'm setting up. I told you guys we're setting up. Yeah, so oh, good God, what am I doing? So yeah, I'm setting up the drums. We're going to do drum recordings today with Matt, the drummer. What was that, Julie?
I said, are you drumming tonight?
Well, Matt is drumming. I am recording.
Oh.
No, that's just the drive.
Are you sure you're recording? I thought you were guitaring.
Actually, because we're going to lay bass tracks down separately. So I'm going to do like a scratch track tonight. So just something for him to play along with. And then I'll re-record it over with an actual track.
So people couldn't understand what they were saying in the Star Trek.
We knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
A scratch track, is that just sort of going, eh?
No, it's not a confused track. It's just a garbage track to throw down. What the hell does this chord go to? That's what I want to know.
It goes between the thingamabob and whatchamacallit.
And the Who's It, yeah. So clearly. So why are you guys talking about the end of the world and being all sad bastard and shit?
Because
he's Scottish.
That's why.
Well, no, the Scottish, I got it.
I resemble that implication.
Oh my! You did an unboxing this week that I watched? What did you unbox that I'm not remembering?
Did the Judge Dredd. I did the
That
Judge
interesting,
Dredd.
was it?
Oh, your Judge Dredd. No, your Judge Dredd. No, I love that because it had the magnetic parts on it. That was really cool,
Yeah,
dude.
it was absolutely cool because I didn't realize, that's what I said. I got that I was in the States 6 years ago, sitting in the box that long. I kept saying,
You are a patient man.
I'm going to unbox it. I'm going to unbox it. I finally unboxed it and thought, oh, this is cool.
Yeah, I've never seen a figure like that. I've never seen one that does that. That you can just pop the pieces on. Is my audio okay? I'm sorry if it's not. It's just the phone, so I know it's kind of shit.
Jumpy.
What you need to do is when you're talking to Roman, doing that, and so you like that and know what he's talking about, and he's.
See, that's not funny. That's not funny at all.
I resemble that.
That sounds like the lady from Jaws.
That's true. You do resemble that remark, Colin. Hey, did Colin do his impression of the guy who was on Friday Night Tights yesterday?
Oh God, no.
I hated that.
I
That
tried
Friday
to stay
Night
away
Tights
from that.
was the biggest load of crap. See that guy? I do not like him. And I thought,
Oh my God.
I think he actually dragged the whole show down with him.
Without question. There's a show here in the States that used to be, it doesn't exist anymore, called Red Eye.
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen it, Roman, but it's brilliant.
No, my son watches it, but I am not familiar. I like I said, I know it exists, but that's about it.
Yeah, it hasn't been on in several years, but it was a funny as hell show that was on at 2 a.m, and I would always record it and watch it the next day because it was brilliant.
Okay.
And Guinness used to be on it periodically. And I was okay with it. He wasn't disgusting and he wasn't vile. He was.
Yeah, he was not good yesterday. Even when aside from the big not good thing he did, the minor stuff he did was just, it was adolescent humor at best.
And
I was really surprised.
I wasn't watching at the time, although we do generally try and check out FNC quite a lot,
Right.
but we didn't catch that one last night.
You're not missing anything.
No, I've heard read the
hour.
fallout on Twitter, but stayed away from it.
Gary,
I never even got as far as the big drop. I must admit, I watched
the big drop.
I watched about half an hour and just went, nah, I'll just miss this week. It's the second one of Gary's I've missed this week, because the first one he did for Final Frontiers, and it was all about ghosts, and I just went, nah, no interest in ghosts. I want to see the other stuff.
I am organized.
The ghosts.
Do you think Gary knew what he was getting into? with that guy, or do you think it was just X-Ray Girl scheduled him and then he came on the show and then it was just too late he was there?
I think he had to have known. There's no way on earth he wouldn't have actually seen some of his other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, because I had never heard of the dude prior to that.
Nor me.
I had most of his stuff was basically inconsequential. He would say silly things and stuff like that, but it was never over the top. With this one, it just seemed to be a case of he was saying things to get a rise out of people.
That's a shame. Yeah, no, we didn't see it.
Oh, you're not
missing it at all.
So yeah, that was just too bad. I didn't get to see you. I didn't get to see you guys on Father yesterday either, and sorry about that.
That's okay. We were all talking. You never missed anything. We talked about Doctor Who the whole time.
Damn it! You can't do that. You know the rules. Basically, it's like one rule. It's not even like a lot of rules. It's one rule.
One rule to bind them all.
I almost went there as well. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but basically, I was just actually the whole time I just spent saying, Ian, I agreed with you last week. Ian, I agreed with you last week. Ian, again.
Oh, what were you guys? Were you guys talking about Doctor Who again?
No. Basically,
okay.
About bits and pieces, and I was just telling Ian, I didn't need to be on last week. He said everything I needed to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You start talking about Doctor Who now to make everybody feel comfortable.
We were actually talking about, believe it or not, the Empower trailer.
Oh, I missed that. I watched part of the show, but I missed that part.
Which trailer?
Empower. The one about the 4-part documentary about MCU.
Oh no, I haven't seen that. I didn't know that existed.
You know how bad it is. Chris Gore says to Gary that all he needed to do was put his tags at the front and end, and people would.
Oh really?
It was that bad. They're basically talking about, and you're sitting there thinking, I'm watching it, and I'm sitting, and a few of my female relations and friends are all turning around saying, I wouldn't want my kids to watch. Was she not an evil guy? Did she not kidnap people? Did she not do this? And did she not steal bikes and stuff like that? They're not all good guys. So why would you want your daughters to actually?
No, exactly.
They had Captain Marvel, who stole the bike and showed that wee clip of him her riding away with the guy's bike. The bit where Wanda, she was standing there with the 2 kids, and it's almost a case of that. Really, is this the ones that she did all that to steal? And you're sitting there thinking, are these people nuts? They actually think that is good, and people should look up.
Oh.
That's what we were talking about in Fathers. It's a 4-part documentary, accordingly. So it is.
I know. Yeah, it sounds interesting. Who knows? What else? Oh, I did. You guys started watching that terrible trailer yesterday for No Hard Feelings. Father found the red band version, of course.
Yes, he did. And the one I was talking about was called Ghost.
Yeah, you were talking about something different. Why do I not have it?
It's called Ghosted. Ghosted is the one I was talking about. There's a movie called Ghosted. It's about this small female who's a CIA agent, and
I don't know this at all.
She's basically in a relationship with a guy that she's meant to. I don't know if she's to get information from, but even when they're fighting, the guy he's fighting, he says, "And who are you?" He goes, "I'm the boyfriend."
Oh Lord!
It's literally that cringy. This woman's meant to be like 5 foot, and she's taking big guys like 6'6" out and stuff like that. And the boyfriend, I'm sure it was Chris Evans or something like that.
Oh God!
Who is effectively, I'm the boyfriend, and does all that, the screaming parts. It's meant to be.
That sounds really bad.
I got the 2 of them mixed up, and it's called Ghosted. So it's.
Yeah, the No Hard Feelings is the one where they're trying to get Jennifer Lawrence to sleep with their son or date or something. It looked really, really bad. It's interesting. So I saw a movie yesterday, and you may or may not have heard of it, called Dog. that has that.
Thank you.
And forgive the reference. It's the guy from Magic Mike, which I've never seen, but it's that the main guy, Channing Tatum, whatever his name is. I don't know what his name is.
So you mean nothing to do with
You
chasing?
know he's your favourite recording artist. Don't start that.
No.
You mean it's not about chasing felons around Hawaii?
No, it is not. It is not that. No.
On Hawaii. Oh, interesting.
But the movie was
Don't know it.
no, different dog.
Ooh.
So it's supposed to be. Is that Jennifer Lawrence?
That's Ana de Armas.
Ana de Armas.
Oh God!
And Chris Evans. And Chris Evans is the guy who's the boyfriend, and she's the CIA agent.
Do you know what? I'm not very often jealous of Chris Evans, but in this case, oh God, definitely in this case.
Yeah, I see a movie here. Dog, a filthy animal unfit for human company, and a dog.
Okay, so that's the one, right? It's got the dude. It's the thing is though, they portray it as a comedy. It is not a comedy. Because I remember seeing the commercials. It was like they're both kind of they've got issues. He's a ranger, an ex-ranger, and the dog was in country with him. And it's supposed to be like kind of a guy dog buddy road trip movie is the way it's portrayed in the ads. It is not. It was like it's like a pretty dark movie. It hits a lot of PTSD, veteran suicide, all these issues. So we sat down expecting some laughs, and by the end of it, we're like,
Hey,
it was just really sad.
You need to remember who wrote it, and they think it's a comedy watching all these veterans do bad things to themselves. So these sickos they think that's funny.
I mean, it wasn't because Misters of the Empire and my son were like, this isn't a comedy at all. It was very strange. It wasn't a bad movie, but it was just horribly misrepresented. Where's the other damn mic go, PJ?
It goes into the thingy next
One,
to the
two.
See the other hole. It says mic 2.
3. I know where 4 of them go, but I don't know where the other one goes. Oh. See, this is what happens when Matt the drummer puts this off for too long. I lose all memory of how everything was set up, how anything went, and now it's just a complete disaster out here.
You'll have one that says any cable not plugged in, plug here.
It's just a mess. It really is. I've got this program and I barely know how to use it. I was training on it, but then Matt kept putting everything off for so long that it was just like, I have no idea what's happening.
Yeah, I'm the same. I've got 2 soundboards, and every time I try and work on them, some parts of it work, other parts don't, and then I end up just giving up and putting them in a drawer. So I've got 2 soundboards, and I can't work but either of them because I've never had the time to actually spend 3 or 4 days to get them all working properly.
Maybe it is just 4. No, it's not just 4. They're supposed to be 5. It doesn't.
Is the other one not Bluetooth? And
what's that? That's not funny. That's not funny at all.
They're not meant to be 4 of one Bluetooth. Maybe it's just stand there so you can stand and do the singing and just drop the mic and all that.
Oh no! This is all drum crap. I've got like these 2 overheads. One he put bass drum. It's the bass drum. How could you not let me remember that? I rely on you people for so little, and you give me so little.
You're on the wrong stream. None of us are bass. None of us are bass.
Oh, so I have a McFarlane story. I have a McFarlane story I want to share. So you know how I pre-order everything because otherwise it's too freaking expensive. Well, I pre-ordered a Batman a couple months ago, and I had the thing that it had been shipped and it was supposed to show up yesterday. So yesterday morning, I get an update. Undeliverable is what it said. Undeliverable. It made it all the way to Poway, apparently, and then sent back and then returned to shipper, which was McFarland. And I'm like, are you effing kidding me? And then they canceled my order. Remember, I order months out, so I pay $20 for an action figure. So they canceled it. And then I get online, you can't find it anywhere for less than $50 now. So I'm angry. I'm angry at Amazon. I'm angry at McFarland. Even in my world, with all my planning.
That is horrible.
It was just like, really, guys? So I was kind of pissed. But anyway, that's my sad McFarland story.
That needs a rage tweet to McFarland's Twitter or wherever.
Well, I actually wrote customer service to McFarland, and I said everything I just said to you guys, except in more professional terms. And I'm like, so what can you guys do for me? I can't find it for less than $50 on the market now.
Yeah, well, you went through the appropriate channels to order it, so they should
come back to him and says, we've got one here that was returned to our address because it was undeliverable. We'll sell you that for 50 quid.
Like, thanks, guys. Thank you very much. 5. That's 5. That's 5. That's 5. Okay. I figured it out. I'm not very smart, but I'll get there eventually. It's a slow road to hoe. What else did we watch this week? Oh, we watched To Catch a Thief, the Cary Grant film.
Oh, now that's a movie.
Man, that's such a good movie. That is just brilliant. I don't, and it's in color, which I liked as well, because you don't get a lot of Cary Grant in color. But that was just a fabulous movie. What I did think was funny, though, the blonde girl, and forgive me, I don't know any of the actors' names. Was that? I don't know. I guess. Please don't cancel me. She was so much younger than Cary Grant, though. It was just kind of funny. I'm like, he could be her dad. That's inappropriate. If my daughter brought home somebody Cary Grant's age, I'd be like, no, senor, no. Out, get out, take it out.
Kelly actually died on that same stretch of road.
You're kidding me. Really? That terrible turny, twisty part of road?
That's where she died.
Lord.
I did not know that. Where?
She became the Princess of Monaco, and she died in Monaco right there.
Oh, my God.
Left or right? Which one would you use?
I would use the one in the middle.
Remember when I said, you give me so little? This is one of those times. What is that?
Hey, you been talking to my wife?
Oh my God! Did you see you didn't see our Alien stream, did you?
Yes, I saw a bit of it. I've not watched the whole thing because I've been busy since Friday.
Oh.
Friday and work was a busy day. Then it was Friday. I had the Father stream, and I had Castles and Crusades. I was out seeing my grandson this morning.
Oh God, you bet you have been busy.
And then I've not even had. So tomorrow I've got some work to do. So by about 2:00, I should be able to sit down and finish catching up with everything.
Oh my God, it's so hard, isn't it? It's just everybody has like 9,000 things. Yeah, it was funny. The problem was with the alien's tail, and the unfortunate reproductive manner of the alien itself. Yes. There was an awful lot of wildly inappropriate humor. There almost always is on my streams. It's just kind of the way it goes.
Well, I was expecting it, but then again, most of your chat were actually quite truthful when they kept saying there is only 2 alien movies.
Yes. So,
Miranda.
Oh, good night, Miranda.
Yeah.
From the weird shouty guy in the garage. So in a couple, so we did the proper alien movies. One in Alien and Aliens, not Aliens is. But in a couple weeks, we're going to do How to Destroy a Franchise, Alien 3, 4, Prometheus, and Covenant. So that's going to be a fun night.
Cool.
Hey, wait a minute. You need to actually throw in Alien versus Predator. in that.
Now, I thought about that. The problem is, I actually like the Alien versus Predator movies better than I like Alien 3, 4, Prometheus, or Covenant. They're terrible movies, don't get me wrong. But as bad as they are, they're still better than
the third one.
The third one was so bad. One of these cables is long enough, the other isn't.
Have you
I just
ever
don't know which one
heard?
is which.
Have you, Roman? Have you ever heard the Audible did an audio play of or based on the original script for Alien 3?
No, I haven't. I know that it exists. I would actually really like to hear it.
It's good.
Have you heard it?
Unfortunately, yes, I have. Unfortunately, Sigourney Weaver wasn't available, so they had to write, or they had to write out, or not kill off, but they just had to do the story without Ripley. But Michael Biehn and Lance Henriksen.
Oh, I love Lance Henriksen, man. He's one of those guys.
Yeah,
both him and Michael Biehn. Michael Biehn, I think, was one of the great underutilized actors of that era.
Yes, agreed.
Because he was good in everything he was in, but he wasn't in enough. I think the last big thing I remember him in, aside from The Mandalorian, and he was barely recognizable because he's just gotten so old, was Tombstone. He was in The Mandalorian.
Oh, I've got a wee story about that. When you're talking about Mandalorian and stuff, I was in a shop in Livingston Centre called Mankind.
Oh,
and
yes.
They have got a Thor's hammer.
Yeah.
£160.
We have one of those shops in our
They've
town.
got a Thanos' glove. It's about the size of my arm.
Nice.
And that's about £120. But they've got a Mandalorian helmet, and that was I think that was about £80. They had the Boba Fett one. They had the Black Panther one.
I dig that.
They had Iron Man's helmets. So you
Oh
could
my
just buy
God.
them and you could wear them.
Oh, they're wearable. That's even better. I hate it when you buy these things and they're non-functional props.
Yeah, they're just helmets. So basically that's it. That's it over your head. Nothing moves, nothing flashes. It's just the wee slots so you can see out of it. But in effect, it's instead of having to make a prop helmet, you can buy them. It's Mankind, and they looked actually cool. Even I was looking at the Boba Fett one.
Hey, did you start The Mandalorian by chance?
No.
I'll tell you, episode 1, because I liked seasons 1 and 2. I understand actually from a lot of people on rewatch, they don't hold up quite as well. But I didn't do the rewatch. I just watched back in the day. And so season 3 started off so bad, though. It was a completely worthless episode that everything you got out of the episode, you got in the final episode. It was like one of the episodes in Boba Fett where he met up with the armorer.
Yeah,
it was terrible.
For to show continuity.
Yeah,
you didn't need it. You really didn't need it. Episode 2. You had to. If you didn't watch Boba Fett, you're right. You would have not known the things.
Yeah, I didn't.
But and I don't recommend Boba Fett to anyone for any reason.
I didn't watch it, which is why I liked episode 1 of this series of Mandalorian.
Okay, for that reason, I could give it a pass only in that regard. But the fact that they have to make a show to make up for the fact that you didn't watch the other show, that's stupid. That's bad. That's bad TV making. Where is the other damn cable, PJ?
That's next week's episode.
I'm out of cables now. I need one more though, and I don't have any more.
It's in the white basket above your the dishwasher. Sorry, the wash machine.
No, I don't think so.
Where is the missing cable? Find out in next.
This isn't good. Oh man. Well, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It'll turn up. or hopefully Matt the drummer brings one, or Matt the drummer only has 4 mics. But if he only has 4 mics, I'm going to kill him because that's kind of the whole point to him coming over today. And we pushed this thing off now for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks.
I was going to say how many of you are you, but I suppose you need mics on the machines as well.
Roman.
Not for the instruments as well.
It's here.
You're blowing up. I'm on the phone. I can't see very well. So is that the one? Is that my cable? Can you get that to me today? Thank you. Oh, wait, that's just
What I should have done is thrown it. It would have looked more impressive if I had thrown it and you went.
Yeah.
Well, with these impromptu things, it's hard. It's hard. I'm trying to think as I meander and screw things up out here. What else has gone on this week? It seems like I've been busy. Next week though, I did want to talk about this. If I think it's actually happening. Zach's and I on Tuesday. I'm still waiting for him to get back to me on this. We're going to be starting the dads of YouTube, basically, and we're not talking about pop culture stuff. At least that's not the primary focus. The focus is actually regular dad stuff. So we thought that would be interesting because I don't know if there's other things like that out there, but just doing what we do just on a regular day to day. Kind of as I'm the older dad. He's got kids as well. Obviously, has kids. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a dad. That would just be weird. But all my kids are growing up, except for the one who won't leave the house. And then he's got his kind of a potpourri of children ages as well. So that's kind of interesting modern parenting perspectives. I think it's over here.
Need to introduce you to the prophet of dadism, Carl Benjamin.
Who?
Carol Benjamin. Come on, you buggery. Carol Benjamin.
I don't know what a Carl Benjamin is.
Anybody got a pug?
What?
A pug? What?
Carol Benjamin was quite. He was the one that actually brought all about Count Dunkula getting done in because he taught his.
I get the pug joke now.
Carol Benjamin was quite. He brought that to the forefront for everybody.
Really,
he does a lot of what he calls dadism, which is being a good father. Like one of his, he does.
Oh, okay.
He runs. Yeah, exactly, Melvin. He does the Lotus. Saga McCall does Lotus Eaters, which I watch every day. And that, but one of the things he does is he talks about parenting, looking at responsibilities and dadism.
Yeah, and I don't know anything about dadisms. I only know dad jokes. That's it.
That's true. That's true. Actually, what the hell does this go to?
Don't tempt me. I might tell you where to stick that plug.
That's not funny, PJ. Oh, here it is. Okay, I know what it goes to. If you hear a shocking sound, the lights dimming, and a scream, please call an ambulance. There we go. Okay.
Ali, you're the closest.
No, it looks like a freaking spider web down here. I've got so many cables running all over the place.
Just as you actually said that was okay, I bounced you off the stream. Everybody thought you'd blown up.
I thought you advanced it.
I can believe. Oh my god! If the volume is that loud,
back
I'm
on
gonna go
screen like
deaf.
Wile E. Coyote, all burnt.
Did you buy from Acme? That's the question.
I didn't realize that every mic that you ordered from them was an exploding mic, but apparently that's the thing. That's their gimmick.
I'll let you know. See for the next 3 weeks, my box opening. They should be interesting because it's stuff I got at the Comic-Con, which was Acme Comic-Con.
Oh shit!
So those are going to be fun box openings. Those are going to be fun.
No, I need another mic stand.
Meet.
Is this it? This is it.
Yep. So I'm going to have really fun box openings if it was from the Acme Comic Con.
That'll be weird. Let's see.
This is Frankenstein. So,
I have to collect my thoughts. Really, it never blew up, Melvin. Never exploded. I think it must have been defective then. So I'm going to start looking at airline tickets, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, for the Vegas meetup with Gary and crew. Hopefully, the fellow won't be there. The hose man.
Who was this guy?
Yeah, I'm waiting to get more firm details for September when they're in the UK meeting up with us.
Oh, are they going to come over there? Are they coming to the UK?
Yep, that's what they said. September.
Holy crap!
So
does that mean Az is not going to be at the Vegas meetup? Because I thought Az was coming.
I don't know, but they're talking about coming over in September. Garrett and Gary definitely.
Oh wow!
And so I'm going to actually I'm keeping some holidays time aside so I can go down. I just need to get more firm dates so I can book it.
Yeah, because I need to get back to Mrs. Nerdrotic to let her know if I'm coming or not. It's like two things need to happen at the same time. I need to do the response that I'm coming to make sure there's still a spot available. I don't want to buy tickets and there not be a spot available for the fly. And what the airline tickets are going to be in hotel. Hotels are not too hard, but the airline tickets, that price is up and down. So well, I was trying to get my son to go with me, but he's kind of a prick, so I guess I'm not taking him.
But where does Az live?
He's in England.
I know that it's got a lot of cities in it.
I think his closest one is either Leeds or was it Leeds? His closest one.
Yeah, I am not sure with Az.
Leeds, but it was a million years ago.
I'm sure it was Leeds, his closest one, but they are talking about somewhere central, like maybe Birmingham or somewhere around, just to actually be a bit more central for people traveling all over the country.
Got it. Would it be a drive or a fly for you?
A drive. It'd be
drive.
About a 5-hour drive down.
Yeah, I mean it's about the same. If I could drive to Vegas, it's about a 6-hour trip, but by the time all is said and done, I might as well have gotten on a plane and not had to worry about the car, the wear and tear on the vehicle, and just me driving because I hate driving. It's like one of my least favorite activities ever is driving.
Yeah, so a 6-hour trip, you're not going to be in the best of moods when you get there anyway. So.
No, because I plan on flying in that day. And what the hell am I doing?
Don't ask me.
No,
see that big stringy thing? You're meant to be ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, I know.
Do.
I'm just so that's what I'm planning on doing anyway. Is that so? Like I said, I have to have a few things come together. A couple of the other guys I know for sure are going to be there, like friends from other communities. Joker Voice, who you've probably seen on my show, and Cannoli Sasquatch and his wife are going. So that'll be fun to get to Cannoli Sasquatch. Yeah, he's one of our people, CJ. One of our people, friend of ours.
He's out with her.
Yeah, he's from New York and then relocated to Arizona. So so I really want to go. I just think it'll be fun because I haven't been able to go for like the last couple of years. There's always been something that has happened. Like 1 year, the refrigerator or the stove, I forget, one of the appliances crapped the bed. And so, does this cord go here? No, this cord doesn't go here.
That was the Lawrence washing machine. I'm sure that was the one that crapped the bed.
There was 1 year where it's like, oh, for God's sake, what am I?
It was the haired washing machine. That's what it was.
No.
He's starting to sound
then
like Captain Kirk every time he does that.
Oh, that's what PJ. That's what it was. So in 2021 or 2020, nothing happened in 2021. In 2020, it was the oven died. They didn't have one because of the event. And then in 2022, that's when I bought my new computer. So it was a choice. Do I go to Comic-Con or do I or not Comic-Con? The meetup or do I buy do I buy a new computer? So clearly I bought the computer.
Retro Doc says Cannoli Sasquatch sounds like a sequel to Cocaine Bear.
Oh, Gary, you're on a roll.
Except that he gives you confections instead of cocaine. I think that's everything I can set up right now.
I'm planning to go down to meet up with him. Maybe I finally get an Nerdrotic t-shirt. I've been trying
I know.
Basically, I never win any. So hopefully.
I've got the t-shirt. I've been wanting to get one of the beanies. But I don't think you can actually order those. I've seen them, but I haven't seen a spot to get them.
So
like on the Nerdrotic store.
When is Nerdrotic Fest?
That's going to be on the 26th of April. It's a Wednesday, which is kind of a weird day, but that's great for Vegas because that means the prices on the hotels will be down.
Well, I figured that, but and PJ, you're going to which gathering?
It's September. They're having one in England.
Another Nerdrotic Fest.
Yeah, I don't know. There's no firm dates, but and the BBC has stated a couple of times that they're heading to the UK in September. So I'm waiting for more firm dates and locations so I can book a hotel. Couple of nights hotel, drive down.
Yeah.
Usually to get things organized. I mean, get the
because I think I'm gonna go on the day of, and then stay an extra day so I don't have to jump back on a plane after, having a night of festivities. Because that's the flying, that's never sounds like that's not the right output. No. Six is the right output.
I thought 42.
But anyway, what's that?
I said I thought 42 is the answer to everything.
You would think, but I don't have a 42. I have,
okay.
I have up to 8. So it's as long as I get it in the right one.
7 times 6, 42.
And whatever. Oh man, I forget what I did to make this work last time. Damn it, Matt. This is all Matt the drummer's fault because I got like one weird input that I'm using for the drums that isn't one of the standard XLR interfaces. It's just a plug in the back. So I don't have a lot of control over it, but I figured out how to make it work last time, but now I'm complete blank. So it's fine. It's his fault. It's all Matt the drummer's fault. Anyway.
As soon as somebody actually goes boom, it'll go and fall apart.
Well, I'm a little worried about that. Remember last time? That's when the last time we actually tried it. This is when he killed the $800 mic. So,
oopsie.
Well, he paid for the $800 mic, so it's all on him. I don't really care. But it did put us off for like another month from when we originally started working on this stuff. It's
just
fine.
make
It's
sure
good.
you don't have the heater on next to
no heater. No heater.
No.
In Fuego, no heater. No heater in the studio of the Empire anymore. That's it. Well, all right. I'll have that done now. So now I
there you
what
go.
was it?
Current movie franchise in any genre should be banned from doing it anymore.
That's franchise. Wait, do I have to limit it to just one retro doc?
Well, I was actually thinking would it not be easier to actually say the ones that you should do more of?
No, you're right. That would be easier. Because I can't think of any. Yeah, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Superman, Batman. Actually, I wouldn't even just say Superman, Batman. I would say superhero movies.
Yes.
Need a break. Marvel and DC.
Spider-Man especially, because we've had his origin story told so many times.
I know. I feel like I'm Spider-Man now. There's just been so many Spider-Man movies. So get rid of all the superhero movies. Star Wars. James Bond needs a long break.
Doctor Who needs to be taken out the back and shot.
Poor Doctor Who. Poor Doctor Who. We'll see. We'll see. We've got. By the end of the year, we'll know what's going to happen for sure.
Does anybody know what the schedule is for the three episodes of David Tennant?
No, they just said the end of the year. They haven't put out the firm dates yet, which is too bad.
Well, you can guarantee the first one will be on the 23rd or as near to the 23rd of November.
Right, because Russell T likes a Christmas special. Not like Chibs, who didn't believe in them because Chibs was an idiot.
Well,
So,
Chibs is an idiot. So
Chibs is an idiot.
episode would be on November 23rd. The second one somewhere in the middle, and then Christmas Day would be the third one with Shooty showing up.
Well, the 23rd is a Thursday, so
that's not good.
Well, I don't know what day they plan on doing the premiere anyway.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, which gives you 23rd, 24th, 25th. And then the 25th is the Saturday, is the one where he regenerates into Shooty, and the first Christmas special is Shooty.
Oh, so Shooty himself would do the Christmas special, no David.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm just thinking ahead. You're saying that the 23rd.
I didn't know if maybe I missed something.
No,
I didn't know.
I don't. I'm just.
Colin, when you say that you're not thinking ahead, you don't need to say it. It's redundant, dude.
There you go. Darren's saying November for 3 specials.
Come on, that was funny. November, okay, got it. And Colin did not retort to my insult. I'm a little flabbergasted, frankly.
Well, no. If I said I'm not thinking ahead, I'm not MODOK.
Oh, bump. Ah,
and
that's actually pretty good.
Roman, he uses a boat, and there's never a report.
Exactly.
Ooh.
I know, really bad.
That wasn't good. That wasn't good, buddy. Hey, all right. Hey, I guess I'm gonna take off. I have more to do than if I keep doing this, I'm never gonna finish. But I just wanted to stop in and say hi for a little bit. It's always good to catch up with you guys. That was a great haul you had, PJ. So thank you for sharing that.
I'm looking for more. I'm literally and I've still got 2 bags left.
I did get a new figure. Hang on one second. I got it. Well, no, because if I get it, I'm gonna knock it. You can come with me. This will be nice. I got mobile now. No, it was a figure that I'd actually gotten rid of because I hated the way that the cape worked. But then I realized I didn't have a complete set, so it drove me crazy. So I don't know if you can see him in there. The Doctor Strange Supreme in the back there. Can you see that?
Yes, and I see that big, lovely figure of the Hydra Smasher.
The Hydra Smasher. Yeah, that's kind of my favorite little collection of figures right now. Are the what ifs? Well, yeah, I didn't get the Star-Lord figure though because I did not like the T'Challa Star-Lord story. I thought it was stupid. But what do I know? Nothing about a great many things. And they didn't make a Thor one. I guess they didn't need to. I'm really glad they didn't make a Captain Marvel one. So anyway, on that, while I'm out of breath, I'll see you guys. Next week should be fine. I don't think I have anything going on next week, so I can be on like normal and not pop in like some kind of weirdo like Kramer from Seinfeld's bursted into the room. Hey, what do you have to drink, PJ?
I love Kramer.
So anyway, you guys have a good rest of your stream, and I'll see you guys around the block.
Take care, Roman.
Cool. Bye, guys.
Hey, Roman.
Okay, Roman. I didn't get. I never saw Barney Miller, so I made the other.
Did you ever see Barney Miller?
No.
Did you guys see that?
I miss Barney Miller. Grew up on that.
Somewhere.
Because wasn't Abe the fish character in Hellboy? Wasn't that also?
Oh, I don't know.
Abe was the fish guy.
Barney
yeah.
Miller. His character.
That's good.
Surname was Fish in Barney Miller.
He certainly was. He also ended up in Dark Shadows. He had a small role in Dark Shadows, Abe Vigoda.
Oh, he also had a spin-off called Fish.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just Gary joke still works for either of them then.
Well, yes, I guess it would.
Yeah.
Gary's so funny.
One of the
Fish
many
and
people left that
chips.
This did a sports show. Oh my god!
If Chips did a sports show, it would be called Off, as in the show would be called Off.
No, it'll be called Fish and Chips.
Gary's on a roll tonight.
Oh, here we go.
Well, basically, hope it's actually rolling downhill and out of sight. After the jokes come on, he did one earlier about the aliens
Yay.
being the aliens musical. Aliens.
Yep. Nope.
I left that one alone.
Bring in the humor.
Wakahashi's tea house has popped up as soon as Roman left. Are the two of them just actually two variations of the same person? So now we know.
Yes, because Wacky's actually got us talking about Doctor Who last time, just after Roman had gone. So yeah, probably.
Yeah,
you could have.
I can't be bothered going to get a glass, so I'm literally drinking out a 2 litre bottle.
Special identity here.
I'm lazy.
Secret identity here.
But so, what's 4 episodes? Only episode 4. What are we talking about?
In Paradise, I presume.
Who's still in Richard Poole?
As I said, I'm only on the 2nd episode of Death in Paradise of season 1 again. But it will take me a wee while this time because I've got so many other things to do. Did anybody catch Space Angel today?
No.
I saw you put something up. I haven't watched it yet.
Space Angel. It's a 1954 cartoon. Basically, the cartoon is all drawing, and they've got the lips of actors talking, and it's basically superimposed onto the cartoon. So basically, the cartoon characters are, because it's basically just the face. It's actually an actor speaking, and it's been recorded the mouth, and it's been superimposed over the cartoon. Funny as hell to watch. It is actually a good old fashioned comic book cartoon. It's because of the way it's done. You can see it just being done in comic book form, but then they've got the animated mouse because it's actually people's just their mouth being filmed, and it's been superimposed over it. Funny as hell. Let's see if I can find one of the bits coming up. Oh, come on, where are they? Right, there it's there. Hold on, I need to pause it. So, right, move it to a different screen so we can see it, but I need to get it to the point where you can actually see the voice moving. All right, let's see. Right, here it's here. Wait till you see this. Right, this is just a wee clip of it. Right. Yeah. So this is just a wee clip of it, right? So wait, and you'll see how they've done this. 1954.
Stand by retro rocket stores.
Wow.
This is strange, Scott. The gravity indicator keeps switching. Now it's negative. There it goes again.
Well,
now it's just about double Earth's gravity.
So how do you make a landing, Skipper? We may begin hopping like a jackrabbit in another minute.
40,000.
Fire.
So why's the Scottish guy got a woman's lips?
I was gonna say it's like people's lips moving. That's really weird.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, for instance, it'll show you the out bit where they're talking, and they're just then it'll go in, and the face doesn't move, but the lips is just basically somebody's lips have been recorded and superimposed on it, so the lips are moving, and there's someone's talking, and it's superimposed over the cartoons, which does not move. So,
I don't know if it was just this, but I thought that first one, I thought that actually worked very well on the first guy, but for some reason on the guy with the beard, the lips looked Oh, maybe because
It's
of the
because
beard. What's the
they,
move
I
to
think
bring in?
what they've done is when because it's a guy with a beard
Yeah.
to make sure it actually fits in. They're talking about that more. So they're,
Yeah, they've
you know what I mean?
done something
Because they can't actually have to rub the talking because the lips and the beard. That means the beard
Yeah.
would have to move. So I
Yeah,
think what they've done is got the person to talk more like that.
Yeah,
So
and
it's
it looked
talking
for
funny.
some. I don't know if it was just the brighter color, but they look very much like a. I very much felt Tom Baker in it saying, "You have a woman's lips." They don't
You
know
have
how
a woman's
They look
hand.
like a woman's lips. They look like female lips. Now
They do.
I don't know if it's maybe because it, as you said, maybe it was.
Oh, they just looked like
something-
they had lipstick on. It
Yeah,
was weird.
Maybe it was, but I mean, there was something that said to me that I thought the first one looked actually because I thought it blended in with the color very well, especially when you said it was 54, but yeah, and the guy with the guy with the beard, I think that looks like a woman's lips, but maybe it's just because the lead brighter. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's basically. I'll show you other ones. It's basically that was just. All right, let's see. So he's talking to the girl.
And strip.
Frozen atmosphere, eh? Scott, what happens when ice is heated?
It melts.
That is actually creepy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now listen and listen carefully. You are going to try a little experiment.
But that's okay because they've got
It's an
their white
interesting
face
effect.
and they can merge it better.
Utilize kinetic energy derived from the various gravity belts on your moon. This friction shall generate continuous heat.
But, Professor, wouldn't that create a flood condition?
Possibly, if the heat generated were not hot enough. To ensure against this possibility,
Trying to be very
you are going to
scientific.
plant a thermonuclear
Taurus.
almost
Right,
dead
let's
point
see the
between
bit.
the gravity belts.
Where is it? There's a bit with her talking as well and him.
That's seriously creepy. Like a
That's
real
it, lad. We've planted almost 200 of these magnetic electrodes.
All right, back to the station.
See, a lot of the time they're actually talking
Next
about
step
a
is a
mic
doozy.
over so it blocks their mouth as well.
I don't mind telling you, Skipper, I was scared silly.
It is a fun animation. So it is. Yeah, the men all wearing lipstick. It was a sign of the times. After all, it's meant to be 2023, probably.
It's an interesting effect. It kind of gives them a very strangely realistic look, even though they're almost static, really.
Yeah.
But it's still creepy. It's like you just look at it and you're just like, that's not working.
Yeah, that Wakashi Station was that with you with a Scottish accent and a beard. His accent was a wee bit more understandable.
I was waiting until I'd say, "That's what I got today. Go away now."
That's aye. They were actually. I was watching. Who was it? It was actually the drinkers. After hours. Now he does one basically after hours
open bar,
Yeah,
and they were asking everybody to do a impression of the drinker on his own chat. So they were, and I'm sitting there thinking that couldn't go wrong. So as just basically got away now, and it basically did. They actually all gave it a good go, and it actually sounded not too bad for people who didn't speak Scottish.
I tried to watch those. Unfortunately, I prefer to watch the entire stream, but I don't normally catch him live. So when he does his open bar with Mauler, but unfortunately, what he seems to do is he puts lots and lots of clips out, and then when most of the clips on it, then he actually puts the live stream back up again that you can sort of download and watch.
I see. I just watched the live stream, but it's I suppose it's the saturation of them, because Friday Night Tights, and then there is the bagging and boarding, and then now they're doing the Final Frontier. Gary's doing that with Adam Kriegler, and Az is doing the one with John Jack the Giant Slayer, and I'm sitting there thinking,
Well,
just
Gary
too
and
much.
Ashley was working together live from
Eh?
the BBC, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aye, that's the bagging and boarding BBC, the real BBC. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's starting to be oversaturation because us smaller channels, we're all watching each other, but we can't do that and watch some of the bigger channels.
Yeah.
And what's going to give? And then, fortunately, it's going to be the bigger channels.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's so much out there, you can catch them up at any point. But
Yeah.
like, for instance, I like Final Frontier or whatever they've called it. I can't remember what they called it. It was something Frontiers. And I didn't like the ghost one, so I only started watching the first part of it and then I switched it off because all the ghost stories, I would rather watch stuff about cryptids or ancient architects or UFOs or something. But ghost stories just never interest me.
Ghost stories, I'm interested in all of it. I don't mind ghost stories as well. I find them really fascinating. But the cryptids and all of it, we both find that really fascinating and love watching different stuff.
It's just the problem is if it's a ghost story and they're looking at certain things, it's fine. But when you've got ghost story here,
Yeah.
and it
becomes just
Whereas when they're talking about
sensationalized.
Yetis, they're talking about different people seeing different Yetis or places they've seen Yetis or Sasquatch or whatever, and it's all about the same subject. But with the ghosts, the subjects are so diverse. It's the only umbrella they're under is ghost, but some are hauntings, some are people just seeing family, some are people just hearing a noise. Technically, they all come under the umbrella ghost, but there's no cohesion to it, and it's just different stories of that to say ghost. Whereas when you're doing Yeti or Bigfoot or Sasquatch or the whatever, they're talking about tracks and people have seen these ones at here, and here, but it's the same thing they're talking about. And that's where they like it because it is more tied together. Because they don't talk about Yeti and then the Chabacubra. It's because they're unrelated. They usually stick to the similar thing. But Ghost is under a big umbrella that there is no cohesion to it. Somebody's heard a noise or somebody smelt something when this person had died 3 weeks ago, but that's their favourite person. There's no cohesion within a ghost story. That meant to actually be a Freudian slip, a cohesion in a ghost. But you know what I mean? A ghost story has an umbrella. I would, if they were talking about a particular haunting, they can be good, or particular ghost stories. Like there's the one in, is it in Wales, where there was reports for decades that people seen Roman soldiers marching from the waist up.
Somewhere up north, I think. I know what you're talking about. I think it's somewhere up north. I don't think it's in Wales.
Is it? I thought it was Wales, but it's basically that these reports had happened for decades. People had always seen it, and nobody could understand why. So what they did was, where they were reported, they dug down and they found a Roman road. Right, now explain it. It's not a ghost story, but they're not living people. So the theory there is they're saying is these people are ghosts, but how can they be ghosts if it's not like they died there? They were always seen marching, so that's why they found the road, because the level they were at, they dug down, they found the road. And somebody had said something once, years and years and years ago. It was a theory, which to me actually puts a lot of ghost stories into a new light. And it was Stone Residence, was it? It's basically about the vibrations.
Yeah,
right. So basically, what they're saying is certain stones, crystals are the most common ones, but other stones have got that that word that means vibrations. I can never get it. And what they're saying is, if something happens, it is picking up these vibrations from around, and at certain times, something's happened. Maybe an earthquake on the other side of the world. It's sent a shimmer, a thing which is set off, and it basically replays the recorded vision. Hence the reason why, like, that Roman road might have had certain stones that's recorded this vibration, and it's replaying it back at certain times, and when people see it, and that's what it is. So a lot of ghost. So, like, for instance, the one that Gary was talking about was when he was in a theatre, him and his friends, and they could hear somebody walking across the stage. The hunted high and low, couldn't find it. They did it 5 times, hunted round 5 times. They finally decided there's nobody else in, but still heard footsteps. So if you were taking it under that one, then is it the stones in the... It's actually recorded that at one point, and every so often it just plays it back. So, do you see what I mean? I'm never interested in a lot of ghost stories because the umbrella is just very generic. I would rather they stick to certain things or just talk about something different. Because when somebody says, like, if we all took a different ghost story, they might have nothing in relation except there could be ghost stories. You hear a noise, I see something, you basically had a feeling that somebody woke you up when there's a fire, or you've heard this story about this house being haunted. All not related. Some people never see this something, some people never hear anything, they just see something or hear something, and it's all related under ghost story. That's why the ghost story stuff usually passes me by. But I'm a fussy bugger for some reason, accordingly. So, what's this? He's more than welcome. Send him the link, Roman. So, anywho, not a problem. There you go. So, while we're waiting, has anybody seen Gary's Final Frontiers, I think it's called? About the
No, I've heard
things.
of them, but I haven't watched them.
No, I'm afraid we haven't.
Some of them are good. The early ones we're all talking about, Graham Hancock's Netflix series, and then it's gone from there.
Mm.
The most recent one, number 9, was they were going to have Adam Krigler on. He didn't make it, and they still continued talking about ghost stories. And I just went, nah, off, because the ghost stories just... One person talked about sounds they heard, another person talked about things they used to see, another one talking about ghost stories that people have told them. And it just it's a mismatch.
Place in South Wales where we do a couple of shows a year is, even though it's, I think the building itself is about 200 or 300 years old, it's supposedly haunted, and they get ghost hunters around there, and you have no idea the temptation when you're a medieval reenactor, and you've got ghost hunters going around a place at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you medieval, you have no idea the temptation.
That wouldn't be Tredegar Park, would it?
No, it would be Markham Park.
Okay.
What you could do is somebody who's about to leave that night say, hang around for 2 hours. Hello, Gary. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing? It's Gray, by the way. Gray, please call me Gray. I know Wakizashi is very hard to say for everybody.
I don't do swords, I'm not.
Wakishashi's Tea House just something. It sounds like something down Sucky Hall Street here.
Really? It's actually Scottish. It's a Scottish word for no, I'm joking. Wakizashi is the short sword. The katana is a long sword. So maybe I've got a short sword. That's all I'm saying, PJ.
Ah, that's cool.
No, say
No
nothing.
comment.
No comments. No, but well, how are you? And thank you for joining us.
Really good, and thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. Just wanted to say, thank you for the recommendations. I'm loving Death in Paradise. I think that was mainly Kelly was recommending that, and I had no idea of the show. So much fun.
Well, I'm rewatching season 1 at the moment.
Okay.
So, I'm back to the very first episode. So it is actually interesting at the point you can rewatch it. Any good mystery, it's something you can rewatch even though you know the outcome.
How far along are you with it, Gray?
I've only just started, so I'm on, I think, episode 4. So Ben Miller is the main detective, and he's so good, isn't he? He's so funny.
Yeah, he's superb.
Ben is definitely my favourite out of all of them.
I think he's pretty much everybody's favourite at this point, except I do love Humphrey.
And me.
Yes, Humphrey was a good second stringer. Arlo O'Hanlon, did I get that?
Arlo O'Hanlon, yeah.
He was okay, but he was not my favourite. And Ralph Little, sorry, Julie, I dislike Ralph Little.
I love Ralph Little.
He grows a bit better, but he's definitely not one
That's
that
the whole
I would.
point. He's supposed to be annoying.
Yeah, but Ben Miller's character was annoying, but he wasn't annoyingly annoying. That's a Scottishism. You can be annoying, but you can also be annoyingly annoying.
Ralph Little's character, in a way, harkens back to Ben Miller's, is in that he didn't want to be there.
Right, yeah.
Unlike Humphrey and unlike Jack, who needed to be there. They needed the change of scenery. Neville thinks he doesn't need to be there, but at the point at the end of series 12, we realize he really does need to be there.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just his character. But I love Ben Miller's character. And I love the actual cast. Fidel was definitely one of them. Has always been my favourite junior officer. Fidel is fun.
I miss JP.
Yes.
Just because he has the same initials I do. That has nothing to do with it. I miss
Did you say it's on season 12? Is it season 12 now?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Wow, I've got a lot of catching up to do.
Hopefully we have 6 or 8 episodes in each.
Because I thought you had short seasons.
But we've had 2 Christmas specials.
Yes, that's true. One, Danny John Jules returns. Danny had left and he came back for one of the Christmas specials. Yes. Danny is definitely one of the favourite characters.
Oh, he's my favourite.
So happy to see him in it, from years ago watching Red Dwarf. That's where I first came across his character back in the UK. So I was like, no way, that's the cat. That's Danny.
That's Cat, yeah.
Playing a second Dwayne.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
I got a birthday message from Danny, and he mentions both Death in Paradise, and he talks about both his Dwaynes.
Was that intentional, do you think? Did they choose the name of his character based on his
I think so.
History?
I think
a little
so.
bit of a tongue-in-cheek sort of.
Yes. Cat? Because Dwayne, Officer Dwayne Myers is so cool.
Oh, Dwayne is awesome.
You had the Dwayne, so they wanted a different type of cool, but they also, I think somebody's deliberately meant the two of them together.
I think it's very cool that Darlene is in season 12. She's the one who didn't succumb to Dwayne. She's a tough lady.
Yeah.
She's a very tough lady.
But no. My favourite has definitely been Miller. That's why I started rewatching season 1 this
I
week.
need to watch it all again before next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'd love to go back and watch it from the beginning. I haven't seen I haven't seen like a lot of the series, consecutively. We're only we watched a number of Ardal O'Hanlon's, and I'm well aware of all the different leads that have played it, and so we've seen like bits and pieces over the years. But it would be wonderful to go back and watch the entire thing, because it is such an enjoyable show.
Yeah,
it really is. It's so much fun.
It is. Basically, it's one of the only things in this house that me and my wife can sit and watch together, because her tastes are completely different from mine. There's very, very few in Death in Paradise. Both of us sit down to watch it together.
Death in Paradise is the kind of show that a lot of people can like. If you like mysteries, like cozy mysteries, you want to watch the Caribbean because it's cold in the winter. Perfect.
Yes, I love that about it. It makes you feel warm, doesn't it? It's like, oh my God, I want to go somewhere warm right now.
Yeah. I'm okay. I'm in Scotland. We're dead warm.
I'm in Florida.
Inside.
Let's see. It's 6 o'clock in the evening here, and it's 74 Fahrenheit. I love life in Florida.
74 Fahrenheit sounds as if it's about to boil. We use proper temperatures. Like, for instance, in my house at this moment, it's 11 degrees.
Oh, it's the same here, PJ. We use
that's balmy
they
up
use
for you, PJ.
centigrade in Japan, 11 degrees C.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still have to change all my weather apps over to Fahrenheit because
Okay.
I grew up in the States and I cannot understand the centigrade.
All I know is 21 degrees is meant to be room temperature. Anything above that is meant to be warm. Anything below that is just basically not warm.
11 degrees is like a heat wave up by you, PJ.
As I said, it's quite warm in here. It's 11 degrees. When I went out this morning, it was -1, and I was surprised that I didn't have to scrape the car again.
Minus, wow.
Yeah.
There's somebody on YouTube I found who was trying to explain centigrade to Fahrenheit people. And it said 30 is hot, 20 is nice, 10 is cold, and 0 is ice.
Oh, very good.
That's cool. Like it.
I thought that was helpful, except that I live in Florida where the temperature approaches 40.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, but at least you know you'll never get ice.
It's been known to happen now, isn't it? Yeah.
My first 2 or 3 winters here, there were days when it was as cold here as it was up in Maine.
Wow.
Yeah. Thank God for global warming.
Yes. So much colder, yes.
Well, see, Thursday we were quite lucky because obviously we had snow in the morning. Then when I drove to work, it was actually, the sun was splitting the sky. There was no snow. Then it started raining in the afternoon. And then it just got a wee bit chilly. So luckily enough, Friday was much like the Thursday. So as they say in Scotland, if you don't like the weather, hang around 20 minutes. It's sure to change.
Yeah, same in Wales. Yeah.
Yes. The only difference between Scotland and Wales is the wind goes, the rain goes horizontally north to south. In Wales, it goes from south to north.
I grew up in Manchester, PJ, so I'm used to rain, grey skies and rain and, really miserable long winters.
Never told from your accent.
In all fairness, Manchester, the only difference between Manchester and Scotland is A, the accent, and B, we get snow as well. Although, saying that, England is getting hit with snow worse than Scotland at the moment. So,
oh, really?
Yes.
Wow.
Grand Morph had been putting pictures on Twitter, and the snow was like that.
Wow.
We had a sprinkle.
Grand Morph's in Kent.
Yeah.
Yes. And they had snow, a couple of inches, and we had a
sprinkle. No way.
Yes.
Well,
You're saying it that was quite a bit of snow.
I'm in Berkshire. I had something down the other day that I actually had to put the wipers on the car, but it was literally a case of, and it pushed it off. It was that soft. It was quite. It hadn't settled on the ground. It was just still on the car. So just a case of one swipe, the wipers and the windows were clear, so it wasn't that bad. It wasn't the ice or anything.
So, Colin, you're in Berkshire. You near the future Queen?
Yes.
Ooh, very exciting. Well, I was very pleased to hear that Prince Edward and his wife are now the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh. I was very happy to hear that.
Yeah, I was working out that the last of those, of course, was Prince Philip.
No, I know, and I know that
I'm thinking to put that
want
then.
Edward to get the title.
Yes. Yeah, that was good. That was nice.
I'm very pleased that the king finally decided to do what his parents wanted.
Yes.
Oh my! Ew.
Yeah, that is very ew. The fact that telling her one of my uncles got drunk and passed out in the alley one night. His hair froze to the ground. He had to get someone to pee on him to unfreeze him.
No way.
Now
Man.
that is a mate. That is a mate.
That is a mate. That
It's like when you get stung by a jellyfish on the beach
will
and you have to
never-
get
we'll
someone to
never
pee on
do
your
this
feet.
again.
Yeah.
Have you
Didn't
had
they do a
drink?
Friends
Aye.
episode about
Go
that?
outside.
The power of pee. Wow.
Mhm.
Never underestimate the power of pee.
I was just thinking that, kind of thinking where Matt is, that it's. I said we're definitely totally global now.
Absolutely.
From States to Japan to Tasmania to.
Let's see, Tasmania. It's Australia continent, Asia, Europe, North America. Pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
4 to 6 is pretty good.
Well, it's really legal.
I mean, obviously, there's not a whole lot of people in Antarctica.
Nobody here but us penguins.
I was like, apart from the aliens and predators are frozen under there, of course.
Yes. First goddamn week of winter.
Anyway, is Antarctica, is that not where Atlantis is meant to be?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you hear that one?
I thought
Accordingly-
Atlantis was in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, I
No,
thought it
no,
was the
no,
Mediterranean.
no, that's the thing, right? The Perry Reese map has got the coastline of Antarctica, right? However, where it's located, the meridian is near the equator. What they reckon is, instead of the shrinking, because to have a landmass disappear, but being unable to find it under the water, because they found the one off Scotland, the what's it called? Oh, the Dogger Bank. They found that one, so they know there was land masses, but they can't find where Atlantis is meant to be. But what happens if Atlantis, because of something like maybe the Younger Dryas or the meteor hitting, that maybe skipped to the outer mantle, moved rapidly, which takes anything from the meridian down to Antarctica, and hence the reason why it was mapped prior to it ended up in Antarctica.
That's a long way
So
to go.
that's a theory that basically it's the mantle is suddenly becoming liquid and it's flipping and it's moving, because it has happened in the past, but it's been that long ago. People are not aware of how much, because they're always constantly moving just now. But what happens if it slips? So 12,000 years ago, if it slipped and it suddenly became into the Antarctica and it is frozen over, hence the reason why you've got Perry Reese map and. But no, that it's just these things that I hear. I don't know why I remember them.
I've heard of something, that idea that the maps of Antarctica are the actual landmass rather than the ice, rather than the bit ice covered by the ice.
The other landmass are actually the only found out there was a
it was
landmass.
known before it was known before it froze over.
There's two conclusions according to scientists, right? It is the landmass, and they only found out about it due to the fact is they could do radar depth to actually identify it. However, according to scientists, it can't be the Perry Reese map, cannot be accurate, because Antarctica's been like that for, was it 12 million years?
I know they've got fossils
Oh.
of like tropical plants there.
Yes. And that's the other one, is maybe something it means it was on the equator and it slipped over the maybe over decades. It's just moved so fast that, and that's why they've got all these tropical things, and it had been catalogued.
The Arctic, I mean, part of Alaska is obviously pretty far north, and apparently, at one point when Pangea was turning around, there were camels in what is now Alaska.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's these type of things that always interest me. That's why I like the Final Frontiers, the Graham Hancock stuff. But even I draw a line when it comes to certain things. Yeah, I mean, even Japan. Japan was at one point part of the mainland, but it was also, even after the Younger Dryas and it actually lost a lot of his landmass, it used to be one main island.
Yeah.
And then the Younger Dryas, the ice melting, and it's come up, and that's why it's 3 islands. So Graham Hancock's talking about that at the moment, and they were talking about all the unusual rock foundations round about the Japanese islands.
Yes. There were steps, huge steps going down apparently into the sea. They found like columns and things, of course.
Yep.
Well, they're everywhere, aren't they?
Yeah, and even circles. There's the 3 the circles, because obviously Japan, a lot of the culture is monoliths are celebrated, mountains are celebrated, and they're finding a lot of these monoliths in the water, and they could only have been there prior to 12,000 years ago or during the Younger Dryas, and that's what it's all about, the water. And that's what his fingerprints of the god is, a civilization that happened beforehand.
Yeah.
And all countries are in it. But they're actually, he's doing Japan at the moment, so he's talking about all around Japan.
I haven't been watching it. I remember buying the book Fingerprints of the Gods from W.H. Smith many years ago.
Well, I see, I'm on Audible, and both Fingerprints of the Gods and Magicians of the Gods are included in the basic membership package.
Wow.
It's free. So I'm listening to the 2 of them just now. I've just finished Fingerprints of the God, and I'm doing the Magicians of the Gods, and that's when he's talking about Japan.
Oh.
So it's really interesting. He's talking, he's all around Asia at the moment. He's been doing India and stuff like that, and it's just amazing. There's parts in the books when you're sitting there thinking, if this was a book, I would skip this page, because he tells you a lot of figures.
That's right.
He's rimming off figures, and you're saying, I would skip this part in the page. I would literally skip, but audio you can't.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah,
Yeah.
and they skip the entire chapter.
Yes, but it is. I find them actually interesting, and I do find things from all over the globe that happened that we cannot actually justify one thing or another. Is it man-made? Is it artificial? Or is it man-made that is artificial that has been enhanced by man? And the fact is, nobody can come to any conclusions about anything, which is funny. And then they turn around and say, because we can't find any proof of anything, it has to be this. You just told us.
I'm not saying it was aliens, but
yes. I must admit, I enjoy watching that Ancient Aliens because it's hilarious, the twists and turns people go to fit it in to certain slots.
My sister watches that, I think it does.
Yeah, I like. It's the same as Curse of Oak Island. They're on their 10th season. They're still not found gold. But I watch it for the interest about how many times they can repeat the same thing and find one wee thing and say how it's the most important thing they've ever found again. I just find it funny that they think they're going to find gold, and they've been digging. People have been digging there for 250 years. They've not really, but the legend has built up, and things they say are not true because they only appeared when the show started to appear. Things like that. But I just find it funny that 10 seasons in, they're still not found any gold. But we're nearly there, we're nearly there. I still watch it for fun. But I know they're not going to find anything. I don't think there's anything there. But I still enjoy it. I'm okay with that, watching stuff. I'm okay with when somebody turns around and says, I've watched the same programme as you. I found it dull, and I know you found it really, really funny. But I'd never, ever once thought of kicking off Kelly from the stream.
Huh?
Shots fired.
Basically coupling. We were discussing that in the chat.
Yeah, well,
I found it the funniest thing ever.
And I thought it was stupid and boring.
See, that's what I'm saying. And I found it the funniest thing ever. However, how boring would that be if we all went,
Exactly.
As my late mother used to say, it would be a boring world if we all liked the same thing.
Thank you, Colin. That's exactly what my mother always said.
That's what my late mother used to say. Very boring.
So, great. What is it you are into? What is your prime... I wouldn't say collections or fan sites, because we've all got multiple different things we like. But what's your main one, would you say?
It's American comic books. Basically, Spider-Man, Batman. I grew up getting those, Daredevil, and of course 2000 AD from the UK, PJ. Judge Dredd, of course.
I've got all my case files. I've actually got a couple of the Apocalypse War foolscap stuff.
Ooh,
I've got a few
awesome.
of the old paper ones that are falling apart. Still got them. I've got a few of the newer types, and I've even got one I just put up there. I don't know if you can see it. Just next to the TARDIS under Spider-Man. That's a graded copy.
Wow.
Of number 27. So as I finally got that, I picked that up at the weekend, at the Comic-Con at the weekend. The guy had actually got a load graded, and he was just selling them off for graded price. So,
do you have a favourite Judge Dredd artist? If you had to choose one,
I would definitely see. It has to be. I go back to John Wagner and Carlos Estera. I'm terrible with names.
I can't say his name either. I know. Carlos is awesome.
But see, Carlos, I got a really good compliment. I did a cosplay. I made up the costume. It was just a boiler suit, EVA foam helmet, eagles. And one of the guys stopped me. It was the comic book artist. And says, I know somebody would like that. Can I take a picture? I says, of course. Who? And he said, Carlos. And he sent my picture, it to Carlos. Somebody's made the costume. And I was just so over the moon. Accordingly, he loved it. He says it was very comic book. So I was over the moon.
I'll try and beat Gary to this one. If Carlos got together with his brother Eric, would that be Bread and Chips? Yeah, I remember. Carlos started a surname. You see,
Eric Estrada, come on, you. That was not even funny. Although I still want a Chips bike. It's one of my things in my collection.
I remember Chips, Colin.
Yeah. It's TV program. I've got a list of vehicles that I want to collect because all the TV programs I watched, and I want one. Chips, Street Hawk.
Street Hawk, PJ. I love that show.
And Blue Thunder are three I'm finding the most difficult to get. So, but Street Hawk, I loved the bit where he's trying to do the flip and he actually presses a button and it said the girl's going, it shouldn't be able to do that, and he does the backflip. I love that. I thought that was absolutely cool. Same as watching Dataman with Desi Arnaz Jr.
Oh my God!
Remember?
A long time.
The car would drive along and suddenly do a right-hand turn, and you see Desi Arnaz go like that to the window, as if he's been turned sideways. And stuff like that.
If I had an HGV license, I'd know what I want. I'd want the really big truck that had a helicopter from the front from Highwayman. If anybody else actually remembers the series, it was a very short-lived series.
Truthfully, I can't remember a lot about it, but I do know what you're talking about with the cockpit.
Yeah, with
yes,
double connections because, of course, the main stars were Sam Jones from Flash Gordon and V's Jane Badler.
Oh, from V.
Yeah,
she
from
played
V.
the baddie in V.
Yeah,
she played Diana.
Diana. Yeah.
Diana V, yes.
Oh, very good. I didn't know that. So she was in that. So, but yeah, a lot of these old classic stuff I'd like to get a hold of. Judge Dredd. I'm a big Judge Dredd. I've been growing up. I grew up reading Dredd, and hence these are my logo and my one or two wee bits and pieces of memorabilia there. And that's my lawgiver, Mark 1, my day stick, my helmet there, and my badge and my belt buckle.
I vaguely remember 2030 when it started, and of course, Judge Dredd actually came along in issue 2.
Yes, issue 2, yes.
Issue 2, issue 1 had no Judge Dredd. Issue 1 was just I think issue 1 had a sort of cut out frisbee, whatever they call it on the front, if I remember right.
It was issue 2 had the decoder. The blue decoder with a circle, and you could actually write, and if you A, B, C, D, and I had that.
Yeah, I think issue 1 had a sort of semi-chakram. It was, if I remember right, the picture in my mind is one of these ones. It's a little bit like a propeller. So it's 3 blade with a circle within a circle. So it's one item, cheapo plastic stamped out, obviously.
Yes, of course, that's exactly what it was. But one of the first stories in it was Mac Zero, and Invasion was one of the.
Yes, I remember Invasion.
Invasion with a shotgun with a leather jacket, and that was it. No comic book outfit, leather jacket, and a shotgun. That was it.
Resistance. Yeah.
Resistance. Bill. Oh. It wasn't Bill Savage. Was it Bill Savage? I can't quite remember. Bill Savage Invasion.
Familiar,
and it was against the Volgans.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to call them Russians. So they called them Volgans. And basically the River Volga. I wonder who they're actually meant to represent. So yeah, I did like.
Was it 1977? I'm going off memory here when it first came out. 2000
I think
my brother used to collect it. I was too young. I was 4, so I didn't buy it myself.
No, I was 12 when it first came out, so that was 1960, 1977, yeah? 1977.
Wow. Makes it contemporaneous with Star Wars, doesn't it? 77?
Yeah.
78 was Star Wars, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Star Wars was definitely 77.
We got it a year later in the UK, didn't we, PJ, I think?
Yes, we did. We got it in 78. That's why.
78? We had to wait.
We got it in the beginning of 78, but 2000 AD, because before 2000 AD, I was reading Star-Lord.
Yeah, Star-Lord.
And then 2000 AD took over. It was 2000 AD and Star-Lord. 2000 AD and Star-Lord. 2000 AD and Star-Lord. 2000 AD. Yeah. Johnny Alpha. They wanted like one or two of the characters. They had Johnny Alpha and Rodos.
It picked someone else up as well. It picked someone else up as well at some point. It got picked up.
Tornado.
Yeah, it wasn't Warlord, was it? I don't think it picked up Warlord. It picked up Star-Lord.
I don't think it was Warlord. I think it was just
it was Warlord.
Like Tornado or something like that. But I've got a Star-Lord annual still.
Wow.
I think it's a 1978 Star-Lord annual. It's an old one. It's falling apart. I don't want to actually move it too much in case it actually goes boom.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing about when you've got a book. It's starting to look its age, like some of us.
Well, it's like my one of my copies of Starship Troopers is like that. I had to replace it because it fallen apart.
Excuse me.
Oh, isn't it?
Thank you.
Funny
I went
part,
sneak up
so-
on me.
Yeah, kept funny parts. I'd read it so often, and then every
Yeah.
time I watched the film, I went and read the book.
I did the same. I've
And then I
still
went
got
and read,
books 1 to 5
Collectible.
of Wheel of Time. I've got them in paperback, and my first 5 Wheel of Time books are falling apart because I would read the book, a new one was come out, so I would read both. Then a new one would come out, I'd read all 3, then a new one, and I got to the point. My first 5 books, after that, they were all hardback. So I would take the display cover off, so it didn't matter if it was falling apart. I put the dust cover on it, and it looked great. But my first 5 books being paperback, I still got them. The rest of them I gave away. Those ones, because they're my favourite 5, they're falling apart, literally falling apart. I think if I actually started reading them again, I would pull pages out. So, nope. That's the worst part with old stuff.
Yeah.
One pulling we fall apart.
Oh, so I got
Did you enjoy the Amazon adaptation, PJ?
Did you see my review of it? Did you see my review
No, I
of it?
haven't. I haven't.
Well, myself,
Oh my God, what happened to
Jim,
that?
and who else was that did it? The 3 Colin. The 3 of us were watching it.
Okay.
I watched it the very first week of the review. I told everybody 30 seconds in, I paused it and I spent more time shouting at the screen than I did watching it. The first 30 seconds, they completely ruined it.
It's a terrible opening. Yeah.
30 seconds in and they'd already actually says, see the books you read? Useless.
Well, I hadn't read the books, and I still thought it was I know how you felt because I watched the first 4 episodes of Foundation.
Yeah.
Didn't watch any more. I think I watched more than 4.
Yeah, it's the same. But no, that season, the only reason I continued to the end was because I said I would actually review it. But oh my God, every week I felt as if I was going.
Yeah.
And it was just bad, real bad. And the worst part is, I always used to say, see when the Timeless Child came for Doctor Who, people says, it ruined Doctor Who for me. I says, do what I do. Classic Doctor Who, I stopped. The new stuff I don't watch.
Okay.
So how can the new stuff being there ruin the old stuff? They says, but Timeless Child ruins everything. I said, don't be silly.
No.
Until I watch Wheel of Time. Now every time I listen to my audiobook, I hear them. I picture them. And I just go, no, I need to stop listening. I need to stop reading.
Oh no, really?
Yeah. It's because the pictures are there. And see the audiobooks, Audible are replacing the audiobooks with a re-recording with Rosalind Munn reading them. They are at least an hour longer. So have they added things and changed things, or is it just she's reading slowly? But they've moved her from the guy's voice. Well, it used to be a man and a woman who would alternate, and it depends what side of the story they're doing. She's a narrator, and the story is longer for some reason. Yes. So as she's reading that slowly, it's added extra time to it. Or have they changed the stories from Robert Jordan's? So the fact is, I'm glad I've got the old audio. I could not get the new audio. But
I'd never read the books, PJ. I'd never read them, and it was a series. It was the series that led me to go and read the books. I'm halfway through book 3 now, and they're so good. They get better and better. Book 2, The Wild Hunt, and book 3, Dragon Reborn. Loving them.
The first 3 are my favourites. I reckon that they could have finished after book 3.
Right? Oh, really?
As he goes on, the books builds on the story, but there's some books where they start and end at the same point, so it's went round a circle. So there's not added a lot to it. It's added wee bit to it. They've just tried to bring the story all together, but they've done it in such a way that they've not really added to the story. All they've done is just circle the wagons, as they say. So big lumps of the book could be ignored, and it doesn't change the story. But that's because he's trying to bring all his big story down. And then when Brandon Sanderson got it, everybody else is saying Brandon Sanderson's great. I don't like Brandon Sanderson's completion.
Have you read any of his own stuff though, Peter?
Yes, I have, and they're okay. I don't.
Oh,
think
no, so
they're-
I haven't. I'm just saying. So I'm wondering, is it?
I've read
just a case of
Alloys
he's
of
taken over?
War and one of the other ones, the Shadow something. There's the Alloys of War and there's the other one, but I've read two of them. The thing is, I thought they were okay. They weren't my type, so maybe it's for the simple fact is he's Disney writing the style I like. But he was chosen by Robert Jordan and Robert Jordan's wife, who's the producer, to complete it. So he must have done it well enough that they would have been happy. But it felt as if he'd added things in to make it his own story, or it was meant to finish off with a particular book, but that suddenly became 3 books. So did he add his own stuff in because he wanted to make more money from those 3 books? And that's the parts that I just couldn't get around, because there's suddenly things in here that has never been mentioned the whole time of all the other books, but we're meant to believe that Robert Jordan actually had this idea, and that's the parts. But I still went through them all. I got every single book. I even got the prequel book. There is a prequel where Moiraine and Lan. I've got that one. New Spring, it's called, and that's
Good night,
good as
Melvin.
well.
Night,
Right,
Melvin.
Night, Melvin. Thanks for joining us. But
Okay, Melvin.
the thing is, because I've read the books, I read them for 20 odd years prior to this, and then after listening to that, I hear their voices and see them, and I just think, oh, I need to let it go so I can forget it. People keep bringing it up, and I keep remembering it. But it's a case of I need to give it time. So I've been looking at other books, and this one's become my newest favourite series, Dungeon Crawler Carol.
Anyway, guys,
it's bad as it sounds.
Oh, you have to
Alex,
yeah, I'm going now anyway.
No
So,
problem, Alex. Thanks for
yeah.
joining us. I'll
No
catch you
problem.
maybe Wednesday. Remember, it is Drop Dead
Maybe.
Fred.
Okay, well, take care, everybody.
Good night.
Yeah,
See you
good night,
later.
mate.
Bye.
Done it.
Night, Alex.
So an excuse to watch Phoebe Cates and Rick Mail again.
Oh, I love that film. That is such a
Drop Dead
wonderful
Fred.
film.
That's what we're talking about on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Love it. Rick
It
Mail,
really is.
Rick Mail in it is just great.
I've
We
never
did
actually
House Paradiso. That was a superb one as well.
But it's also very touching. It's hilariously funny, but it's an extremely touching, emotional story. I always cry when I watch it. Because I could never say goodbye to Rick. He was like the best.
I'm surrounded by my Drop Dead Freds, because Drop Dead Fred was about saying goodbye to childhood.
Yeah, and
I never
why?
said goodbye. I grew old. I never grew up.
It's far too overrated.
Yeah. But it's so basically, I liked it for the simple fact that it was saying goodbye to childhood memories and childhood things, and I liked it. But I also realised, isn't going to happen to me. Nope, never.
That's interesting. Actually, you saying that's an interesting thought. Just occurred to me. Would it, in some ways, then perhaps be a whenever it was made version in a way of Peter Pan? In that Peter Pan, one of the main themes in Peter Pan is also growing up.
It's all about growing up. How Peter never grows up in boys.
Yeah.
No, but see, the difference between Peter Pan was there was that girls were brainy enough to know they had to grow up.
Yeah.
Boys were dumb enough to think they could stay boys all the time.
Why it's
It's the reason why you've got Wendy.
Girls and the Lost Boys.
No, we're not talking about the new iteration although I was trying to use a different word, but even I couldn't actually say anything nice about it. But the new iteration of it, to me, is like the new
Abomination.
iteration of a lot of stuff forgettable. Not even seen it and I've forgotten it. But the classic one is girls are smart enough not to get lost. That's why you've got the lost boys.
Yeah.
Boys are not smart enough to realise that they have to grow up at some point, says the man sitting surrounded by toys.
I was about to say, no, boys are smart enough to realise that actually we can do both.
Reading comic books forever and ever.
Oh,
Crazy.
yes.
Says the boy who dresses up at Robin
over there.
Says the boy who dresses up
Spider-Man,
Robin Hood at
I've got,
weekends.
The Flash. I've got the Flash sitting over there. So I have. And I've got the news. That Spider-Man one looks very similar, but I don't think it's the same version. Because I've got a couple of Spider-Man, not annuals, but collections. And there's that many of them, but I almost bought a Spider-Man thing today, and I said, no, don't. Bad boy. It was a desk lamp, right? There's a lamp, and Spider-Man standing on it, or holding on to it, and to switch it on, there's a fire hydrant, and it was a dimmer switch for your desk.
Wow.
That sounds awesome.
And I was sitting there going, and then I remembered I've got 2 boxes of stuff that I've not even opened. I better not actually spend any more at the moment. So I like bringing it. I just did my Star Trek, He-Man, and Scooby Doo earlier on, and I've got 2 boxes to do other stuff to do.
I love that Scooby Doo you bought.
I know. I want that.
They also have, believe it or not, the mystery machine that those figures can sit in.
Oh
wow!
Oh my God!
Wait, when B&M?
Oh, don't tell me that. Oh my God!
All right, so I don't want to actually.
It's classic design, the mystery machine, isn't it? It's great.
Oh,
It's
it is. It's so iconic. Yeah.
The figures, those figures fit in the mystery machine. So they do.
Cool.
That is really cool.
So they are, and I was going to get the mystery machine, but I decided at the last minute probably not, because I've got so much there. But I think I might actually get a mystery.
Wait a minute,
machine
PJ. Is that right? They're all white, aren't they? The characters there. I think you've got the wrong one.
I've got the correct one. Look,
and there's one dog.
The classic, the original.
Now we mentioned that earlier.
Shaggy, Red, Velma.
Oh, really?
Not Norval. It's not Norval. You know what it is? It's Shaggy.
And no Scrappy.
No Scrappy. I didn't like
Scrappy.
Scrappy.
Hell
Sorry.
no.
Never liked him.
No,
Sorry,
no,
Scrappy.
no. Yeah, he's.
That's what we were saying.
He was the Jar Jar Binks of Scooby Doo.
I noticed both the guys in that fashion.
Well, in all fairness, I think Jar Jar Binks was actually loved a bit more than Scrappy was.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's definitely strong words.
He started the whole empire, didn't he? Jar Jar.
Yes.
It's all down to him.
Did you not hear the stupid theories about it? He was actually a Sith Lord.
Yeah.
They tend to be clumsy. So like when they would trip over and it would flick something and the two robots get killed, he meant to do that because he was a Sith Lord. Really? You think that was a Sith Lord? And you're sitting there going, oh my God, people are actually just trying to justify anything. But yeah. Mind you, I suppose when it actually comes to the fact that you've got Jar Jar Abrams rewriting it now.
Yes, exactly. Darth Jar Jar.
That's become his name as well, isn't it? Thanks to
Yes.
is it Nerdrodic? Gary who started all that. Jar Abrams. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Scrappy is the Jar Jar Binks of Scooby.
No, I was giving Wendy credit for having said it.
Yes, but I know I saw your autocorrect. That's why I was repeating.
Yeah, no, I was saying it needs to be written down that Scrappy's the Jar Jar Binks of Scooby, but it came out Banks. Damn you want her.
What, you mean Scrappy was a really bad Caribbean?
Let's see, who would Scrappy be? Who would Scrappy be in Death in Paradise?
Hopefully the victim.
We'll give you that one. We'll give you that one. Ruby.
Oh, baby.
No.
I
No.
dislike Ruby.
Ruby's wonderful.
I thought Ruby was the most annoying character on that.
Towards the end, she was wonderful.
Oh, come on, guys. Gray's got 10 years to catch up before he gets to Ruby.
I know.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, towards the end, Ruby was wonderful. It's Madeline I really dislike. Madeline was terrible. She did not fit in at all.
If you're looking for people that don't fit in, the intermediate cops you've had two of them.
Yeah.
One when D.I. Poole is ill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She was annoying. She
Wasn't
was the most annoying character.
Yeah, but
Shirley Henderson.
Okay,
Yes.
if I've got my actresses right,
It was Shirley Henderson.
I think she ended up as just a head, literally, as a face in a paving stone, providing.
Yes, it's the same actress.
Yes, that's exactly who it was. The one from Doctor Who's Love and Monsters.
Certain sexual, certain sexual acts to her boyfriend.
Did you see her? She plays. Oh God, what? Well, first of all, she was in Bridget Jones movies, but she also was in Shakespeare Retold. She plays Katerina against Rufus Sewell, who played Petruchio.
In fact,
They were fantastic. Really, really good.
If I try to play 6 Degrees of thing, I think she ended up performing all sex on Edward Diaz.
She did what?
She ended up performing all sex on Edward Diaz.
I don't remember that.
Didn't not one play with Diaz.
Mr. Death, Mr. Tia Timey. Remember Mr. Tia Timey?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
he was in.
He was in Love and Monsters as well.
He was, yeah.
Wasn't he? He was
You're right. I remember
He's
now.
a marvelous actor. I love him.
Yeah. Right, guys, could you cover for 2 seconds? I need to actually check something.
Yeah, so no, it was Teatime, wasn't it? Diaz, Edward Diaz, another one, I think, isn't he? It's another assassin from this world.
Well, I've only just started watching it. Yeah, Death in Paradise. Of course, it's. I get the idea of the show, but is that island? Does it have the highest murder count per character?
It's a bit like Midsummer.
I was going to say, yeah, it's in the same.
Equivalent to Cabot Cove, Maine.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
And Midsummer.
St Mary Cray, where Miss Marple lives.
Yeah.
Or in fact, Jersey.
Jersey.
Actually,
Midsummer, you said as well. Yeah.
I think Cabot Cove is worse because Cabot Cove probably has fewer people than St. Marie.
Oh, okay.
Because Cabot Cove is a teeny tiny little village tucked away in Maine, but St. Marie's an entire country. So I'm thinking Cabot Cove may have a higher death rate.
Oh, death rate, yes, definitely.
Death rate, exactly. But
again,
St. Marie's pretty dangerous.
Actually, yeah, because I don't think they were always deaths in Jersey, were they? He only moved to the Murder Squad when he moved to Midsummer. I don't care if he changed his name. It's still Jim. I'm sorry, it's still Jim Bergerac.
Yes, I didn't see Bergerac, so I kind of know him as Barnaby.
I watched the first episode and just could not get into it.
Mm.
I mean, maybe I'll try the second, but I just could not get into it.
No, some things are like that, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly.
I tried that with Strange New Worlds, and I didn't finish because a lot of people had said it's much better than all the rest of them. I don't think I actually managed to finish the first episode.
Oh, really? I haven't watched it, Colin. I heard the same thing.
Well, I mean, I couldn't get having watched the original series, I couldn't get past the hot Vulcan sex. I've got no problem with this. So, no, they're supposed to every 7 years, and he didn't want to marry to Pring. Sorry.
I want the first regular tribe, but there's no hot sex in there. Just saying.
No, but I mean, they did it, but they do this, but they're rewriting it. No, Spock and to Pring didn't, and he didn't want. They didn't do it, and he didn't want to. He wasn't interested. He did not want to do it. The only involvement he had with her was because it was Ponfar. It wasn't. But no, in this thing, they're already in a relationship if they're married. And this is set, 10 years before the original series? No. So, no, they just... I'm sorry, they've rewritten the characters. Thoroughly. I mean,
Are you watching Picard season 3 at all? Just curious.
I'm not, but I am tempted to watch it when it's finished because a lot of people have said it is the closest thing to continuation to Next Generation. So I might when it's finished.
I'm enjoying it. It's still got a lot of faults, but it's so much better than season 1. And season 2 I couldn't finish. It was so bad.
I watched the first two episodes.
I think I had disappeared for a second, Colin.
Oh, well, no, there's a surprise. I watched the first 2 episodes of Disgracery, so I don't think I've actually got as far as the actual ship itself.
Discovery.
I heard about. I had no interest in Picard in the first place.
Okay.
Patrick Stewart started shouting his mouth off about his politics, and more to the point that the show is about politics. And I decided, okay, no, definitely not, thank you. And then I heard about what happened to Icheb, and I decided, gross, go away. I'm not touching this with a barge pole. I thought, no, that's just not Star Trek. But
you can skip them completely. Skip the 2 seasons. Just start with season 3, and it's not too bad. But again, it is still it's got a lot of flaws. The new Trek, it's got some swearing, which doesn't feel right in Star Trek. The bad language is weird. It's very dark. It's very adult.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, my question is, can you watch it and actually completely forget that actually it's not Picard anyway? It's just a robot with his memories.
No, because being a robot, it's got a very frail voice. Number one, I'm so sorry.
So we'll take a robot. We'll download his memories into a robot, and crazy. We'll make a robot. But we'll put the robot's age and infirmity exactly the same as their character was.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not going to let the poor bugger die. We're going to make him live even longer in a frail aging body. Wow.
He's not too bad in it. He's very frail. He's lost his commanding voice, but Jonathan Frakes as Riker is brilliant, and so is Worf. I forget the actor's name. Lieutenant Worf is great in it.
Yeah.
Michael Dorn, that's it.
Yeah.
He's great.
Yeah, I've heard these that they are. I mean, I might well because I used to. I mean, I was never a massive Star Trek Next Generation fan. I remember when it first came out. And there was, I remember seeing a behind the scenes making a special something. My hack was rising at a bit when I was obviously at the Rat Party or something, and I think it was Jonathan Frakes races to the new crew of Starship Enterprise or something, and that raised my hackles. But then I've grown up since then. Okay, fine, no, it's a new series. I can accept it for what it is. Mm. Personally, of the sequels, my favourite is probably especially season 3 and 4 of Enterprise.
Okay.
Which I thought was the one time I think a prequel has been done well, because they said it's sufficiently far enough back to have no real connection. The only problem, the biggest problem with that was that, okay, yeah, it's set 200 years before, but the technology of the people making it has moved on. So it looks like it's made in the 1990s, 2000 rather than the 1960s. But other than that, I thought that technicality aside, I did actually quite like it.
I love Deep Space Nine, especially from season 4. Really gets good.
Yeah, it got better towards
Deep Space Nine was a really, really good clone of Babylon 5.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
It definitely had more of a vibe.
Yes, it so definitely was, and B, you could tell which one I watched, which one I preferred. But yes.
Yeah, we loved Quark, Armin Shimmerman.
Oh yeah,
who played Quark, and there was a great crossover with when Armin Shimmerman went into Buffy the Vampire Slayer and he played Principal Snyder. They actually did a shot where they backlit his ears. His whole face was in the dark, and they backlit his ears as a little homage to Quark, and it was so freaking awesome. It was such a punch the air moment. I can remember watching it actually, that episode when it went out on Buffy, and I was like, oh,
I forgot he was in Buffy because I love
great
Buffy.
In Buffy.
Buffy was awesome.
The snake at the end. Yeah, listen, you here, Mister.
Oh god, that scene was just so cool when they did that. I was like, yes, they get it.
I haven't seen that, but I definitely plan to look for it now. You've mentioned it. An airborne assault type mecha. I'll have a look for that one. But yes, I've been listening in the background. It's just I had to get some things organised for Hod it and Dod it before they go to their kit. The two dogs are basically were sitting there going, that's not me whistling. It just so happened I did that at the same time. But basically the two dogs are sitting there going, we need out, we need out, we need out, we need out. So I had to go and let them out. So that's why I had to disappear. They rule my life for some reason. But
I won't spoil it if you haven't seen it, but I've actually found the still image from the episode, the Buffy episode, of when they backlit his ears. It was so funny.
Share it, and I'll put it up.
Oh, I'd love to see it.
I'm trying to.
Somebody's getting text.
Me.
Either that or the butler's rung the dinner bell.
Which one was it? Hold on. Is this the one?
Oh, of course, she's got a delivery from Avon.
Avon calling.
I actually married a friend who used to work for Avon.
I'm saying nothing, but I used to work for Tupperware.
A CA accountant who worked for Avon.
I'm just wondering. I wonder if anyone has ever done a mashup where you've got Blake 7. Ding dong, Avon calling.
Yeah.
I wonder if anyone's ever done that.
Terry Thomas. That's what happens when you have Terry Thomas playing Avon. Ding dong.
I love Terry Thomas.
Oh, I love Terry Thomas. Yeah, he was wonderful. I'm trying to find the episode this is from. It's been a while.
We definitely need to do a review of It's a Mad, 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 Mad World.
Oh, that's a wonderful film. I still cry laughing watching that.
Jimmy Durante in it. It's a mad.
Anybody was in it.
Yes.
Okay, it looks like.
So
I mean, just look at the cast list. Everybody was in it.
Yep. And I heard he's talking about Tigard. But
I'm sorry, PJ. I'm so sorry.
Yes, I've not watched it, number one. It's basically, I know everybody's saying it's really good and me, but I can't imagine stepping into a TV show halfway through it without watching it from the beginning. And there's no way near. Even though people are saying you don't need to watch 1 and 2, you just go into 3.
You don't need to, no. But I know
I
what you
know,
mean.
but the problem is
Yeah.
I'd be like turning around and saying, right, I don't like Colin Baker. So if you just ignore Colin Baker's episodes, it's part and parcel of classic Doctor Who. So you can't just say, well, I don't like that.
That's
When you skip
interesting.
that part out. It's that there's some if they had a couple of bad episodes, but yeah.
Well, anyway, I've let me find. I'm trying to find this photo. It's being awkward because it's showing me the photo, and it's like taking me to an episode from Buffy called Faith, Hope, and Trick. But I'm trying to find the actual still. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Hold on. I'll share the link now. Hold on. Oh, it's wonderful.
Okay.
Hold on. Going into the private chat. There you go.
Who's talking about I clap this again? Right.
Yep.
As soon as they showed the scene, I was just punching the air. I was like, yeah, they did it.
All right.
Patrick Stewart with hair, Kelly. Really? Did he have it on top or just the sides?
No, he definitely had.
He did have it on top. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he had it when he was in. What was the the Roman adaptation?
I Claudius.
I Claudius. Yeah, he was in that.
Yeah.
I was showing the box set last week.
Yes.
Right. Great
It
series.
was
Not only
also-
that, but he was one
Derek
of the baddies.
Jacobi.
Oh yes.
About 20 years
he's
ago,
marvelous.
3 years ago, there was an adaptation of Elizabeth Gaskell's North and South, starring Richard Armitage.
Oh,
And-
I love him.
Yeah, well, apparently, back in the 70s, Patrick Stewart played that part again with him.
Great. You'll understand why my biggest.
So the ears are lit, aren't they? They've lit
Yeah,
the
they
ears
backlit
perfectly.
his ears. It was just so good. It's such a great little Easter egg.
You'll understand then, Gray, why my biggest punch the air moment in Doctor Who. Yes, you're on. We're winding back. We're winding Roman up by talking about Doctor Who. My biggest punch the air moment was that bit in Utopia. Oh my God, Derek Jacobi is the master.
Oh, he was.
Yeah,
He needed
but
more
more
of the master.
Yeah, but more to the point, the thing they missed, the biggest trick that they missed, that everybody missed. You got the War Doctor is John Hurt.
Mm-hmm.
The War Master is Derek Jacobi, and you don't put them
God.
together.
Hasn't Big Finish done that?
No, Big Finish. They've both been in Big Finish. John Hurt.
Together?
No, not together. John Hurt
Oh
did
man, what a
War
waste!
Doctors.
What a
shame.
Derek Jacobi has done. Derek Jacobi's still doing War Masters, but no, they were never together. But
What
I
a
saw that.
waste of an opportunity. They
So
could have
that-
been epic together. Totally epic.
I mean, John Hurt is the one. I think is the one reason why. I don't care that I couldn't get Paul McGann.
Or Chris Eccleston. Oh, I agree. He's the only reason that the War Doctor works.
Yes,
It should have been Paul McGann or Chris
Paul McGann.
Eccleston.
It should have been Paul McGann because I've always thought I've always read it that McGann that Eccleston was pretty freshly regenerated.
Yeah, it should have been Paul McGann.
It should have been McGann.
Yeah, I agree.
I wish McGann had got a series or two.
Oh,
proper
man.
TV
He would have been
series.
so
He,
good.
to me, he should have been the War Doctor.
Yeah,
and to John Hurt, no matter how much I love him, bringing an in between two doctors in, and suddenly everybody's to go, I will. No, it should have been Paul McGann. They wanted Christopher Eccleston. It was designed for Christopher Eccleston, and then he said, "No, not coming back." So they decided, why didn't they just go? Well,
Get Paul McGann.
Paul. He's done it, so he could come in and.
Well,
It's
in
not-
the
they decided-
episode The Night of the Doctor, Paul McGann is beginning the Time War. I mean, you can see that he's part of the Time War, and he regenerates into what's his name?
John Hurt. He's
No, I
regenerating.
know that, but I meant the character. They show him as
the thingy of Khan.
Yeah.
No. When they show him regenerating, he looks like
Eccleston.
No, the Emperor? The crazy
Rassilon.
has his horse as a senator.
Claudius.
Thank
No,
you.
John Hurt. Yeah, John Hurt. Yeah, John Hurt as was Caligula.
Caligula. Thank you.
Yeah.
They regenerate him into Caligula.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So what was that? Right, before we go anywhere, what was that question, Gray? Roman of the Empire, I think, is one of the few people in our sphere that likes it. Likes what? What were we talking about? Picard.
Yeah.
That's because Roman's weird. We all know that.
Because he's gone for a second. Yes. Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, I think I honestly don't know. I think the War Doctor. I think for me personally, and again, it's as we said before, it's all personal. I think them not being able to get McGann was a very most definitely silver lining in a cloud with having John Hurt as the War Doctor. Because if we if they'd managed to do it, we wouldn't have had John Hurt as the War Doctor.
And exactly the point. That's exactly my point.
I
went for the actor rather than the actual proper way of doing it, because they says, "Oh, good, John Hurt." People won't notice. We'll just shove him in between these two, and people are not making it count. And that's the point. I don't give a toss. It was John Hurt. The fact that they ruined the system. They ruined it afterwards by saying, "Oh well, there's thousands of them in between, so it doesn't matter."
They brought it back. I don't know. I mean, I think it depends. I don't know what the backstory was. I don't know why we got John Hurt rather than Paul McGann or Christopher Eccleston.
According to Christopher Eccleston, it was written for him, and he said no because he was having that hissy fit with the BBC.
I must admit, to be quite honest, I don't think it would have. I wouldn't have seen him as the War Doctor, simply because Eccleston. I've always thought his Doctor was newly regenerated, and I'm sure there's bits of space when they say it. But
I don't know how newly regenerated, because with all the big
because he does the way he talks in the few of them. When he's talking to the Dalek, he's given that it's almost the bile of he's seen things, not his previous self has seen things. He's seen things.
What
what I got.
I don't know, but I mean, in answer to your point, Kelly, they did a vet. Well, I think what they did is they suggested. I've not listening to the Big Finish, but I think what they've done is they've suggested that all the Big Finish stuff with Christopher Eccleston takes place in that microsecond on screen between the TARDIS fading and it coming back in, and him asking Billy Piper Rose if she wants to go with him.
I've been saying that. I think that makes sense.
Yeah,
but he's still relatively newly regenerated.
Yeah, I've always seen him that way.
No, but see, the thing is, as I've said before, different mediums makes no difference.
No, it doesn't. No, what I'm saying is that I've always the TV Eccleston, just going by that. I've always had the impression that he was newly regenerated.
Exactly, he was. Remember, he looks at his ears and flips them around and said, "Oh, look at
exactly."
ears.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. Did they try to go? So, okay, well, we can't get Eccleston for this one. Okay. Did they then try and get Paul McGann, and Paul McGann was not available to do it? Or did they immediately say, "Okay, we'll go for"? Oh, good, we can get John Hurt. Yeah.
See,
I think it depends how they went about it.
I think if they'd asked for Paul McGann, he might have said yes.
Yeah,
unless he couldn't have got out of it. I don't think I've not heard that they had asked him. All I heard was he couldn't do it, so they had to find somebody to fit that point. It's almost like they didn't think of Paul McGann because he was old Doctor Who.
Yeah, I mean,
so they didn't even consider it.
No, there were so many ways. I mean, I think you're right. In every way but one, it should have been Madame. The one way I think in which she's saving grace is that it was John Hurt. And I think the way they actually dealt with that all the way through was actually they dealt with it quite cleverly within the universe, where they said all these things he did. He's so embarrassed that he stopped calling. He didn't. At the time, he didn't give himself to the doctor. I think
that lead the that lead it out for Missy being the master. Because up until that point, Time Lords never changed their names. The Time Lord's name was their name. Like, fair enough, there was silly ones like the Chancellor, things like that.
Instances, they had to do something because they couldn't get Eccleston, and for whatever reason, they couldn't get.
But I think
it shouldn't have been. It should have actually just been a case of if they couldn't get someone, don't try and shoehorn something in.
No, but I think, as I said, I mean, I see what something. I mean, from my point of view, I think and probably purely because it was John Hurt. I mean, if it was almost anybody, I don't know, maybe if you've got Derek Jacobi instead, I don't know, possibly Jacobi is another actor of the caliber that could have handled it.
The problem is that argument is the only thing I can understand about that argument is John Hurt's a good actor, a great actor, but saying the only saving grace was John Hurt, but it didn't save the reason what they did. So it didn't matter if you got the greatest of all. Everybody lived no matter what. They still screwed up the story to fit him. So it screws the story.
I think I can see your point, and I take your point. I said, as I said, from my personal point of view, I think that given the situation they got stuck in, I think they did it quite well when they said I hid him away, and then they come along, and they came along because they then come along and they say, okay, so he's not. Yeah, and they bring it in where I think they screwed up the numbering worse, and that I think was when they did it with Tennant, and because you get to the point where Matt Smith is the 13th Doctor because he's got no regenerations left. So what they did is where they did whatever it was that they came up with about Tennant's Doctor being both the 10th and 11th, or the 11th and the 12th, as you count it, you know.
Yeah. And just, I want to say to Roman, we're talking about an alternate thing called Doctor, huh? We're not talking about Doctor Who in this timeline whatsoever. We don't do that when you're here. You're not here. We talk about Doctor Who.
Well, remember,
it's just coincidental you're hearing that name. It's just
in the 5-ish Doctors, they bring Paul McGann in, but they say he's always busy. Probably an element
sort of
in that.
Yes.
Yes. But I'll stick to classics, thanks anyway.
Guys, I'm going to have to... sorry, Colin. I was just going to say I'm going to have to go. I'm fading here. But this has been absolutely awesome. Great fun as always.
It's only
no problem, man. Thanks again. And remember, Drop Dead Fred Wednesday.
Any excuse to watch that film again. Yeah.
And
wonderful.
And
nice to meet you, Wendology.
Yes, lovely to meet you as well, Dre. Yes, thanks for coming on.
I'm not sure I'll see you tomorrow, unfortunately, but I'm looking forward when Mr. Hyde finally puts the Puppet Master on that. Puppet Master's on his list.
Yes, I heard that passed more or less. So yeah, so that might be happening. So
unfortunately,
I'm hoping to catch it tomorrow as well, but I've got a couple of comics I need to read for review purposes.
You're gonna miss. Poor Colin is gonna miss an excellent movie.
Yes.
Yes. This is quite a classic. Yeah.
Unlike a lot of the other movies we've watched that are
Night Roman
trash, this is truly an excellent movie.
Yep. Okay. On that note, I'm going to bail.
And see you soon.
You guys have a fab rest of the chat, and I will catch you again.
No problem, man.
Lovely
Thanks
to meet
again.
you, Gray. Ta-da.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night. Take it easy.
And then there was sport.
Oh, and I'm slowly heading down.
Come on, Roman, where are you? Roman,
It's
Doctor
this infusion.
Roman's actually he's basically drowning in cables.
It's this infusion of new blood from Japan that's doing it. You see, it's making us last longer.
Yeah, it's mid-morning for him and for Matt Pye.
I have no idea how anybody managed to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning. Not on a Saturday.
I'm usually up at like 6, 5:30 on a weekday.
Wow,
crazy.
I know.
Because I'm old. I might not look it, but I'm old. It's the Japanese food. It's the fish.
You're actually talking to the wrong crowd here.
Yeah. You know, Roman keeps mentioning 30-foot Tony 56. That's because I was there.
Yeah,
I was there.
That's an ongoing joke.
Are you a Time Lord, Colin, by any chance?
He's a time serf.
Yes, exactly. Yes. No, I'm a time archer, so I'm not a lord. I never got knighted.
Yeah, Colin hangs
You
out.
get knighted, but never knighted.
Exactly.
Nice.
I
Naughty
hang
but
out
knight.
I hang out with Edward III, the Black Prince, quite a bit.
Yeah,
Quite
you
literally
missed
with
the
Edward
beginning
III.
of the chat when we were talking about Edward I, Edward II, Edward III, etc.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but no, I'm a medieval reenactor, which is why my avatar that is actually my me in knitting by one of the ladies in my group. That's why I changed it, because I've literally got it in front of me, which at a banquet. But
He used to use an actual archer.
yeah, but I actually do. That's where Roman kicks.
Whereas I'm an actual dungeon crawler.
Exactly. Yes.
And I'm not Snoopy. I'm my late, very much lamented dog, Lucy. I wanted to be Eleanor of Aquitaine, but I can't figure out how to load her up.
Told you the 3 dots. You change your avatar
Yeah,
in there.
I know that, but when I bring that up, my picture of Eleanor is not one of the choices.
Ah,
right.
Are you on a Mac?
Yes, I am.
It's the format. You have to change that to a JPEG.
Oh.
Oh.
So you have
nice
to. It has to be a JPEG.
What would I know?
A Mac, because a Mac can have an image that doesn't have an extension. The StreamYard doesn't like it. It doesn't recognize it because it's looking for extensions for Windows PCs.
Yeah, I don't know how to do this. I'll have to figure it out another time. I don't have enough time to figure this out. I'm older than all of you.
I know. I don't like to think on that, because on the grounds that I don't like to think of a lady as old, but I'm a gentleman.
Listen, we have got the oldest one in the chat. Because he is Roman.
Yeah, I was going to say, how long was it that we used to, in the number of chats, we used to be grandma and granddad in the chats, Kelly?
That's right, we were. I remember that.
Yeah, we used to be grandma and granddad because we were both.
Yeah.
Old
That was last year, January last year. Me, Jim, and Wend were doing our New Year stream, and the first 2 in the chat were those 2. Colin and Julie too. Remember that?
Yes.
That was last year.
We're maybe old, but we're spry.
Yes. The answer to your question, the problem with your computer, as ever, is find an 11-year-old and ask them.
I know. Unfortunately, I don't have any grandchildren, so there goes that idea.
Well, my grandson won't be able to fix it. He's only 10 months, but he's probably still got a wee bit better understanding than some of the people I support in work.
I was going to say, you got the tech support guy, you should know.
Yeah, basically my 11-month-old will probably, or 10-month-old will actually know more than some of the people I support in work. You know what I mean? You walk up and they'll say something, they'll say, I don't know how to do that. You've been using Excel for 11 years and you don't know how to add one cell to another.
Hey,
really?
I do a lot of things in Excel.
Me too. Me neither.
Yeah.
Excel's a nightmare.
The thing is,
I can't seem to do the what.
We are talking about the very, very, very basic stuff on Excel. And if you've used it every day for 11 years and you don't know how to add that cell to that cell,
Oh no, that I can do.
there's something wrong. And I've had people do that, come up and ask me how to do it. And I know the whole time I've been there, it's been 12 years now I've been with that company. The systems have been in place and they have worked here before I did, and they still didn't know how to do it.
The guy I work for, he's a few years older than I am, which means he's actually old. And he's asked me to show him how to use Excel. Because I use Excel for a whole lot of things at work. I mean, I had to do a spreadsheet for him the other day, and I handed it to him in physical form, and I said, just so you know, when you go into the online version, the last column, do not type anything in that last column because it's filled with formulas. And he said, I promise.
I can use it basically, PJ, but I get scared when I copy and paste on Excel. It always goes weird when I try and do that for some reason. Do you know what I mean?
I can appreciate, and any time I'm copying and pasting in Word, Excel, whatever, the first thing I do is right click and match them for the format.
The format, right?
Because basically, otherwise it takes whatever format you're doing somewhere, and it suddenly
what's happened?
It's all over the place. I was because I use the keyboard most, so Control C, V, Control V, Control X, and all that, rather than the mouse. But when I'm copying from Excel and Word, it's a case of remember use the mouse. Click.
Yeah.
So even the amount of time I've been doing it, I still need to actually go, not keyboard.
I used to be reasonably proficient with Excel, but I haven't used the complicated bits that much. I mean, I use it for things like I'm doing character creation on a role playing character. I mean, I was when we were playing last night, PJ. I was doing that, and I've got character sheet. I've got used a spreadsheet to count because it's easier to say, okay, so I've got all the stats on here. If I put them on to copy them onto or refer them back to them from this sheet, I know how to do all that. I don't know. To get it to
I do. I've got spreadsheets. I've got spreadsheets for everything. I've been using spreadsheets for basic stuff, to do my own personal accounts. Just for month to month. This is how much I get. This is how much I spend. This is how much I can afford to spend in toys. This is how much I have to tell my wife I've got. This is, and stuff like that. And I've got a spreadsheet. It says that, and that's all I need to know is that. And I've been using it for years. But anybody turns around and says, "I want to do this." Oh, here's a copy of my spreadsheet. It does everything, and you just need to remember is stay inside those boxes, and you'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
I mean, I use for my bank account. I use a spreadsheet for my mother's bank account, except she still uses a bank book, so I have to transfer it over periodically. But I haven't used a bank book in years. I just keep everything on the spreadsheet, and it's all great. My whole budget is on there. When I retire, my retirement budget is on there. Everything's on there. I love it.
Yeah, it's the same as my wife for her accountant. She's got to hand in stuff for her accountant. I just created a spreadsheet. She puts the information in, keeps totals, and then when she wants to print it out, it prints it out the stuff she needs. And it's just basically, and it's not anything fancy. Yeah, I used to do programming, so the fancier stuff I can do if I need to. But I try and make it as simple as possible because it might not be me, it's editing it later on. I'm aware of that, so I try and keep it as simple as possible because I know the audience. 90% of the time it's me as the audience, and I have to go, and then try and read it, what's happening, so it's easier making it simple. But a simple thing like if you say never touch that column, hide, so you can't touch that column. That's another one. Hiding columns that you don't want people to touch is a good tip.
I'm still on. I mean, I'm actually on Office. Still on Office 2007. I'm not part of. Although I've actually got 2015, I think, on my newer laptop. But the one I use every day in the PC of it's 2007 because it does everything I needed to do.
Yeah, see, I'm lucky. My work pays for my version of Office, and I use it at home as in work. And I'm on Office 365, so I have been since a
came
good
out.
number of years
Yeah.
since it came out. Basically, and I'm lucky in that respect. Because you imagine the amount I would have to pay if I had to pay for it for myself.
Yeah.
Ooh, and
It's
the
so
amount I use
expensive.
it, it's not as if I could get the free versions. The amount I use it, the free versions just would not work for it.
I'm not only that, but these days you have to wonder how much of it you can actually do if everything's online. How much control does that give Microsoft?
Yes, but it's everything's online. But I still download my versions of it.
Yeah,
so
I mean, that's why I
run it offline.
Yeah, that's why
Once in a while, since you can run it offline.
Yeah,
and that's the main thing.
I mean, as long as you can do that, that's fine. Because partly the fact is, I mean, I have the internet on if I'm using it, and if I'm not used to the internet for a long while, I'll turn it off. I don't. I'm not online all the time on the computer, you know.
Well, I use my spreadsheet. I use my spreadsheet even for collating databases of my. I did prior to putting onto an actual database. I had all my movies on a database on Excel. I've got my list of toys that I've got and toys that I want on Excel. I've got my Doctor Who collection list on DVDs, Blu-rays, wants, not availables on a spreadsheet in Excel. It's easy to do so much with it.
I mean, I've got a list I had. Because I'm out of date. I think a list of all my books on Excel. These days, actually, since this is all ebooks, I do it all on Calibre, which lets me do it.
I've got Calibre. I've got a load in Calibre, I must admit. I've got Calibre sitting there, but I actually still list all mine on an Excel spreadsheet because it's basically I can cart that around with me. So Calibre, I need to make sure the app's installed so it does cataloguing it all down. Whereas Excel spreadsheet, it's on a memory stick, and I've got a backup of it. So if I'm out and I need to get to check something, I go into my phone, onto my OneDrive, and go, "Yep, I've got that DVD." Because usually, what happens? How many times have I actually goes, "I got this new"? Oh, I've already got that DVD. I'm doing it with toys now, so I need to actually update my files with my toys.
I used to have a list.
2 Bebops. Come on.
I used to carry a list of books back when I didn't have anything like some money. I had a notebook and I had printed about 4 sheets folded up in there with all the.
But see that only works if they're in alphabetical order.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I realized I have 2 copies of Robin Hood Men in Tights. And
I had
like other movies I have 2 copies of, where one is the UK version, one is the US version or North American version. This one is 2 copies of the North American version, so I'm probably going to donate one to my local charity shop.
Well, I do that. I go with it because I'm in the charity shops. I had at one point 3 copies of the Talons of Wen Chiang. I
actually had 2.
And one I gave away in my 100 subscriber stream, and the other one I gave down to Alec for his brother. And I had, but I've always got spares, but DVDs, because I've got over 1,600 titles. So yes, sometimes I can't get access to my spreadsheet, and I have to just say, have I got it? I can't quite remember. But 1,600 titles, I can't be expected to remember every one of them.
No, I just found charity shop.
Toys.
I just realized I had 2 copies.
Yeah. Well, I've got a few. But toys, I've now got toys I've got duplicates of.
Wow.
Well,
I've got books that I've got duplicates of, and I know I've got a 2000 AD book by John Wagner and Callis. It's been signed by John Wagner. I've got 2 copies of it. I don't know where I got the 2 copies of it. One is signed, one isn't. The one isn't is getting kept aside for my 1,000 subscriber stream, because I've got 2 Judge Dredd books. But I do that. If I've obviously got doubles, I put them aside because I've got nephews, nieces who go, can I get something? So I keep spares and go, here, leave the rest of my stuff alone. Go away now. Go away now.
Yeah, I was going to say, go away now. You sound, speaking of subscribers, I see you're up to 640. That's fantastic.
Yes. I'm climbing, gradually getting there.
Yeah.
Up to the 640. The algorithm keeps on hitting me. I was at 4,000 views a day, and then it suddenly dropped to over 1,500 a day, and then it climbed to about 3,000 a day. Then it jumped back down to 2,000 a day within hours. It just basically, you see the line climbing up, staying, then just dropping down, then climbing up slowly, then dropping down. Algorithm's just killing it. I don't know why the algorithm's not liking it.
That's a lot of views, PJ. Over like thousands of views a day. Wow. Is that for shorts or is that for your
videos?
That's
right across the board because I do clips as well. I've been asked about shorts, and I've said when I'm uploading, shorts doesn't appear. But to do shorts, you have to, as far as I can understand, it may be because it's not available on my channel, but if I want to do shorts, I have to record it on my phone.
You have to,
upload it on
put it
my
onto your phone. Yeah, that's a pain.
But
yeah.
The problem is, I have got a tendency to sometimes go, and when I'm thinking about something, so my head's stuck, in my head it's going, but my mouth suddenly stops. I say so and then continue. I normally edit that out. You imagine trying to upload it, then download it, edit it, then upload it and back it, and so it's things like that. And I have got an idea for doing shorts to try and help the algorithm, but the fact that I can't edit myself out won't help. So I have got an idea for shorts. I'm going to give it a try, but yeah, it's one of those things. How do I do it? Do I do a minute short? I don't want to mention what it is in case it actually works. Just to say. But what about yourself? How's yours going? You're doing more of the comic stuff.
Yeah, I was doing it for a year and a half, and just before Christmas, I got over 1,000. It was really amazing to get there. So, but talking about shorts, they don't really bring that much in. Not for me anyway. I don't do them that often because, like you say, it's a bit of a pain to do it. So, yeah.
So I have been thinking about it, and somebody's asked me about it, and it's a case of I had to think about it. Do I want to? Initially, I said no, because sometimes, especially I know I got a strong accent. Sometimes I have to re-edit and change the word I said and actually put one that's less harsh.
Really? No way.
Yes, it's obviously the live one's not an issue, but when I'm recording and it's just myself, I've got a habit. I'm aware. Like when I go down to England for work, my voice modulation, I try and speak properly and as properly as I can because I'm aware I'm speaking to people out with my normal area. So when we're talking about a simple thing like breakfast, we'll talk about do they have any fried eggs? Do they have any potato scones and stuff like that? One of the guys had come up from England and we had just stayed at the hotel. So the three of us were there so we could have a meeting in the hotel at night. And I was saying to the guys, I says, the breakfast was great in here. We had totty scones and this and that. And we had a hash brown and these guys go, and then my friend turns around and says, when he says totty scones, he means potato scones. And it's things like that. I just automatically go into when I'm myself. I am aware I'm just talking to myself. So my accent can be a wee bit stronger. I try and constantly be aware that sometimes I need to tone it down because Roman constantly has a go at me. He just nods his head and goes, "Uh-huh." No idea what I'm talking about, but So I am aware sometimes I out the stream and people don't know. So I try. Do you imagine doing that on a short and then constantly having to record it, then re-record it, then re-record it, rather than just edit a wee
I
bit
wouldn't worry
out?
about it, PJ. Just do it. Don't worry. Unless you put subtitles on, like in Train Spotting.
Oh my! See right at the beginning. I started this about 2 years ago, and I didn't realise the auto subtitle was on, and it was Magic the Gathering I was talking about. So I was talking about decks. So I've got this deck, I've got that deck.
I get it.
The subtitle did not work for me.
Dicks. I like dicks, yeah.
So basically I had to go through and edit the subtitles just in case. They must have thought it was a porn stream. Oh my god. But to me, I didn't notice it until I
never thought about it until you just said it. I never thought. That's awesome.
Oh my god. So I switched the subtitles off so it does degenerate something. It does not work for Scotsmen, and I don't know where they get this. It's the same as a couple of weeks back we showed the two Scotsmen in the lift. Floor 4, floor 5. It's basically all that. 24. Sorry, I do not understand. Flare 5. I do not understand. And it's that. It's basically. I can imagine the subtitles on the drinker's stream if he's got on automatic.
You wonder, yeah.
A couple of years ago, I was having problems with UPS delivery, and I wanted them to deliver it elsewhere, and I gave them a call, and their robot didn't understand me. And I think I speak pretty clear North American English. And for whatever reason, it just kept saying, "I'm sorry, I don't understand. I'm sorry, I don't understand. I'm sorry, I don't understand." And I was just so frustrated that I just let slip a very bad word. And
Suddenly you had a human. Beg your pardon?
That's exactly. Next thing I know, I got a human being. And obviously understood that word.
And the moral of the story is swear at the robot.
Well, I talked to somebody, I think Carol Jude, whom we all, some of us know. She used to work for UPS, and I told her about that, and she said that didn't surprise her.
Well, I used to know a guy, a chap who...
Stop eating crisps.
Sorry, that was me. It's not crisps, it's actually biscuits. I was putting biscuits into a cookie jar. And I
Don't
realized
put it near the microphone because it was very loud, drowning you out.
Well, see, Colin, you're not allowed to be English and American at the same time. You can't put biscuits in a cookie jar. You either put biscuits in a biscuit jar or a biscuit tin, or cookies in a cookie jar. Don't mix your metaphors.
So you do have biscuit jars or biscuit tins?
Biscuit tins usually they're called, but they can be jars.
They're
usually called biscuit tins, but they can be jars.
This is specifically a jar, but it's I would imagine it's probably 10.
We do not have cookie tins. We only have cookie jars. Cookie tins are something when it's a brand spanking new from the store.
Actually, that's what they're saying. Like you would put your, so if you had a tin, you would still call that a cookie jar because that's where you put your cookies in.
Right.
Whereas we would call a biscuit tin, even though it's a jar, because you put it into the biscuit tin. Bring the biscuit tin, bring the biscuit tin, Ben. And
we'll call it a cookie tin if it's brand new cookies. If somebody goes to the store and buys cookies and bring them in, if they're in a tin, they're in a cookie tin. But if you have them already at home and you're storing them in a vessel, We call that a cookie jar.
Do you know what the best biscuits to get are?
What?
Brokies.
Broken cookies?
Brokies, they're called, yes. Broken biscuits. It's just, some companies put out brokies. It's basically just a tin of bits in the ends of biscuits.
Well, they have
Brokies.
calories then because there's calorie leakage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a girl, I think about that.
In America, biscuits something else, isn't it? Completely, is that right? Biscuits and gravy.
Biscuits and gravy, yes, that's a scone.
No,
Okay.
they're flakier than a scone. Much flakier than a scone. They're lighter and flakier and
More of a dough ball.
Pardon?
More of a dough ball.
A what?
A dough ball.
Sort of like a
A dough. You imagine bakery dough, as in.
Oh! Let me send you a picture of a biscuit here in North America.
What's the word I'm thinking of? Dumpling.
No, they're not like dumplings at all. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
PJ, in Japan we have baked dough balls with octopus in.
I am not.
See, I like calamari.
Yeah, me too.
So the idea of that sounds really nice.
It's not as bad as it sounds.
Because I'm not a mod, I can't do links. So if one of you could share.
There it's there.
Just see, they don't look like scones at all.
Kelly, I've heard from one of my American friends. He says like you've got to try one day biscuits and gravy. It's so good.
Oh, it's fantastic. And
This basically is constantly asking me to log in. What's it trying to get me to log into? Cooking. It wouldn't let me actually go in and view that picture without
they're like puff
logging in.
pastry. Thank you, Colin. They're puff pastry.
Right. So you unlock New York Times recipes from your personal recipe book with a free account. It wouldn't let me view it without actually logging in.
Look at the picture.
I can't because there's a big picture over the top. Look.
Oh, that's right. New York Times is really strict about that. Yeah.
Let me try another one.
This is what I'm getting.
All right.
That-
Hold on. Hold on.
Wow, those biscuits look delicious.
Hold your wish, man.
Hold your horses.
Right. Now that looks better. That's better.
Oh, goody. See, they're sort of puff pastry-ish.
Puff pastry, right? I got you.
Puff pastry and gravy.
It looks like scones, though. Yeah, scones.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
They look more like scones, but I suppose it's rather than being a sweet, they're more of a savoury.
This is not sweet at all. They're
Okay.
not sweet. I mean, it's a badly made scone could be a hockey puck.
So somebody's been tasting my. They look delicious. I must admit, I've always fancied trying biscuits and gravy,
It's
but
really good.
with the last time I was over there, I managed to do the pizza, a slice of pizza the size of my arm.
In New York?
Yes.
Wow.
I went to Central Park and
Oh man, I used to live near Central Park.
and basically I got the dog with everything on it, even though half the stuff on it I didn't like. I
Oh,
still
dirty
had
water dogs.
Yes, and I got a pretzel the size of basically right around my house. It was like eating a watermelon.
You're making me homesick.
Basically, it's stuff like that. It's just when I'm in, and when we were in Vegas, it was the same idea. We went down to a couple of, we went to Wendy's. We went to, we didn't go to Hooters. We went to Wendy's. We went to a couple of Mexican ones that were doing really nice breakfasts in the morning and stuff like that.
Not Taco Bell, I hope.
No. It was we independent ones.
Good.
And it was really nice. So it definitely worked, and I enjoyed trying different foods. But I never got a chance. There was none with biscuits and gravy
come to the southern United States is the best place to get biscuits and gravy.
Mm-hmm.
Places like North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, northern Florida. Because southern Florida is north and northern Florida is south. It's confusing, but that's the way it is.
Right. How did I manage to actually paste that in there? When I pasted it in there, I must have pasted it twice.
Oh.
Unless somebody actually pasted it in.
No, I gave you 2 different websites.
No. It's no you. I'm looking at. It's the person right above you who's going to get a doing.
I'm a mod. I'm supposed to do things like that.
Colin and Alex are mods in the channel, and I'm a mod in theirs, but I'm the type of mod is hands off because I know if I do something, it can change on screen. So I don't because I'm very protective of mine, so that's why I shout at them for doing that. I gave them the rights to do it, and then I moan at them for doing it.
Kelly, if you're feeling homesick, just remember two words.
What?
Ron DeSantis.
I love Ron DeSantis.
Exactly. If you're feeling homesick for New York, remember Ron DeSantis.
Oh, I know. I've been here for almost 15 years.
Yeah.
Only thing I miss about New York, all right, there's 2 things. The convenience, because everything is close by.
Well, see that Judge Dredd box opening I did last week?
Yeah.
I got that in New York.
Okay.
That was in the comic store right on Central Park, on Times Square.
Oh, okay. And the other thing I miss about New York is the food.
Yes.
I miss pizza. I miss bagels. I miss knishes. I miss New York food. New York food is awesome.
We found
so much.
See, when we were in New York, we found a local diner, just a couple of 1 block up from where we were. We'd get in every morning, start with breakfast with pancakes and syrup and a side of bacon. Oh,
yum!
Refillable coffee, yes, please. And can I have a milkshake with that? It's literally.
It's funny. There's something here in New York called a knish, or not here, but in New York called a knish. It's spelled K-N-I-S-H, and it is basically spicy mashed potatoes in a fried crust. And you get them on the street, and when I lived there, you can get them for $1 or $2, and it's a cheap lunch. And you open it, slice it down the top, and stick in spicy mustard.
I'm glad I'm not hungry at the moment because we went out today. We nipped into a local butcher's when we were passing. We got haggis, we got fruit pudding, we got Scotch pies. We got haggis, we got Scotch pies, we got fruit pudding, we got white pudding, we got beef olives, we got
black pudding,
sausages, just for a nice big fry up for me in the morning. So I'm getting haggis and fruit pudding, yum yum yum, totty scones, beans, mushrooms, fried eggs, fried bread, yum.
Oh, yeah. So anyway, one of my former work colleagues, she's also from New York, and she found some at our local warehouse store. And she brought them in, and she gave one to me, and the 2 of us are sitting there in the kitchen at work, just savoring the taste of home. And one of the attorneys walks over and said, "What are you eating?" And we said, "It's a knish." And he said, "Well, what's a knish?" So I explained it's basically spicy mashed potatoes deep fried in a potato crust. You're Scottish, PJ. You'd appreciate fried.
Yeah, everything. Bring out your dead. We'll fry that up.
Exactly. So anyway, he looked at us, and my colleague is Puerto Rican on both sides, and he looked at her and he said, "Is that a Puerto Rican thing?" And we looked at each other. We started laughing, but we didn't want to be rude to him, so we said, "No, it's a Jewish thing." And he looked at us both. They said, "But you're not Jewish." And we said, "No, but we're from New York, so we're honorary everything."
As I thought he was a Jewish
It is.
It's Knish. Even I'm aware that Knish is
Yeah.
a Jewish, Jewish
in
term.
England, in the UK right now, curry is like the national dish, even though it's not English or Scottish or Welsh or Irish. I mean,
It's not actually Indian either.
We eat everything.
Indian, I'll give you an example. There's 2 Indian dishes that I've been told
chicken tikka
aren't Indian. Chicken tikka masala,
right, which I love,
and pakora.
Really?
Aye. I don't know about the pakora one because I've grown up with pakora, and to me, it's always been Indian. It's nice and spicy, and it's lovely. I don't like vegetables in anything except pakora. I can have a nice pakora. I love it. But tikka masala, it's a case of it's an Indian dish, and people are actually saying something missing, so they added tomato soup to it.
Really? What did it used
And
to be?
that's why, and it's now it's a part and parcel of tikka masala.
I'd heard that.
It's
So
that's
what
what
is
it's
it
made.
in India?
I have no idea. I went to an Indian restaurant, an authentic Indian restaurant, and I looked at it, and I couldn't recognise a single name of any dish on the menu. It was all in English, and I'm sitting there, I'm looking for, is there any jalfrezi, is there any tikka masala, is there any kormas, and there's none. Nothing. It matched what we would call the dish. And I'm sitting, as you said to the guy, can I have something but no too spicy? And he goes, and that was it. He basically knew very well I was looking for something that I recognised.
You went out for an English, you mean?
Right.
I went out for an English.
Here in the States, if you go to a Chinese restaurant, you can see, chow mein on the menu. You can see, other things on the menu, but those aren't Chinese. They were invented by Chinese immigrants. Like there were men who first came over who didn't have wives, and these men invented this stuff because they used American ingredients and just didn't have the wherewithal. But if you're from New York and you go to one of the New York Chinatowns, you'll get food that is not necessarily totally authentic Chinese, but more authentic Chinese than you'll get in, I don't know.
There is a couple of restaurants in Glasgow. You can tell that they are authentic Chinese restaurants because of 2 things. One, you go in, the menu and the food tastes delicious. You recognise the menu, you could do. And then there's a lot of Chinese people who come in, don't get a menu.
Right.
And then tell them what they want, and they make it.
There's a Chinese restaurant here where I live now that my mother and I have started going to. And when you walk in there, if it's not 50% Asian, that's a bad day.
Yeah.
It's normally 50 to 75% Asian when we walk in. So we figure we've made a good choice as to where we're going to.
It's basically the same as anywhere. You go into you go into a restaurant when you go on holiday. If there's a lot of local people there,
then you know you made the right choice.
Yeah. And I was just looking at Gray's one, but I must admit, the New York pizza and the chili dog, I had to try them. They're just something you have to try when you're in. It's the same as I was in Moscow, and we tried a Bosch, and it was lovely. They also had another one, and don't even ask me the name. My daughter ordered it, and oh my God, it was like this big dough ball of meat. It was in that wrapped up.
Not a pierogi?
It could have been a pierogi, I can't remember, but it's basically the meat, and it's sort of wrapped up in almost like a crepe, and it's
Sounds like a pierogi.
Nicest thing I've ever tasted, and cannot get it anywhere. My daughter can't even remember the name of it. She says she just remembered it was getting into the restaurant and what it was at the time, but she's not, because it's not something she liked. She can't remember what it was called. But I just love that. Just trying something different.
That's one of the, like I said, the only real thing I miss about New York is the food, because between my house, my apartment, and the subway station, I passed Chinese, Japanese, Thai, Vietnamese, Korean, Italian, Mexican, Japan, God, everything.
It's one thing. New York is definitely extremely. New York is definitely very multicultural, isn't it? It's definitely very much melting.
I've been to Turkish restaurants, Afghani restaurants, Ethiopian restaurants. You can't.
It's the same as Scotland. There's all that big drive about multiculturalism. Sorry, we grew up. It might have not been multicultural, but we grew up, and it was basically. I grew up going to the Chinese restaurants, Indian restaurants, Italian restaurants, and all that, and you had people from different nationalities in it. So we would go up to the Italian restaurant. There would be an Indian family sitting in the corner, Chinese family, basically, it wasn't unusual to see people from different ethnic backgrounds in different restaurants enjoying different food. To me, that's exactly what it should be. You go into the chippy, it's English, mainly English food, what we would class as, because we would go to a chippy here, we would get a deep fried this, a deep fried that, deep fried pizza. Yum, 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 yum. I hate the oven
fried
baked
pizza?
Oh
Deep my
fried
God.
pizza. Deep fried Mars bars. Deep fried. Yeah, but deep fried pizza, that's my favourite. I love anything deep fried. My daughter likes a pizza crunch, which is a deep fried pizza covered in batter.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I prefer just a deep fried pizza where you can break the crust and actually sort of squeeze it out and then enjoy it. As my daughter says, if they cut me in half, I'll leak, and it's not blood.
Get this. According to this website, wandercooks.com, fried pizza is pizza frita, which originated in Naples after World War II.
Yeah, well, most of them probably came here deep fried.
Scottish soldiers.
Yeah. No, deep fried Mars bars is not a myth. I was talking to my son-in-law about it today, and he's had it. My daughter's had it. My wife's even tried it.
I've had deep fried
prefer a deep fried curly whirly.
No.
It's only because I'm not a great fan of chocolate where the curly whirly's nice and thin.
A lot of caramel.
Very caramelly. Stick to your teeth. It'll pull your fillings out, PJ.
That's okay. I'm old. I don't have any teeth. So okay. But I love deep fried. Like, for instance, I do prefer. I like a mince pie. I've had that deep fried. It's not as nice, but I like a roll in mince pie rather than a mince pie. It's the same as some people have a roll in it with maybe. I've seen people with rolls and curry and chips. Right? So I've seen weird stuff, but deep fried pizza is my. If I had a choice of any food, deep fried pizza would always win.
Where would I get this? I don't even know where I'd find it.
It's basically you need a place that does a fish and chip shop.
Oh, well, we don't have those.
Deep fried, and then instead of the oven bake, you're getting. Do you know an easy way to do it? You go into a store and buy a pizza you can shove in the oven, then deep fry it instead.
Yeah, I don't have a deep fryer. Oh well.
You see what I mean? Then you get a good approximation of a deep fried pizza, but usually it's done in the big chip fat pan for the chip shops.
That's wonderful. I haven't been to a chip shop in 50 years, but yeah.
I miss chips with curry sauce, PJ. Chips in curry sauce. I used to get that
Chips
local chippy.
I love chips and curry sauce. The weirdest one I've ever seen, and this is the guy that used to run the van outside the work, used to say the guy used to do it for everything. chips, cheese, and curry sauce is a big thing here, right? But it's not Chinese curry sauce; it's Indian curry sauce. So chips, cheese, and curry sauce.
Oh my god!
And the person who would order it would put tomato ketchup over all of it. I've got a strong stomach, but even I went.
No. That's just
too much.
That's
Too much. But accordingly, the guy who ran the thing says he puts that on everything. Doesn't matter what you give him. If you gave him sushi, he would put ketchup on it. If you gave him caviar, he put ketchup on everything. He didn't taste it first. He just put ketchup on it, and it wasn't a wee bit. It was a lot of it. So he's obviously grown up. Ketchup just covers everything, and it's almost a case of really.
He had food with his ketchup.
Aye, exactly. But I love. See, if we're having a snack, my wife will just say, "What do you want?" I'll say, "Chips and curry sauce," and she makes it. She makes curry sauce up, powdered curry sauce, just quick, boil water, mix up, poured over. Yes.
I don't do spicy to the point that was at a show a few years ago, and the lady was doing the cooking with we had the kids with us at the time. Well, scouts. So
I don't cook.
Adult kids, and she was doing chili con carne. And I said, fine, I don't like. It's weird. I can't smell. I have no sense of smell, but I don't like strong, hot, spicy food. And that's not too bad. And I'm told, and I've got no reason to doubt them, that it was. It's quite really mild. It's hardly anything at all. I said, oh, that's okay, not too bad. 30 seconds later, I'm grabbing a pint of milk because I just hated the way it burns. It makes my mouth feel like it's burning. I just don't like spicy food.
See, I used to love spicy food. I used to enjoy a really good. Doner meat. You get a sauce for it, some nice and spicy. I used to, after I'd finished a kebab, I would just take the doner meat and go, the doner sauce, and just go, nice to finish it off, nice and spicy. Now I can't even look at spice the wrong way. I just would go, and I basically, that's why my hair slid off all the top of my head. Just the spice. It happened once. It was a few years back. I can still remember the very first time it happened to me. Don't know what it was. Probably alcohol. So I was eating a curry, and as I was eating the curry, I would take a mouthful of the curry and go. So I'd get my pint and just go whoop, and then I would take another mouthful of curry. By that time, my friend had just got me a new pint, and I did that, and that's basically all I did the whole night. One spoonful, one alcohol, and since then, I've not been able to eat curry that is too spicy. It has to be a mild, a korma or a butter chicken or something like that. Even the Indian, I like a biryani, but it has to be a mild biryani. I just can't take too much spice nowadays. Even normal food, not spicy food, doesn't matter what it is. See if it's too hot, heat-wise, I do the same. I have to let things cool down and hope they're not too spicy. I'm getting old. No.
I was always like that, hot as in hot and spicy. I don't mind some, I put spice on some things, but it's just if it's hot as in hot and spicy, I just don't like it. I just it's not necessarily so much the taste. I say it's the way it makes my mouth feel like it's burning. I don't like it. So we all.
The thing is, I can take it, and the spice doesn't burn. It's just it affects me. It basically makes me. My wife keeps on coming back and going, "What have you been eating spicy?" Nothing. Packet. Even she got me a packet of. I love Doritos. Doritos are nice, and you can get Cool Blue, or cheese, or you get the red hot ones. So it's 3 packets: blue, orange, or red. Cool, normal, cheesy, and a really hot spicy. I used to enjoy all 3. Then I stopped eating the red packet because it was too spicy. Now the red one, the orange one, I'm eating it and going, oh. I'm thinking, it's cheese. How can that be too spicy? And it's just, I don't know what it is. My taste buds are just, it's the taste is still as nice, but it just makes me, it's almost like somebody's actually turned my thermostat a wee down. At any spice at all just goes boom, and that's me. I'm gone.
Guys, in Japan, PJ, in Japan we have different kind of curry. They make curry blocks, so it's like like an OXO cube, that kind of thing. I thought I had one, but I don't have a curry one. But I've got this is hashed beef, beef version.
Wow.
So good. It's basically, you cook the vegetables and the meat, and then you add this. But they're like cubes of what would you call it? Almost like stock cubes. Just add water.
Stock cube, yeah, seasoning, yeah.
Yeah, basically.
See, that actually looks delicious. But is it spicy?
No, you get different levels. Japanese don't really do very spicy. Not really.
Japanese sound perfect for me. The thing is, I used to love spice, but as I said, I just now break out because I think it's just obviously I'm getting old, and any spice just goes for me. The taste is fine. It's not as if I suddenly go there. I still eat it, and then just suddenly I break out. And even now, if I'm having anything, if it's even overly hot, I have to let it cool down. And it's potato and leek soup. Not spicy at all, but if it's too hot, I do the same. I'm just getting old. I'm getting old. I enjoy my food, but my food doesn't enjoy me.
What a change. What is it, Gray? What is it? There's something wacky something that's really strong spicy. If you whack a
wasabi.
Wasabi, that's the one. Thank you. Yes, that's supposed to be very, very.
That's powerful. Amazing. That you get a wasabi punch, a wasabi hit. It goes right up your nose and hits you around here. It's like boom.
Remember, I told you I used to actually drink. I had wasabi.
Oh my god!
The very first, the first time I had it, we brought it out, and there was a case of very careful with it. It's quite spicy. So the first time we tried it, we had a skewer with meat on it. We thought, no problem, dip. And thinking, I was in my 20s, so it wasn't and I thought, this is absolutely amazing. The next time I had it was a good 15 years later.
Oh, wow.
You just about
and I thought, no problem. Somebody give me a burger, and I saw wasabi sauce. I went, and somebody's looking at me going, that's very hot. I've had it before. Don't worry about me. One bite. and I know, never gone anywhere near it since. Basically, I drank 4 pints of milk. Just trying to actually calm down. It was at a work barbecue, and I was glad it was at a work barbecue, because if I was anywhere else, I would not have been able to get hold of milk. But and I literally just had to keep. My mouth just went. My eyes were literally red. I just could not believe I did something so stupid. But when I was younger, it was not an issue.
Yeah, you can take it when you're younger, definitely.
Yeah. But yes, I have tried it twice. Never again. But it's when I was younger, and I mean, when I was thinking, I could easily, no problem, I could have a really hot curry, no effects. It's I just enjoyed it, but not anymore. I still enjoy it, but I suffer. And I like the idea that Japanese food is not overly spicy. It sounds nice, because I do. I always enjoy different foods. I'm a gamut. I like my food. I like my sweeties. As I said,
we noticed.
Got a big packet of sweeties, sweetie cigarettes, bananas and shrimps, and
God, they still do sweet cigarettes. I'm not surprised they're not to do them anymore.
You thought they'd be cancelled, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I was recommended to try prawn cocktail chip crisps. I just could not eat them. I thought they were.
It's a weird flavour. Yeah.
I've never a great one for prawn. But see, prawn cocktail, love them.
It's way too
Love them. Mind you, that's like saying you don't like Iron Brew. Bars Iron Brew.
It's made from gadders.
Made in Scotland from gutters.
From gutters.
Prawn cocktail over here certainly is one of the things you tend to get, especially something like Christmas. It'll be your starter will be prawn cocktail on either with. I mean, I like with cucumber because I worked out a while ago. I don't eat leaves. I don't like lettuce. I've worked out that I don't like lettuce. I don't like I don't like cabbage. I don't like any of the edible leaves that we normally have.
See, I just don't eat it. I don't like food that my food eats.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we do it. I'd on lettuce, or usually or with on its own, or with sliced cucumber. But it tends to be particularly around Christmas. It's sort of a Christmas dinner starter prawn cocktail. It's because it's like when I went down yesterday. My chippy, my local chippy is 2 shops away from the one I live over. It's extremely close. And I had a burger there yesterday, and I discovered a burger sauce. I have burger sauce on the burger and on the chips. Because the sauce sort of makes it. I think it's the same with it's seafood sauce, isn't it? Really, generic seafood sauce you get with pork.
Yeah, you seafood eat it. I know
exactly. The proverbial seafood diet. Seafood eating.
I couldn't help myself with that.
It amazes me how often we end up talking about food here.
Yes. It doesn't surprise me, and surprise, it does not surprise my wife that I'm talking about food. Again, I do enjoy my food. As I said, we're into a butcher's, and my wife is expecting me to come out after spending about £60. Only spent 26, so I was not too bad.
You saved money.
That's only in sundries for adding to my fry up tomorrow morning. I had to get it. I needed fruit pudding. I needed haggis. I needed potato scones. I needed. So
Scotch pies. I had Scotch pies in years. I used to love Scotch pies.
I had to. I get them in my way home every couple of days. In my way home, I stop off to get some juice, and if they've got a hot Scotch pie, I have that as well. Sit in the car driving. So yeah, I'm a gannet. So even driving home to get my dinner, Scotch pie. So yes, I'm terrible. My wife keeps on saying that I'm going to be that size one day. I says I'm actually that size. I wear a girdle. Just basically, I'm actually sitting about 4 miles away from the camera just to make myself look normal. But yeah, I do enjoy my food. If I wasn't such a great exerciser, wait a minute, I'm not. I'm lazy as well. So one of these days it's going to catch up. But luckily enough, that's lazier than I am, so it takes an age to catch up. So I'm just lazy. So we're been on for 5 hours. We're on 5 hours. 5 hours, yes. So, is there anything coming up? Gray, if you get anything coming up on yours?
No worries. Nothing special. Just I drop comic book reviews on usually Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and then I do a movie review live stream on Friday nights American time, a late Friday one. We just did Picnic at Hanging Rock. Have you ever seen that? The Australian 1970 weird Peter Weir movie.
That's the one about the dingo stole my baby.
A similar story. It's a private school. These schoolgirls supposedly vanish at this rock, this hanging rock, this famous place in Victoria. It's good. It was good.
But what I'll do is I'll put a link to your channel in the description of this one.
No worries. Don't worry about that. I really appreciate you letting me come on. It's great to catch up.
I'll put it in because obviously if anybody's looking, it's unless they know how to spell Wakahashi's tea house.
No chance.
It's easier just to basically because the link is there. I've got the link, so
When I
I'll
made
put
my
it
channel
in.
name PJ, I didn't think it through. Like the apostrophe and the S, that was a bit of a killer. When people are searching for it, if you don't put the apostrophe in, it doesn't often come up. You get actual wakizashi sword videos coming up. So
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and the thing is, see, I started mine with PJ maybe. I thought dead simple, and then put it up, and it comes up PEEJEA, and you're sitting there thinking, what's that got to do with PJ maybe? It's because it's PJ. That comes up first, and it's because his user ID is PJ maybe. Mine's is PJ maybe 1.
They think your channel about pajamas.
It's basically, and I'm sitting there thinking, what's that going? And then I realised mine was PJ maybe 1 because I missed out by a number. I'll just have to become famous and buy his channel.
Archer and Kelly, do you have channels or not? If you do, I'll subscribe.
I do, but I've never put anything on it.
Oh, okay.
I'm just I'm just a visitor.
And Colin's the co-host of FFSI.
Correct.
I've heard of that. Yeah, I think I've seen that. Roman sharing links to that. Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's Alec Colin. That's their primary channel.
We were going to be doing a stream on Monday about Alice McLean books and movies, but Alec was saying I'm not sure we're going to be doing that now, because I think Alec was saying earlier on about, I think he's messaged me some. I don't know if we're going to do that or not now. So keep your eyes open, but we've got nothing of that at the moment.
And then you missed Wendology before. She co-hosts a movie channel with Mr. Hyde on tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, they basically watch sometimes old classics.
Mostly crappy.
No, sometimes old classics, mostly old. Old, let's just say old crappy ones. That's probably the nicest thing I can think of. Like, for instance, they've had The Day of the Triffids, Howard Keel, great movie. I love that.
That's
but
wonderful.
they've also had Ape. And it's a guy in a King Kong costume stoning around.
We cheerleader camp last week.
It was so calm, and they're basically some of them are just they're that funny because they're that bad. But I must admit, the dinosaur one, I loved. I actually genuinely loved the movie. I thought the movie was, considering the special effects were done on the cheap, I enjoyed the story of the movie, and I actually enjoyed the movie on the whole. So there's some treasures there. There's some good ones, but 99% of them are not. They're that bad, they're funny.
Tomorrow's movie is one that I chose before we descended into terminal badness. Because when Mr. Hyde first started the channel, he was going to do classic movies that were in public domain, a lot of noir, some of good movies. And we've watched a couple of movies. I recommended one that he's showing tomorrow called Call Northside 777. It stars James Stewart and Lee J. Cobb, and it's brilliant. I mean, really, really brilliant movie.
Oh, he's had like Boris Karloff's The Bat and stuff like that. He's had some really good. He's had some really good classics.
We watched some really, really good movies, and we watched a lot of really crappy movies. Tomorrow's happens to be a very good movie.
So I know he's also posted a few just the movies themselves, hasn't he? Where they're not watch parties. I wish he'd go back to doing the script doctors as well.
Yeah.
Where some of us are trying to get him to do that, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that. I know I've done a couple of them, but yes, what they were, if you know, they were. We started off as Doctor Who scripts, and I don't know where he got them from, but basically they're literally you get the script of a film or things like was it the Boss one films, and literally basically you get a part and you literally just a live script read with the occasional improvisation. Shall we say the occasional improvisation? The Doctor Who ones were nearly all classic Doctor Who scripts.
Some of them are hilarious.
with the occasional Jodie bashing in them.
Yeah, and there's one, I don't remember which one it was, but Retro Doc was wearing a bikini. Just the top.
Yes, he was Perry, wasn't he?
That's right, he was Perry.
He was.
Oh, Perry, how I miss you.
Retro
Rabbi,
Doc.
I didn't recognise you.
I've actually got the rabbi's pictures hidden in a
buy
under a certain thing. So yes, basically, just
oddly enough, I did not buy them. Go figure.
I just got the top. I just got the top set because these two pictures. One of them I gave to a friend, but the Tom Baker one I've kept. I just don't have space to put it up. That's my problem. I've got the Tom Baker one to put up, but I've not got any space for it.
Speaking of Tom Baker, I'm going to be my next episode. My next story is State of Decay.
Oh yes.
Because
good one. It's a good one.
See, great. I did not watch Doctor Who when I was growing up for a variety of reasons. I did not discover Doctor Who until 2013. So I started watching from Christopher Eccleston's era for the build-up to Day of the Doctor.
And now she's going back to the classics.
I was going back to William Hartnell and starting from scratch, and I'm up to Tom Baker, and I'm up to series 18 of Tom Baker, and it's a slog because some of it's unwatchable. I mean,
his later stuff was just basically he was phoning it in.
Oh, Leisure House is awful. Meglos is worse. I know Peter Harrington liked Meglos. I think it's just unwatchable.
I don't remember this one. It says it's written by Terence Dicks, so maybe it's a good one. I don't know.
I hope. But Meglos is a shape-shifting talking cactus.
Tom Baker cactus.
See, I remember one or two of them back in the day when I was growing up watching them, and I'm sitting there thinking, "Is this the same program?"
Yeah, it's awful. I mean,
basically, the actor looks the same, but it's just weird.
Spines everywhere.
Yeah,
I mean, really awful.
Yeah. So that basically Sunday is basically Wendology and Mr. Hyde.
Yes. And it's weird. It's when the worse the movie, the better the chat.
Yeah. Yes.
Because we have our own version of Mystery Science Theater 3000. I mean, the chat is just hot and cold running snark. We have a blast.
Okay.
Yes, the chat usually makes the fun part of it because you could just see where people's minds are going with some of the things that are on the screen.
Yes.
It's fun. And then for us, we've got on a Wednesday night, we do a discussion about TV and movies. We usually pick a movie or a TV show. And this week's coming up is Drop Dead Fred, Rick Mayo, and
Phoebe Cates.
Phoebe Cates.
That's an interesting combination.
Yeah. But it's just a case of have a watch of it if you beforehand, and then we just come on and discuss what we thought about it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it's something.
Sorry.
I have a problem with time difference.
And then if you're available, you can pop in.
No,
at the time that's what I'm saying. If you're available, you pop in. And a Saturday, we usually go a bit later, so it might be easier for you. So, but I'll add you in the group that way. If you're ever available,
nice one. I appreciate it. I'm limited to weekends usually, but when I have holidays and stuff, when I'm off work, I can join like weekday. Yeah, that's great.
I do that with Romans a couple of times. I've been off on Friday, so I stay up really late in the Thursday night till 1 o'clock in the morning, just so I can.
I really want to join those. Yeah, I'm always at work on Friday. It's Friday lunchtime, I think, for me. When he does that.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the morning for us.
Is it?
So basically, if I'm off on the Friday and I've got nothing on, I will stay up just so I can go. I can actually go in the chat and go online with them. And it's happened twice, so it is a late day for us. So, and he does some really good stuff. It's the same idea with the they were doing Aliens. I started watching it. I thought you got to finish it, but the time before when they was doing the Thing, yeah, I mean, done
Amazing,
some great stuff.
great movies.
Yeah, and obviously some of the times it's dead easy to avoid it, like when he's talking about The Last of Us, The Mandalorian, and is he in the chat yet? No, he's probably away. But it saves him slagging. So, but yeah, I usually try and catch up with things like that. It's just, but a Tuesday and a Wednesday, 8 p.m. UK time, we're on here.
Okay.
But a Wednesday, everybody's working on a Thursday, so we try and keep it to about 2 hours. So it's usually 10 o'clock, maybe 11 at the latest to be finished. So that'll be too early for you.
When is it the clocks? When did the clocks change? Is it the end of March for America and for the UK?
Tonight.
Oh, is it, Kelly? Oh, okay.
Yeah, tonight. We do it tonight here in the States.
And I can't tell you, I can't remember.
I think UK's the end, isn't it? Then, yeah.
I think
I think last time it was about a week or 2 weeks apart.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was 2 weeks the last time, yeah.
So yeah,
that's interesting.
Well, I noticed this because I nearly missed things because they were an hour earlier.
Right.
They had
yeah.
Because they come
See,
back.
I can't get away with that anymore because that is my alarm clock. And I can't say, I forgot to change my alarm clock. It does it itself.
That's right. It's automatic.
It updates its time, so I can't even use it as an excuse. I overplayed.
That's what
the only one that doesn't change
about my phone is that if I go somewhere, I go to visit, my brother in California. I get off the plane and voila, it's changed.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
We're all slaves to the Black Mirror, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Yeah, unfortunately, we are. Well, thank you for joining us. And what we're going to do is, believe it or not, after the 5 hour 15 mark. The longest we've ever actually lasted, believe it or not, is 6.5 hours, and that was me and Jim just gabbing one night after Went had gone. We didn't even notice the time. We try not to do that anymore because it can be really bad for our health.
And your marriage?
Yes, and my marriage. But then again, my wife just locks my door in my man cave and locks me in, so it's my fault.
It's not like you're having an affair. You're just hanging out with us.
At least she locks you in, locks you out.
But the good thing is, if I'm having an affair, my wife actually locks the door and knows where I am.
Exactly.
But what we'll do is we will finish there, and thank you everyone for joining us. Gray, thank you for joining us. Colin, Julie, thank you very much for sticking with us this long. You are welcome at any point. Just pop in whenever you are free, which you to know, but Gray, you're welcome. So from there, ladies and gents, boys and girls, remember, we're not old. We're classic. PJ Maybe and the gang out. Good night.
Night, folks.